Section 1 of Seeking a Human Spaceflight Program Worthy of a Great Nation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Seeking a Human Spaceflight Program Worthy of a Great Nation by the Review of U.S. Human Spaceflight Plans Committee. Preface. Over the next 10 years, NASA is scheduled to devote $99 billion to the nation's human spaceflight program. In recognition of the magnitude of these planned expenditures, coupled with questions about the status of the current human spaceflight program, the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy, as part of the due diligence of a new administration, called for an independent review of the present and planned effort. Two conditions frame this request. All ongoing human spaceflight work by NASA and its contractors was to continue uninterrupted during the review process, and the review team's findings were to be available 90 days from the committee's formal establishment, and a formal report be published thereafter in recognition of the demands of the federal budget preparation cycle. The committee established to conduct the review comprised 10 members with diverse professional backgrounds, including scientists, engineers, astronauts, educators, executives of established and new aerospace firms, former presidential appointees, and a retired Air Force general. The committee was charged with conducting an independent review of the current program of record and providing alternatives to that program, as opposed to making a specific recommendation that would ensure that the nation is pursuing the best trajectory for the future of human spaceflight, one that is safe, innovative, affordable, and sustainable. Initially, the directive to the committee was that it conduct its inquiry with the assumption that operation of the space shuttle would terminate in 2010, and that the 10-year funding profile in the fiscal year 2010 President's budget would not be exceeded. In subsequent discussions between the committee chairman and members of the White House staff, it was agreed that at least 2 program options would be presented that comply with the above constraints. However, if those options failed to fully satisfy the stated study objectives, additional options could be identified by the committee. No other bounds were placed on the committee's work. The committee wishes to acknowledge the highly professional and responsive support provided to it by the staff of NASA, as well as the staff of the Aerospace Corporation, which provided independent analysis in support of the review. Aerospace worked under the direction of the committee, and all findings in this report are those of the committee. Individuals to whom the committee is particularly indebted for sharing their views are listed in Appendix B. The committee members appreciate the trust that has been placed in them to conduct an impartial review that could have a major impact on the nation's human spaceflight program, human lives, and America's image in the world. We view this as a very great responsibility. October 2009, Washington, D.C. End of Section 1.
Section 2 of Seeking a Human Spaceflight Program Worthy of a Great Nation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in July 2020. Seeking a Human Spaceflight Program Worthy of a Great Nation by the Review of U.S. Human Spaceflight Plans Committee. Executive Summary, Part 1. The U.S. human spaceflight program appears to be on an unsustainable trajectory. It is perpetuating the perilous practice of pursuing goals that do not match allocated resources. Space operations are among the most demanding and unforgiving pursuits ever undertaken by humans. It really is rocket science. Space operations become all the more difficult when means do not match aspirations. Such is the case today. The nation is facing important decisions on the future of human spaceflight. Will we leave the close proximity of low Earth orbit, where astronauts have circled since 1972, and explore the solar system, charting a path for the eventual expansion of human civilization into space? If so, how will we ensure that our exploration delivers the greatest benefit to the nation? Can we explore with reasonable assurances of human safety? Can the nation marshal the resources to embark on the mission? Whatever space program is ultimately selected, it must be matched with the resources needed for its execution. How can we marshal the necessary resources? There are actually more options available today than in 1961, when President Kennedy challenged the nation to commit itself to the goal before this decade is out of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to the Earth. First, space exploration has become a global enterprise. Many nations have aspirations in space, and the combined annual budgets of their space programs are comparable to NASA's. If the United States is willing to lead a global program of exploration, sharing both the burden and benefit of space exploration in a meaningful way, significant accomplishments could follow. Actively engaging international partners in a manner adapted to today's multipolar world could strengthen geopolitical relationships, leverage global financial and technical resources, and enhance the exploration enterprise. Second, there is now a burgeoning commercial space industry. If we craft a space architecture to provide opportunities to this industry, there is the potential, not without risk, that the costs to the government would be reduced. Finally, we are also more experienced than in 1961 and able to build on that experience as we design an exploration program. If, after designing cleverly, building alliances with partners, and engaging commercial providers, the nation cannot afford to fund the effort to pursue the goals it would like to embrace, it should accept the disappointment of setting lesser goals. Can we explore with reasonable assurances of human safety? Human space travel has many benefits, but it is an inherently dangerous endeavor. Human safety can never be absolutely assured, but throughout this report, safety is treated as sine qua non. It is not discussed in extensive detail because any concepts falling short in human safety have simply been eliminated from consideration. How will we explore to deliver the greatest benefit to the nation? Planning for a human spaceflight program should begin with a choice about its goals, rather than a choice of possible destinations. Destinations should derive from goals, and alternative architectures may be weighed against those goals. There is now a strong consensus in the United States that the next step in human spaceflight is to travel beyond low Earth orbit. This should carry important benefits to society, including driving technological innovation, developing commercial industries and important national capabilities, and contributing to our expertise in further exploration. Human exploration can contribute appropriately to the expansion of scientific knowledge, particularly in areas such as field geology, and it is in the interest of both science and human spaceflight that a credible and well-rationalized strategy of coordination between them be developed. Crucially, human spaceflight objectives should broadly align with key national objectives. These more tangible benefits exist within a larger context. Exploration provides an opportunity to demonstrate space leadership while deeply engaging international partners, to inspire the next generation of scientists and engineers, and to shape human perceptions of our place in the universe. The committee concludes that the ultimate goal of human exploration is to chart a path for human expansion into the solar system. This is an ambitious goal, but one worthy of U.S. leadership in concert with a broad range of international partners. The committee's task was to review the U.S. plans for human spaceflight and to offer possible alternatives. In doing so, it assessed the programs within the current human spaceflight portfolio, considered capabilities and technologies a future program might require, and considered the roles of commercial industry and our international partners in this enterprise. From these deliberations, the committee developed 5 integrated alternatives for the U.S. human spaceflight program, including an executable version of the current program. The considerations and the 5 alternatives are summarized in the pages that follow. Key questions to guide the plan for human spaceflight. The committee identified the following questions that, if answered, would form the basis of a plan for U.S. human spaceflight. 1. What should be the future of the Space Shuttle? 2. What should be the future of the International Space Station, ISS? 3. On what should the next heavy lift launch vehicle be based? 4. How should crews be carried to low Earth orbit? 5. What is the most practicable strategy for exploration beyond low Earth orbit? The committee considers the framing and answering of these questions individually and consistently to be at least as important as their combinations in the integrated options for a human spaceflight program, which are discussed below. Some 3,000 alternatives can be derived from the various possible answers to these questions. These were narrowed to the 5 representative families of integrated options that are offered in this report. In these 5 families, the committee examined the interactions of the decisions, particularly with regard to cost and schedule. Other reasonable and consistent combinations of the choices are possible, each with its own cost and schedule implications, and these could also be considered as alternatives. Current programs. Before addressing options for the future human exploration program, it is appropriate to discuss the current programs: the Space Shuttle, the International Space Station and Constellation, as well as the looming problem of the gap, the time that will elapse between the scheduled completion of the Space Shuttle program and the advent of a new U.S. capability to lift humans into space. Space Shuttle. What should be the future of the Space Shuttle? The current plan is to retire it at the end of fiscal year 2010, with its final flight scheduled for the last month of that fiscal year. Although the current administration has relaxed the requirement to complete the last mission before the end of fiscal year 2010, there are no funds in the fiscal year 2011 budget for continuing shuttle operations. In considering the future of the shuttle, the committee assessed the realism of the current schedule, examined issues related to the shuttle workforce, reliability, and cost, and weighed the risks and possible benefits of a shuttle extension. The committee noted that the projected flight rate is nearly twice that of the actual flight rate since return to flight in 2005 after the Columbia accident 2 years earlier. Recognizing that undue schedule and budget pressure can subtly impose a negative influence on safety, the committee finds that a more realistic schedule is prudent. With the remaining flights likely to stretch into the second quarter of fiscal year 2011, the committee considers it important to budget for shuttle operations through that time. Although a thorough analysis of shuttle safety was not part of its charter, the committee did examine the shuttle safety record and reliability, as well as the results of other reviews of these topics. New human-rated launch vehicles will likely be more reliable once they reach maturity, but in the meantime, the shuttle is in the enviable position of being through its infant mortality phase. Its flight experience and demonstrated reliability should not be discounted. Once the shuttle is retired, there will be a gap in the capability of the United States itself to launch humans into space. That gap will extend until the next U.S. human-rated launch system becomes available. The committee estimates that, under the current plan, this gap will be at least 7 years. There has not been this long a gap in U.S. human launch capability since the U.S. human space program began. Most of the integrated options presented below would retire the shuttle after a prudent fly-out of the current manifest, indicating that the committee found the interim reliance on international crew services acceptable. However, one option does provide for an extension of the shuttle at a minimum safe flight rate to preserve U.S. capability to launch astronauts into space. If that option is selected, there should be a thorough review of shuttle recertification and overall shuttle reliability to ensure that the risk associated with that extension would be acceptable. The results of the recertification should be reviewed by an independent committee, with the purpose of ensuring that NASA has met the intent behind the relevant recommendation of the Columbia Accident Investigation Board. International Space Station. In considering the future of the International Space Station, the committee asked two basic questions. What is the outlook between now and 2015? Should the ISS be extended beyond 2015? The committee is concerned that the ISS, and particularly its utilization, may be at risk after shuttle retirement. The ISS was designed, assembled, and operated with the capabilities of the Space Shuttle in mind. The present approach to its utilization is based on shuttle-era experience. After shuttle retirement, the ISS will rely on a combination of new international vehicles and as yet unproven U.S. commercial vehicles for cargo transport. Because the planned commercial resupply capability will be crucial to both ISS operations and utilization, it may be prudent to strengthen the incentives to the commercial providers to meet the schedule milestones. Now that the ISS is nearly completed and is staffed by a full crew of 6, its future success will depend on how well it is used. Up to now, the focus has been on assembling the ISS, and this has come at the expense of exploiting its capabilities. Utilization should have first priority in the years ahead. The committee finds that the return on investment from the ISS to both the United States and the international partners would be significantly enhanced by an extension of its life to 2020. It seems unwise to deorbit the station after 25 years of planning and assembly and only 5 years of operational life. A decision not to extend its operation would significantly impair the U.S. ability to develop and lead future international spaceflight partnerships. Further, the return on investment from the ISS would be significantly increased if it were funded at a level allowing it to achieve its full potential, as the nation's newest national laboratory, as an enhanced testbed for technologies and operational techniques that support exploration, and as a management framework that can support expanded international collaboration. The strong and tested working relationship among international partners is perhaps the most important outcome of the ISS program. The partnership expresses a first among equals U.S. leadership style adapted to today's multipolar world. That leadership could extend to exploration, as the ISS partners could engage at an early stage if aspects of exploration beyond low Earth orbit were included in the goals of the partnership agreement. See Figure 1. The Constellation Program. The Constellation Program includes the Ares-1 launch vehicle, capable of launching astronauts to low Earth orbit, the Ares-5 heavy-lift launch vehicle, to send astronauts and equipment to the Moon, the Orion capsule, to carry astronauts to low Earth orbit and beyond, and the Altair lunar lander and lunar surface systems astronauts will need to explore the lunar surface. As the committee assessed the current status and possible future of the Constellation program, it reviewed the technical, budgetary, and schedule challenges that the program faces today. Given the funding upon which it was based, the Constellation program chose a reasonable architecture for human exploration. However, even when it was announced, its budget depended on funds becoming available from the retirement of the Space Shuttle in 2010 and the decommissioning of ISS in early 2016. Since then, as a result of technical and budgetary issues, the development schedules of Ares-1 and Orion have slipped, and work on Ares-5 and Altair has been delayed. Most major vehicle development programs face technical challenges as a normal part of the process, and Constellation is no exception. While significant, these are engineering problems that the committee expects can be solved. But these solutions may add to the program's cost and delay its schedule. The original 2005 schedule showed Ares-1 and Orion available to support the ISS in 2012, 2 years after scheduled shuttle retirement. The current schedule now shows that date as 2015. An independent assessment of the technical, budgetary, and schedule risk to the constellation program performed for the committee indicates that an additional delay of at least 2 years is likely. This means that Ares 1 and Orion will not reach the ISS before the station's currently planned termination, and the length of the gap in U.S. ability to launch astronauts into space will be at least 7 years. The committee also examined the design and development of Orion. Many concepts are possible for crew exploration vehicles, and NASA clearly needs a new spacecraft for travel beyond low Earth orbit. The committee found no compelling evidence that the current design will not be acceptable for its wide variety of tasks in the exploration program. However, the committee is concerned about Orion's recurring costs. The capsule is considerably larger and more massive than previous capsules, e.g. the Apollo capsule, and there is some indication that a smaller and lighter 4-person Orion could reduce operational costs. However, a redesign of this magnitude would likely result in more than a year of additional development time and a significant increase in development cost, so such a redesign should be considered carefully before being implemented. Capability for launch to low Earth orbit and exploration beyond. Heavy lift launch to low Earth orbit and beyond. No one knows the mass or dimensions of the largest hardware that will be required for future exploration missions, but it will likely be significantly larger than 25 metric tons in launch mass to low Earth orbit, which is the capability of current launchers. As the size of the launcher increases, the result is fewer launches and less operational complexity in terms of assembly and/or refueling in space. In short, the net availability of launch capability increases. Combined with considerations of launch availability and on-orbit operations, the committee finds that exploration would benefit from the availability of a heavy lift vehicle. In addition, heavy lift would enable the launching of large scientific observatories and more capable deep space missions. It may also provide benefit in national security applications. The question this raises is, on what system should the next heavy lift launch vehicle be based? Potential approaches to developing heavy lift vehicles are based on NASA heritage, Shuttle and Apollo, and EELV, Evolved Expendable Launch Vehicle heritage. See Figure 2. Each has distinct advantages and disadvantages. In the Ares 5 plus Ares 1 system planned by the Constellation program, the Ares 1 launches the Orion and docks in low Earth orbit with the Altair lander launched on the Ares 5. This configuration has the advantage of projected very high ascent crew safety, but it delays the development of the Ares 5 heavy lift vehicle until after the Ares 1 is developed. In a different, related architecture, the Orion and Altair are launched on 2 separate light versions of the Ares 5, providing for a more robust mission mass and volume margins. Building a single NASA vehicle could reduce carrying and operations costs and accelerate heavy lift development. Of these 2 Ares system alternatives, the committee finds the Ares 5 Lite used in the dual mode for lunar missions to be the preferred reference case. The shuttle-derived family consists of inline and side-mount vehicles substantially derived from the shuttle, thereby providing greater workforce continuity. The development cost of the more shuttle-derived system would be lower, but it would be less capable than the Ares 5 family and have higher recurring costs. The lower lift capability could eventually be offset by developing on-orbit refueling. The EELV heritage systems have the least lift capacity, requiring almost twice as many launches as the Ares family to attain equal performance. If on-orbit refueling were developed and used, the number of launches could be reduced, but operational complexity would increase. However, the EELV approach would also represent a new way of doing business for NASA, which would have the benefit of potentially lowering development and operational costs. This would come at the expense of ending a substantial portion of the internal NASA capability to develop and operate launchers. It would also require that NASA and the Department of Defense jointly develop the new system. All of the options would benefit from the development of in-space refueling, and the smaller rockets would benefit most of all. A potential government-guaranteed market to provide fuel in low Earth orbit would create a strong stimulus to the commercial launch industry. The committee cautions against the tradition of designing for ultimate performance at the expense of reliability, operational efficiency, and life cycle cost. Crew access to low Earth orbit. How should U.S. astronauts be transported to low Earth orbit? There are two basic approaches: a government-operated system and a commercial transport service. The current Constellation program plan is to use the government-operated Ares-1 launch vehicle and the Orion crew capsule. However, the committee found that, because of technical and budget issues, the Ares-1 schedule no longer supports ISS needs. Ares-1 was designed to a high safety standard to provide astronauts with access to low Earth orbit at lower risk and a considerably higher level of safety than is available today. To achieve this, it uses a high-reliability rocket and a crew capsule with a launch escape system. But other combinations of high-reliability rockets and capsules with escape systems could also provide that safety. The committee was unconvinced that enough is known about any of the potential high-reliability launcher plus capsule systems to distinguish their levels of safety in a meaningful way. The United States needs a means of launching astronauts to low Earth orbit, but it does not necessarily have to be provided by the government. As we move from the complex reusable shuttle back to a simpler, smaller capsule, it is appropriate to consider turning this transport service over to the commercial sector. This approach is not without technical and programmatic risks, but it creates the possibility of lower operating costs for the system and potentially accelerates the availability of U.S. access to low Earth orbit by about a year to 2016. If this option is chosen, the committee suggests establishing a new competition for this service, in which both large and small companies could participate. Lowering the cost of space exploration. The cost of exploration is dominated by the costs of launch to low Earth orbit and of in-space systems. It seems improbable that significant reductions in launch costs will be realized in the short term until launch rates increase substantially, perhaps through expanded commercial activity in space. How can the nation stimulate such activity? In the 1920s, the federal government awarded a series of guaranteed contracts for carrying airmail, stimulating the growth of the airline industry. The committee concludes that an exploration architecture employing a similar policy of guaranteed contracts has the potential to stimulate a vigorous and competitive commercial space industry. Such commercial ventures could include the supply of cargo to the ISS, planning for which is already underway by NASA and industry, see Figure 3, transport of crew to orbit, and transport of fuel to orbit. Establishing these commercial opportunities could increase launch volume and potentially lower costs to NASA and all other launch services customers. This would have the additional benefit of focusing NASA on a more challenging role, permitting it to concentrate its efforts where its inherent capability resides, in developing cutting-edge technologies and concepts, defining programs, and overseeing the development and operation of exploration systems. In the 1920s, the federal government also supported the growth of air transportation by investing in technology. The committee strongly believes it is time for NASA to reassume its crucial role of developing new technologies for space. Today, the alternatives available for exploration systems are severely limited because of the lack of a strategic investment in technology development in past decades. NASA now has an opportunity to generate a technology roadmap that aligns with an exploration mission that will last for decades. If appropriately funded, a technology development program would re-engage minds at American universities, in industry, and within NASA. The investments should be designed to increase the capabilities and reduce the costs of future exploration. This will benefit human and robotic exploration, the commercial space community, and other U.S. government users alike. Figure 3. Congressional Guidance in Fiscal Year 2008, NASA Authorization and Appropriation Acts and other national policies concerning commercial use of space and commercial crew capabilities. Source: U.S. Government. 2008 Authorization Act. A. In general, in order to stimulate commercial use of space, help maximize the utility and productivity of the International Space Station, and enable a commercial means of providing crew transfer and crew rescue services for the International Space Station, NASA shall 1. Make use of United States commercially provided International Space Station crew transfer and crew rescue services to the maximum extent practicable, if those commercial services have demonstrated the capability to meet NASA-specified ascent, entry, and International Space Station proximity operations safety requirements. 2. Limit, to the maximum extent practicable, the use of the crew exploration vehicle to missions carrying astronauts beyond low Earth orbit once commercial crew transfer and crew rescue services that meet safety requirements become operational. 3. Facilitate, to the maximum extent practicable, the transfer of NASA-developed technologies to potential United States commercial crew transfer and rescue service providers, consistent with U.S. states law, and 4. Issue a notice of intent not later than 180 days after the date of enactment of this Act to enter into a funded, competitively awarded Space Act agreement with 2 or more commercial entities for a Phase 1 Commercial Orbital Transportation Services Crewed Vehicle Demonstration Program. 2008 Appropriations Act encouraged NASA to consider exercising its option for the Commercial Cargo Capability (COTS) Capability D crew transport as soon as possible. National Security Presidential Directive 49. Departments and agencies shall use commercial space capabilities and services to the maximum practical extent. End of Section 2. Section 3 of Seeking a Human Spaceflight Program Worthy of a Great Nation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in July 2020. Seeking a Human Spaceflight Program Worthy of a Great Nation by the Review of U.S. Human Spaceflight Plans Committee. Executive Summary, Part 2. Future Destinations for Exploration. What is the strategy for exploration beyond low Earth orbit? Humans could embark on many paths to explore the inner solar system, most particularly the following. Mars first, with a Mars landing, perhaps after a brief test of equipment and procedures on the Moon. Moon first, with lunar surface exploration focused on developing the capability to explore Mars. A flexible path to inner solar system locations, such as lunar orbit, Lagrange points, near-Earth objects, and the moons of Mars, followed by exploration of the lunar surface and/or Martian surface. A human landing followed by an extended human presence on Mars stands prominently above all other opportunities for exploration. Mars is unquestionably the most scientifically interesting destination in the inner solar system, with a planetary history much like Earth's. It possesses resources that can be used for life support and propellants. If humans are ever to live for long periods on another planetary surface, it is likely to be on Mars. But Mars is not an easy place to visit with existing technology and without a substantial investment of resources. The committee finds that Mars is the ultimate destination for human exploration of the inner solar system, but it is not the best first destination. What about the Moon first, then Mars? By first exploring the Moon, we could develop the operational skills and technology for landing on, launching from, and working on a planetary surface. In the process, we could acquire an understanding of human adaptation to another world that would one day allow us to go to Mars. There are two main strategies for exploring the Moon. Both begin with a few short sorties to various sites to scout the region and validate lunar landing and ascent systems. In one strategy, the next step would be to build a lunar base. Over many missions, a small colony of habitats would be assembled, and explorers would begin to live there for many months, conducting scientific studies and prospecting for resources to use as fuel. In the other strategy, sorties would continue to different sites, spending weeks and then months at each one. More equipment would have to be brought to the lunar surface on each trip, but more diverse sites would be explored and in greater detail. There is a third possible path for human exploration beyond low Earth orbit, which the committee calls the flexible path. On this path, humans would visit sites never visited before and extend our knowledge of how to operate in space, while traveling greater and greater distances from Earth. Successive missions would visit lunar orbit, the Lagrange points, special points in space that are important sites for scientific observations and the future space transportation infrastructure, and near-Earth objects, asteroids and spent comets that cross the Earth's path, and orbit around Mars. Most interestingly, humans could rendezvous with the moon of Mars, then coordinate with or control robots on the Martian surface, taking advantage of the relatively short communication times. At least initially, astronauts would not travel into the deep gravity wells of the lunar and Martian surface, deferring the cost of developing human landing and surface systems. The flexible path represents a different type of exploration strategy. We would learn how to live and work in space, to visit small bodies, and to work with robotic probes on the planetary surface. It would provide the public and other stakeholders with a series of interesting firsts to keep them engaged and supportive. Most important, because the path is flexible, it would allow for many different options as exploration progresses, including a return to the Moon's surface or a continuation directly to the surface of Mars. The committee finds that both Moon First and Flexible Path are viable exploration strategies. It also finds that they are not necessarily mutually exclusive. Before traveling to Mars, we might be well served to both extend our presence in free space and gain experience working on the lunar surface. Integrated program options. The committee has identified 5 principal alternatives for the human spaceflight program. They include one baseline case, which the committee considers to be an executable version of the current program of record, funded to achieve its state exploration goals, as well as 4 alternatives. These options and several derivatives are summarized in Figure 4. The committee was asked to provide 2 options that fit within the fiscal year 2010 budget profile. This funding is essentially flat or decreasing through 2014, then increases at 1.4% per year thereafter, less than the 2.4% per year used by the committee to estimate cost inflation. The first 2 options are constrained to the existing budget. Option 1. Program of record as assessed by the committee, constrained to the fiscal year 2010 budget. This option is the program of record, with only 2 changes the committee deems necessary, providing funds for the shuttle into fiscal year 2011 and including sufficient funds to deorbit the ISS in 2016. When constrained to this budget profile, Ares 1 and Orion are not available until after the ISS has been deorbited. The heavy lift vehicle Ares 5 is not available until the late 2020s, and there are insufficient funds to develop the lunar lander and lunar surface systems until well into the 2030s, if ever. Option 2. ISS and lunar exploration, constrained to fiscal year 2010 budget. This option extends the ISS to 2020 and begins a program of lunar exploration using a derivative of Ares 5, referred to here as the Ares 5 Light. The option assumes completion of the shuttle manifest in fiscal year 2011, and it includes a technology development program, a program to develop commercial services to transport crew to low Earth orbit, and funds for enhanced utilization of the ISS. This option does not deliver heavy lift capability until the late 2020s and does not have funds to develop the systems needed to land on or explore the Moon in the next 2 decades. The remaining 3 alternatives fit a different budget profile, one that the committee judged more appropriate for an exploration program designed to carry humans beyond low Earth orbit. This budget increases to $3 billion above the fiscal year 2010 guidance by fiscal year 2014, then grows with inflation at what the committee assumes to be 2.4% per year. Option 3. Baseline case. Implementable program of record. This is an executable version of the program of record. It consists of the content and sequence of that program: deorbiting the ISS in 2016, developing Orion, Ares 1 and Ares 5, and beginning exploration of the Moon using the Altair lander and lunar surface systems. The committee made only 2 additions it felt essential: budgeting for the completion of remaining flights on the shuttle manifest in 2011, and including additional funds for the deorbit of the ISS. The committee's assessment is that, under this funding profile, the option delivers Ares 1 and Orion in fiscal year 2017, with human lunar return in the mid-2020s. Option 4. Moon First. This option preserves the Moon as the first destination for human exploration beyond low Earth orbit. It also extends the ISS to 2020, funds technology advancement, and uses commercial vehicles to carry crew to low Earth orbit. There are 2 significantly different variants to this option. Both develop the Orion, the Altair lander, and lunar surface systems as in the baseline case. Variant 4A is the Ares 5 Light variant. This option retires the shuttle in fiscal year 2011 and develops the Ares 5 Light heavy lift launcher for lunar exploration. Variant 4B is the shuttle extension variant. It offers the only foreseeable way to eliminate the gap in U.S. human launch capability by extending the shuttle to 2015 at a minimum safe flight rate. It also takes advantage of synergy with the shuttle by developing a heavy lift vehicle that is more directly shuttle-derived than the Ares family of vehicles. Both variants of Option 4 permit human lunar return by the mid-2020s. Option 5. Flexible Path. This option follows the flexible path as an exploration strategy. It operates the shuttle into fiscal year 2011, extends the ISS until 2020, funds technology advancement, and develops commercial services to transport crew to low Earth orbit. There are 3 variants within this option. They all use the Orion Crew Exploration Vehicle, together with new in-space habitats and propulsion systems. The variants differ only in the heavy lift vehicle used. Variant 5A is the Ares 5 Light variant. It develops the Ares 5 Light, the most capable of the heavy lift vehicles in this option. Variant 5B employs an EELV Heritage commercial heavy lift launcher and assumes a different, and significantly reduced, role for NASA. It has an advantage of potentially lower operational costs, but requires significant restructuring of NASA. Variant 5C uses a shuttle-derived heavy-lift vehicle, taking maximum advantage of existing infrastructure, facilities, and production capabilities. All variants of Option 5 begin exploration along the flexible path in the early 2020s, with lunar flybys, visits to Lagrange points and near-Earth objects, and Mars flybys, occurring at a rate of about one major event per year, and possible rendezvous with Mars's moons or a human lunar return by the mid to late 2020s. The committee has found two executable options that comply with the fiscal year budget profile. However, neither allows for a viable exploration program. In fact, the committee finds that no plan compatible with the fiscal year 2010 budget profile permits human exploration to continue in any meaningful way. The committee further finds that it is possible to conduct a viable exploration program with a budget rising to about $3 billion annually in real purchasing power above the fiscal year 2010 budget profile. At this budget level, both the Moon First and the Flexible Path strategies begin human exploration on a reasonable but not aggressive timetable. The committee believes an exploration program that will be a source of pride for the nation requires resources at such a level. Organizational and programmatic issues. How might NASA organize to explore? The NASA administrator needs to be given the authority to manage NASA's resources, including its workforce and facilities. It is noted that even the best-managed human spaceflight programs will encounter developmental problems. Such activities must be adequately funded, including reserves to account for the unforeseen and unforeseeable. Good management is especially difficult when funds cannot be moved from one human spaceflight budget line to another, and where additional funds can ordinarily be obtained only after a 2-year delay, if at all. NASA would become a more effective organization if it were given the flexibility possible under the law to establish and manage its programs. Finally, significant space achievements require continuity of support over many years. Program changes should be made based on future costs and future benefits, and then only for compelling reasons. NASA and its human spaceflight program are in need of stability in both resources and direction. This report, of course, offers options that represent changes to the present program, along with the pros and cons of those possible changes. It is necessarily left to the decision maker to determine whether these changes rise to the threshold of compelling. Summary of principal findings. The committee summarizes its principal findings below. Additional findings are included in the body of the report. The right mission and the right size. NASA's budget should match its mission and goals. Further, NASA should be given the ability to shape its organization and infrastructure accordingly while maintaining facilities deemed to be of national importance. International partnerships. The US can lead a bold new international effort in the human exploration of space. If international partners are actively engaged, including on the critical path to success, there could be substantial benefits to foreign relations, and more overall resources could become available to the human spaceflight program. Short-term space shuttle planning. The remaining shuttle manifest should be flown in a safe and prudent manner without undue schedule pressure. This manifest will likely extend operation into the second quarter of fiscal year 2011. It is important to budget for this likelihood. The human spaceflight gap. Under current conditions, the gap in US ability to launch astronauts into space will stretch to at least 7 years. The committee did not identify any credible approach employing new capabilities that could shorten the gap to less than 6 years. The only way to significantly close the gap is to extend the life of the shuttle program. Extending the International Space Station. The return on investment on both the United States and our international partners would be significantly enhanced by an extension of the life of the ISS. A decision not to extend its operation would significantly impair U.S. ability to develop and lead future international spaceflight partnerships. Heavy lift. A heavy lift launch capability to low Earth orbit, combined with the ability to inject heavy payloads away from the Earth, is beneficial to exploration. It will also be useful to the national security space and scientific communities. The committee reviewed the Ares family of launchers, shuttle-derived vehicles, and launchers derived from the Evolved Expendable Launch Vehicle family. Each approach has advantages and disadvantages, trading capability, life cycle costs, maturity, operational complexity, and the way of doing business within the program and NASA. Commercial launch of crew to low Earth orbit. Commercial services to deliver crew to low Earth orbit are within reach. While this presents some risk, it could provide an earlier capability at lower initial and life cycle costs than government could achieve. A new competition with adequate incentives to perform this service should be open to all U.S. aerospace companies. This would allow NASA to focus on more challenging roles, including human exploration beyond low Earth orbit based on the continued development of the current or modified Orion spacecraft. Technology development for exploration and commercial space. Investment in a well-designed and adequately funded space technology program is critical to enable progress in exploration. Exploration strategies can proceed more readily and economically if the requisite technology has been developed in advance. This investment will also benefit robotic exploration, the U.S. commercial space industry, the academic community, and other U.S. government users. Pathways to Mars. Mars is the ultimate destination for human exploration to the inner solar system, but it is not the best first destination. Visiting the Moon first and following the flexible path are both viable exploration strategies. The two are not necessarily mutually exclusive. Before traveling to Mars, we could extend our presence in free space and gain experience working on the lunar surface. Options for the human spaceflight program. The committee developed 5 alternatives for the human spaceflight program. It found human exploration beyond low Earth orbit is not viable under the fiscal year 2010 budget guideline. Meaningful human exploration is possible under a less constrained budget, increasing annual expenditures by approximately $3 billion in real purchasing power above the fiscal year 2010 guidance. Funding at the increased level would allow either an exploration program to explore the Moon first or one that follows the flexible path. Either could produce significant results in a reasonable timeframe. End of section 3.
Section 4 of Seeking a Human Spaceflight Program Worthy of a Great Nation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Seeking a Human Spaceflight Program Worthy of a Great Nation by the Review of U.S. Human Spaceflight Plans Committee. Chapter 1 Introduction. The Executive Office of the President established the Review of U.S. Human Spaceflight Plans Committee to develop options in support of planning for U.S. human spaceflight activities beyond the retirement of the Space Shuttle. The committee was asked to review the program of record and offer prospective alternatives, not to recommend a specific future course for the human spaceflight program. The committee consisted of 10 individuals versed in the history, challenges, and existing policies and plans for human spaceflight, members representing a broad and diverse set of views on spaceflight's possible future. The committee's deliberations in its 7 public sessions were informed by dozens of briefings, several site visits, and hundreds of documents received directly or through its website. The current U.S. human spaceflight program appears to be on an unsustainable trajectory. It is perpetuating the perilous practice of pursuing goals that are often admirable, but which do not match available resources. President Kennedy stated, "We choose to do these things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard." And indeed, space operations are among the most complex and demanding activities ever undertaken by humans. It really is rocket science. Space operations become all the more difficult when means do not match aspirations. Such is the case today. The human spaceflight program, in the opinion of this committee, is at a tipping point where either additional funds must be provided, or the exploration program first instituted by President Kennedy must be abandoned, at least for the time being. America continues to enjoy a clear global leadership role in space capabilities. NASA's accomplishments are legion. Foremost among these is the landing of 12 astronauts on the Moon and returning them all safely to Earth. At that time, optimism was such that a study chaired by then Vice President Agnew provided options to place humans on Mars by the mid-1980s, less than 2 decades after the initial lunar landing. But that was 40 years ago. The last person to stand on the Moon returned to Earth 37 years ago. Since the end of the Apollo program, no American has traveled more than 386 miles from the surface of the Earth. Some 70% of Americans living today had not yet been born at the time of Apollo 11. Today, the nation faces important decisions about the future of human spaceflight. Will we again leave the close proximity of low Earth orbit and explore the solar system, charting a path for the eventual expansion of human civilization into space? If so, how will we ensure that our exploration delivers the greatest benefit to the nation? Can we explore with reasonable assurance of human safety? And can the nation marshal the resources to embark on the mission? Although there remain significant potential barriers to prolonged deep space operations, which deserve greater attention than they are currently receiving, for example, adaptation of humans to the microgravity and radiation environments of space away from the protective features of the Earth, the principal barrier to space operations continues to be its high cost compared with the resources that have been available. Space exploration, initially a competitive pursuit, has become a global enterprise. Many other nations have aspirations in space, and the combined annual budgets of their space programs are comparable to NASA's. If the U.S. is willing to lead a global program of exploration, sharing both the burdens and benefits of space exploration in a meaningful way, significant benefits could follow. Actively engaging international partners in a manner adapted to today's multipolar world could strengthen geopolitical relationships, leverage global financial and technological resources, and enhance the exploration enterprise. In addition, there is now a burgeoning commercial space industry. Given the appropriate incentives, this industry might help overcome a long-standing problem. The cost of admission to a variety of space activities strongly depends on the cost of reaching low Earth orbit. These costs become even greater when, as is the circumstance today, large sums are paid to develop new launch systems, but those systems are used only infrequently. It seems improbable that order of magnitude reductions in launch costs will be realized until launch rates increase substantially. But this is a chicken and egg problem. The early airlines faced a similar barrier, which was finally resolved when the federal government awarded a series of guaranteed contracts for carrying the mail. A corresponding action may be required if space is ever to become broadly accessible. If we craft a space architecture to provide opportunities to industry, creating an assured initial market, there is the potential, not without risk, that the eventual cost to the government could be reduced substantially. Significantly, we are more experienced than we were in 1961, and we are able to build on that experience as we design an exploration program. If, after designing cleverly, building alliances with partners, and engaging commercial providers, the nation cannot afford to fund the effort to pursue the goals it would like to embrace, it should accept the disappointment of setting lesser goals. Whatever space program is ultimately selected, it must be matched with the resources needed for its execution. Here lies NASA's greatest peril of the past, present, and, absent decisive action, future. These challenging initiatives must be adequately funded, including reserves to account for the unforeseen and unforeseeable. Can we explore with reasonable assurance of human safety? Human space travel has many benefits, but it is an inherently dangerous endeavor. Past gains in launch systems reliability and safety have been realized at a painfully slow pace. Predictive models have generally proved unsatisfactory in accurately forecasting absolute reliability. Many actual failures have been attributable to causes not included in most reliability models. For example, process errors, design flaws, and, less frequently, operational errors. A great deal has been learned in building more reliable space systems, and this is not to suggest otherwise. Rather, it is to confirm that this is an area deserving continuing attention. Human safety can never be absolutely assured, but throughout this report, safety is treated as the sine qua non. Concepts falling short in human safety have simply been eliminated from consideration. For example, no options proceeding directly to Mars have been offered as alternatives, because the committee believes the state of technology, the understanding of risks, and the available operational experience are sufficiently immature, irrespective of the budgetary limitations, to commit to such an endeavor. How will we explore to deliver the greatest benefit to the nation? Planning for a human spaceflight program should begin with a choice of goals, rather than a choice of destinations. Destinations should derive from goals, and alternative architectures may be weighed against those goals. There is now a strong consensus in the United States that the next step in human spaceflight should be to travel beyond low Earth orbit. This promises to provide important benefits to society, including driving technological innovation, developing commercial industries and important national capabilities, and contributing to our expertise in further exploration. Human explorations can contribute appropriately to the expansion of scientific knowledge, especially field geology, and it is in the interest of both science and human spaceflight that a credible and well-rationalized strategy of coordination between the two endeavors be developed. Robotic spacecraft will play an important role as a precursor to human spaceflight activities. The committee concluded that the ultimate goal of human exploration is to chart a path for human expansion into the solar system. This is an ambitious goal, but one worthy of U.S. leadership in concert with a broad range of international partners. With regard to the human spaceflight program itself, the committee has been deluged with strongly and genuinely held, frequently conflicting, beliefs as to the program's proper composition. For example, the following statements appeared in 6 different communications that happened to come across the committee chairman's desk within minutes of each other. As an American, having NASA field a retro reenactment of the Apollo program to get back to the moon a half-century after we sent people there for the first time is humiliating. From a safety and continuity standpoint, the next step in space must be a return to the moon. I am an aerospace engineer master's candidate. My classmates' options are working for monolithic bureaucracies where their creativity will be crushed by program cancellations, cost overruns, and risk aversion. It is no surprise that many of them choose to work in finance. We remember the past well and remind ourselves often of long-gone civilizations whose innovations in science, technology, and learning yielded knowledge that served as beacons of brilliance, but who lost the spark and faded. Going back to the moon takes us into an intellectual and political cul-de-sac. The audacity to go to the moon was perhaps the 20th century's greatest illustration of America's optimism. Present generations of Americans need to capture some of that audacity. A primary issue in formulating a human spaceflight plan is its affordability. In the way of background, figures 1-4, 1-5, and 1-6 present the overall NASA budget trend over time in absolute terms and in relation to the GDP and the federal budget, respectively. The trend in funding the human spaceflight portion of NASA's portfolio is shown in figure 1-7. Today, the human spaceflight program costs each citizen about 7 cents a day. So what should America's human spaceflight program look like? Before answering that question, we must face an underlying reality. We are where we are. The committee thus identified 5 questions that could form the basis of a plan for U.S. human spaceflight. What should be the future of the space shuttle? What should be the future of the International Space Station? On what should the next heavy lift launch vehicle be based? How should crew be carried to low Earth orbit? What is the most practicable strategy for exploration beyond low Earth orbit? The committee considers the framing of these questions in a consistent way to be at least as important as their combinations in the integrated options for a human spaceflight plan. The committee assessed the programs within the current human spaceflight portfolio, considered capabilities and technologies that a future program might require, and examined the roles of commercial industry and our international partners in this enterprise. A human landing and extended human presence on Mars stand prominently above all other opportunities for exploration. Mars is unquestionably the most scientifically interesting destination in the inner solar system. It possesses resources which can be used for life support and propellants. If humans are ever to live for long periods with intention of extended settlement on another planetary surface, it is likely to be on Mars. But Mars is not an easy place to visit with existing technology and without a substantial investment in resources. The committee concluded that Mars is the ultimate destination for human exploration of the inner solar system, but, as already noted, it is not the best first destination. The committee thus addressed several possible strategies for exploration beyond low Earth orbit. We could choose to explore the Moon first, with lunar surface exploration focused on developing the capability to explore Mars. Or we could choose to follow a flexible path to successively distant or challenging destinations, such as lunar orbit, Lagrange points, near-Earth objects, or the moons of Mars, which could lead to the possible exploration of the lunar surface and/or Martian surface. As a result of its deliberations, the committee developed 5 integrated options for the U.S. spaceflight program that the committee deems representative, 1 baseline case, founded upon the Constellation program, and 4 alternatives. 2 of the options are constrained to the FY 2010 budget profile. The remaining 3 options, including the baseline, fit a less constrained budget. It was possible to define some 3,000 potential options from the set of parameters considered. Hence, the options presented here should be thought of as representative families. Various program additions and deletions among these families are also plausible, with appropriate budget adjustments, including a proper accounting of the many independent facets of these integrated options. Several of these derivatives are discussed in this report. The committee considers it important for any exploration strategy to offer a spectrum of choices that provides periodic milestone accomplishments as well as a continuum of investment cost options. Unfortunately, for all options examined, the entry cost for human exploration is indeed significant, and for the more inspiring options there does not seem to be a cost continuum. Put another way, there is a sizable difference in the cost of programs between those operating in low Earth orbit and those exploring beyond low Earth orbit. Clearly, a more penetrating analysis into any choice will be required before fully embarking upon it. However, the committee believes it has fairly represented the most plausible courses. It bases this assessment in part on the extraordinary supporting effort provided by NASA personnel, an effort that was forthright, competent, and, in the NASA spirit, can-do. The committee also benefited significantly from prior independent reviews of NASA activities. In addition, the committee contracted with the Aerospace Corporation to provide independent assessments. During the committee's deliberations, it was informed by day-long public meetings in Houston, Texas, Huntsville, Alabama, and Cocoa Beach, Florida, as well as 5 days of meetings in Washington, D.C. In addition, its subcommittees held meetings in Denver, Colorado, Decatur, Alabama, Huntsville, Alabama, Mchaffie, Louisiana, Hawthorne, California, El Segundo, California, and Dulles, Virginia. The group conducted numerous teleconference and videoconference preparatory sessions and communicated frequently by email, over 1,700 emails in the chairman's case. Seeking to benefit from the views of the public, the committee established a website and Facebook site, used Twitter, conducted all decisional meetings in public sessions, meetings that were also carried on NASA TV, provided opportunity for public comment at 5 of the formal meetings, testified before committees of both the House and Senate, and held 7 press conferences. Participation by the public was extensive, and the committee made use of that input. It is heartening to note that the public still strongly supports the overall efforts of NASA. Finally, it is reasonable to ask whether a review over several months is sufficient to offer the options presented here. Certainly, the issues at hand demand a broad and detailed understanding of the human spaceflight program, ranging from an awareness of the impact of galactic cosmic rays on the human body to the fact that the hook height at NASA's Mchaffie assembly facility will only allow the manufacturing of a stage with a diameter of 33 feet. Each of the committee members had accrued extensive experience with spaceflight issues long before the beginning of this review. For example, the members cumulatively have amassed 245 days in orbit, 6 flights into space, 293 years working on space matters, 175 years in science, 144 years in engineering, 143 years in engineering management, 61 years in space operations, 77 years in government, 35 years in the military, and 160 years in the private sector. These totals reflect the overlap of some of these categories. The committee believes that the options presented here, if matched with appropriate funds, provide a reasonable foundation for selecting a human spaceflight program worthy of a great nation. End of Section 4. Recording by Todd.
Section 5 of Seeking a Human Spaceflight Program Worthy of a Great Nation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by BettyB. Seeking a Human Spaceflight Program Worthy of a Great Nation by the Review of U.S. Human Spaceflight Plans Committee. Chapter 2.0 U.S. Human Spaceflight Historical Review. In human spaceflight, as in other endeavors, a review of the past can help provide perspective in planning for the future. This chapter, noting the findings of some earlier space program assessments, seeks to provide such perspective. In 1961, President John F. Kennedy forcefully and publicly focused the nation's nascent space program on a single goal. U.S. astronauts would set foot on the surface of the moon before the end of the decade and return safely. More feasible than a mission to Mars, and with better prospect of preceding the Soviets than seeking to develop an orbiting space station, the lunar landing would ensure U.S. standing as the leader in the world's most prominent exploration competition. Kennedy's challenge to NASA and the nation was an audacious one, given that at the time he made it in 1961, no American had even reached Earth orbit. President Kennedy markedly accelerated the U.S. space program, but he did not initiate it. NASA was established in 1958. President Dwight Eisenhower supported human missions to low Earth orbit and beyond, but he emphasized fiscal restraint in the effort. According to George Low, at the time NASA Chief of Manned Spaceflight, a desirable lunar program should have project costs kept in balance with expected returns and within the foreseeable NASA budget. By the 1960s, the drive to meet the end-of-decade goal superseded those restraints. The outcome of the so-called space race was not a foregone conclusion. Among numerous Soviet achievements, it was a cosmonaut who was the first human to orbit the Earth, and another to first conduct extravehicular activity. The U.S. Mercury and Gemini programs achieved their objectives of developing and flight testing the kinds of equipment and procedures that would be needed in a lunar mission. But in 1967, with less than 3 years remaining before the deadline set by President Kennedy, fire broke out in the pure oxygen environment of the Apollo 1 command module during a ground test, resulting in the death of the 3 astronauts on board. Despite the delay from the accident and its aftermath, on July 20, 1969, Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin of Apollo 11 became the first humans to set foot on a celestial body beyond our own, while Mike Collins orbited above, preparing for the return to Earth. 10 more astronauts on 5 more Apollo missions would reach the lunar surface. Big goals are energizing for individuals and for national efforts. See Figure 2-1. But the problem with focusing on a single, all-consuming objective is the letdown that can ensue after the objective is achieved. Public interest appeared to wane during the course of succeeding lunar missions. NASA had ambitious set of plans to follow Apollo. Space stations would orbit the Earth. A more permanent lunar presence would be established by 1982. Proposed hardware included a space tug and a nuclear-powered shuttle. The first crewed landing on Mars would take place by the mid-1980s. By 1990, there would be 100 humans in low Earth orbit, 48 on the Moon, and 72 on Mars and its moons. Most of that never came to pass. Since 1972, the year of the last Apollo lunar mission, no human has ventured farther from the Earth's surface than 386 miles. President Richard Nixon did not end the space program, but he did much to scale it back. The trajectory of the NASA budget shifted downward. The Nixon administration was responding not only to the perceived decline in public support for far-reaching human space exploration, but also to the economic decline at the time. When a task group established by the administration presented options that included a lunar return and a program aimed at Mars, the president confined the nation's crew-carrying space ventures instead to low Earth orbit. The keystone of the redefined initiative was the Space Shuttle, the reusable departure from the expendable transport systems used until that time, capable of launching as a rocket and landing as an aircraft. The economic case for the shuttle was that it would provide dependable, high-frequency access to orbit with relatively low cost. Government payloads, both civil and military, would be delivered aboard the orbiter as well as commercial satellites. On some missions, the vehicle would serve as an orbiting laboratory. Despite its unprecedented technical complexity, the shuttle's development budget was constrained, eliminating design options such as a fully reusable two-stage configuration. The first space shuttle reached orbit in April 1981, a little less than a decade after President Nixon announced the program in 1972. Launch frequency never approached original expectations, and the cost per mission turned out to be far greater than what was forecast. The plan to launch on nearly a weekly basis was cut to 24 flights per year, and even that proved unattainable. By January of 1986, 5 orbiters had flown 4 test flights and 20 operational missions. On the morning of January 28, 1986, Space Shuttle Challenger was destroyed in an explosion 73 seconds after launch. The accident claimed the lives of all 7 crew members. The presidential commission that investigated the accident, chaired by William Rogers, called for measures to correct critical design flaws in the shuttle, as well as to correct management shortcomings it identified at NASA. The commission advocated reasonable expectations for the shuttle program, urging that the space agency establish a flight rate that is consistent with its resources. After the shuttle had been flying a variety of missions for a number of years, its primary purpose evolved to constructing and supporting space stations. Both the U.S. and the Soviet Union began operating orbiting platforms for research and other functions in the early 1970s. In his 1984 State of the Union address, President Ronald Reagan announced plans to construct what became known as Space Station Freedom. James Beggs, NASA administrator at the time, called this permanent orbiting facility the next logical step in space exploration. For President Reagan, the international project served as an element of foreign policy, helping to reinforce ties with allied nations. Later, after the end of the Soviet Union, but before any joint space station was built, the station concept was promoted as a means to help foster cooperation with a former adversary. In fact, Freedom was never built. The decade following the Reagan announcement saw a long series of design studies, redesigns, and cost reassessments. Eventually, the original initiative, which included the US, Europe, Japan, and Canada, was expanded by joining forces with Russia to build the International Space Station. Before construction began, on the International Space Station, the U.S. was building experience with the Russians, flying shuttle missions to the Mir space station and flying NASA astronauts on Soyuz vehicles to long-duration Mir missions. What tasks should a space station perform? Long-term, what should the United States be seeking to accomplish in space? In 1985, the sense in Congress was that it was not getting an adequate response from NASA and the White House, so through legislation, it directed the establishment of an independent commission to examine these questions. Former NASA Administrator Thomas Paine chaired the National Commission on Space, which developed a half-century roadmap for the U.S. civil space program. Among numerous recommendations, the Commission counseled against focusing efforts on a single objective, on the Apollo model with nothing to follow. It stressed program continuity so there would not be another gap like the one between the end of Apollo and the beginning of the shuttle. And it departed from the policy that had prevailed over the previous decade, limiting operational focus to low Earth orbit. Humans were to return to the moon by 2005 and reach Mars by 2015. The impact of the Paine Commission report was diminished by timing. The Challenger accident occurred during the course of the Commission's inquiry. In 1989, on the 20th anniversary of the Apollo 11 moon landing, President George H.W. Bush announced the Space Exploration Initiative, which supported a number of the objectives spelled out in the earlier Paine report, such as missions to the moon and Mars. In the same speech, the President asked Vice President Dan Quayle to lead a National Space Council, which would determine the requirements to fulfill the initiative. NASA Administrator Richard Truly, in turn, established a task force to support that inquiry. Among the findings of this 90-day study, the projected total cost of the proposed lunar and Mars projects over 34 years would be an estimated $541 billion in 1991 dollars. In 1990, Congress zeroed the budget of the Space Exploration Initiative. President Bush, Vice President Quayle, and the Space Council called for a fresh assessment of the long-term prospects of NASA and the U.S. civil space program. To provide that assessment, an advisory committee was established, chaired by Norman R. Augustine, which raised numerous issues, starting with the lack of a national consensus on space program goals. Within NASA, the committee found an overextended agency with shortcomings in budget, project development, personnel practices, and other areas of management, and the committee cited the need for a heavy-lift launch vehicle and a space program balanced between human and robotic flight. The committee said the U.S. civil space program is overly dependent upon the space shuttle for access to space. The committee also stated that the statistical evidence indicates that we are likely to lose another space shuttle in the next several years. Among its prescriptions for improvement, the committee presented a new approach for long-range planning of space exploration projects, in which programs would be tailored to respond to the availability of funding, rather than adhering to a rigid schedule that failed to recognize the impact of funding changes. 12 years later, on February 1, 2003, the nation did lose another shuttle. Columbia, the first orbiter to reach space 22 years earlier, was destroyed during re-entry, with the loss of all 7 members of its crew. The Columbia Accident Investigation Board documented the physical cause of the accident, but also cited organizational and communications failures within NASA that allowed the critical damage to occur and go unaddressed. The report went on to cite a lack over the past 3 decades of any national mandate providing NASA a compelling mission requiring human presence in space. Throughout NASA's history, while human spaceflight efforts garnered the most national attention, the agency continued to launch satellites, deep space probes, and rovers of even greater sophistication. The success of robotic missions such as the Voyager spacecraft to the outer planets fostered debate over the relative value of robotic versus human space exploration. In 1999, NASA Administrator Dan Golden chartered a small internal task force, the Decadal Planning Team, which later evolved into a larger agency-wide team known as the NASA Exploration Team, to investigate the best ways to coordinate human and robotic missions. These teams followed a series of architecture studies over the previous decade, such as the report of General Thomas Stafford and the Synthesis Group, all aimed at charting a renewed course of space exploration. The work of the two NASA teams helped provide the basis for a new policy established by President George W. Bush in 2004, the Vision for Space Exploration. In announcing the vision, the President acknowledged the numerous tangible benefits of space missions in areas such as communications and weather forecasting, but the central purpose he stressed, as reflected in the name of the policy, was exploration, continuing the American tradition of discovery in uncharted territory. The new initiative echoed the earlier Eisenhower policy: fly well beyond Earth's realm, but do it on a fiscally sustainable basis. Leading the agenda set out in the vision was completion of the ISS by 2010. One reason cited was to meet the nation's obligations to its international partners. Another was to investigate the effects on human biology of extended exposure to the space environment, thereby helping to develop the means to sustain astronauts on subsequent long-duration missions. At least initially, the vision did not stress the role of the ISS as a laboratory for other kinds of research. Completion of the ISS depended on returning the space shuttle to flight once safety concerns raised in the Columbia accident investigation were sufficiently addressed. Exploration beyond low Earth orbit under the Vision plan was focused on the Moon, starting with robotic missions no later than 2008, followed by human return to the lunar surface by 2020. Once a human presence is well established on the Moon, the President said, we will then be ready to take the next steps of space exploration, human missions to Mars and to worlds beyond. At the time he announced the vision, President Bush also appointed a commission chaired by E.C. Pete Aldrich, Jr., to develop recommendations for implementing the plan. Among its recommendations, the commission said that NASA should aggressively use its contractual authority to reach broadly into the commercial and nonprofit communities to bring the best ideas, technologies, and management tools into the accomplishment of exploration goals. Through its Commercial Orbital Transportation Services (COTS) program, NASA solicited proposals for private sector transport of cargo and possibly crew to the International Space Station. 3 awards were made, one of which was subsequently canceled by NASA for failure to meet milestones. In announcing the vision, President Bush noted that America has not developed a new vehicle to advance human exploration in space in nearly a quarter century. Proposals for a next-generation space vehicle had long been considered, but with the loss of Columbia and with a mandate from the new presidential policy to focus on the completion of the ISS and then retire the space shuttle, NASA affirmatively began preparing for near-term retirement of the shuttle. A newly constituted Exploration Systems Mission Directorate led the task of developing the shuttle's successor. Initially, NASA chose a broad concept maturation, risk reduction, and technology investment approach to developing exploration systems. In 2005, after Dr. Michael Griffin became administrator, NASA undertook the Exploration Systems Architecture Study, ESAS, to select vehicles and systems in keeping with the vision. The team evaluated hundreds of potential configurations. A leading objective was to minimize the gap between the last shuttle flight and the first flight of the new vehicle. A date of 2012 was set for that first flight. Another criterion spelled out in the 2005 Authorization Act for NASA was to make use as much as possible of assets and infrastructure carried over from the shuttle program. Since the new system, actually a family of vehicles, would likely have a decades-long service life, it was to have the capability of not only reaching low Earth orbit, but also extending to the Moon and beyond. The lunar objective would be to do more than replicate what Apollo had accomplished long before. The architecture would support larger crews and longer missions, capable of reaching any location on the Moon and returning. The results of the vehicle system selection process evolved into what is now known as the Constellation Program, consisting of Ares launch vehicles, Orion crew capsule, the Altair lunar lander, and lunar surface systems. Today, budget questions continue to dominate the human spaceflight debate. In the 37 years since humans last ventured beyond low Earth orbit, and 5 years after announcement of the vision for space exploration, consensus is still lacking about what is feasible and affordable in the future course of U.S. human spaceflight. End of section 5.
Section number 6 of Seeking a Human Spaceflight Program Worthy of a Great Nation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Seeking a Human Spaceflight Program Worthy of a Great Nation by the Review of U.S. Human Spaceflight Plans Committee. Chapter 3, Goals and Future Destinations for Exploration, Part 1. 3.1, Goals for Exploration. We explore to reach goals, not destinations. It is in the definition of our goals that decision-making for human spaceflight should begin. With goals established, questions about destinations, exploration strategies, and transportation architectures can follow in a logical order. While there are certainly some aspects of the transportation system that are common to all exploration missions, example, crew access and heavy lift to low Earth orbit, there is a danger of choosing destinations and architectures first. This runs the risk of getting stuck at a destination without a clear understanding of why it was chosen, which in turn can lead to uncertainty about when it is time to move on. Since 1972, the destination for U.S. human exploration of space has been confined to low Earth orbit. Following the loss of Columbia, a strong national consensus emerged that we should move beyond low Earth orbit once again and explore the inner solar system. The question arises, what is the point of doing so? The answers to this question help to identify the goals of human spaceflight. While it was not specifically within the statement of task of the committee to advise on the rationale for a human spaceflight program, the committee felt compelled to at least review the likely goals as a foundation for its future deliberations. Human spaceflight produces important tangible benefits to society. Human spaceflight is a technologically intensive activity, and during its execution, new technologies are derived that have benefit to other government and commercial users of space, and to products that touch Americans daily. Access to and development of space is critical to our national welfare, and a well-crafted human exploration program can help to develop competitive commercial industries and important national capabilities. We explore our first destinations in part to learn how better to explore a more challenging site in the future. Human and robotic explorations both contribute to the expansion of scientific knowledge. Human explorers are more effective when exploring complex destinations, and particularly endeavors such as field geology. Human exploration also addresses larger goals. We live in an increasing multipolar world, and human space exploration is one domain in which the United States is still the acknowledged leader. Human exploration provides an opportunity to demonstrate space leadership while deeply engaging international partners. Chapter 8 will discuss the potential of partnerships in exploration. Human exploration of space can engage the public in new ways, inspiring the next generation of scientists and engineers, and contributing to the development of the future workforce in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. (STEM). By viewing other planets as well as our own from deep space, exploration helps to shape human perceptions of our place in the universe. There was a strong consensus within the committee that human exploration also should advance us as a civilization towards our ultimate goal, charting a path for human expansion into the solar system. It is too early to know how and when humans will first learn to live on another planet, but we should be guided by that long-term goal. In developing alternatives for human spaceflight plans, the committee was guided by these tangible, less tangible, and long-term goals. In Chapter 6, the committee returns to these goals as the basis for developing evaluation measures against which the options will be evaluated. 3.2 Overview of Destinations and Approach. The moon has been the nation's principal focus of human space exploration beyond low Earth orbit since President Kennedy set it as a national goal in 1961. But there are many places humans could explore in the inner solar system, each with benefit to the public, as well as opportunities for scientific discoveries, technology development, and steady progress in human exploration capabilities. Among these destinations are our own moon, as well as Mars and its moons. See Figure 3.2-1. Other potential destinations include the near-Earth objects, asteroids, and spent comets that pass near the Earth. There are also important locations in free space that are of interest, including the Earth's Lagrange points. These are sites at the edge of the Earth's influence, which will be important future points for observation toward the Earth and away from it. For example, the James Webb Space Telescope, the successor to the Hubble Space Telescope, will be placed at a Lagrange point. The Lagrange points might also be the nodes of a future space transportation highway through the inner solar system. There is a progression in time and difficulty in reaching these destinations. Lunar orbit, the Lagrange points, near-Earth objects, and a Mars flyby are the easiest in terms of energy required. It actually requires less energy to fly by Mars than to land on and return from the surface of the moon. Next in terms of energy requirements is the lunar surface, followed by Mars orbit. The surface of Mars requires the most energy to reach. An analysis of the duration to reach these destinations yields a slightly different order. The moon is days away, the Lagrange points weeks, the near-Earth objects months, a Mars flyby a year, and a Mars landing is the longest, about 900 days for a round trip, using the most likely approach. Among practical criteria to apply in selecting destinations are questions such as: how difficult is the destination to reach? How long will it take? How dangerous will the mission be? How expensive and sustainable will it be? The key framing question for this chapter is: what is the most practical strategy for exploration beyond low Earth orbit? Options include Mars first, with a Mars landing after a brief test flight program of equipment and procedures on the Moon. Moon first, with surface exploration focused on developing capability for Mars. Flexible path to Mars via the inner solar system objects and locations, with no immediate plan for surface exploration, then followed by exploration of the lunar and/or Martian surface. In assessing these choices, the committee examined a number of scenarios, performing new analysis and reviewing existing studies from the Constellation Program and other NASA architecture studies dating back to Apollo. The committee listened carefully to alternate views presented by a number of other organizations, including the Mars Society and the Planetary Society. With the help of a NASA team, the committees examined the technical, programmatic, and goal fulfillment aspects of the destinations in two major cycles. The first cycle considered 6 destination pathway scenarios, including 3 variants of lunar exploration, 2 variants of Mars exploration, and the flexible path. One scenario was the baseline Constellation Program approach. For each of these 6 variants, benefits and timelines were developed along with the necessary hardware, elements, and approximate costs. A second cycle included more detailed analysis, such as coupling to launch vehicles and upper stages, and more detailed benefit and cost analysis. In the end, the 6 initial scenarios collapsed into the 3 destination options described below. Later, Chapter 6 provides a more complete description of each scenario, combining in each case the choice of destination with the choice of launch system to low Earth orbit. 3.3 Mars First. 3.3.1 Overview. A human landing that leads to an extended human presence on the Martian surface stands prominently above all other opportunities for human space exploration. Mars is somewhat smaller than Earth, has about 3/8 its surface gravity, a thin atmosphere consisting mostly of carbon dioxide, and water. See Figure 3.3.1-1. It therefore possesses potential resources that can be used for life support and propellant. If humans are ever to live for long durations on another planetary surface and move toward permanent expansion of human civilization beyond Earth, it is likely to be on Mars. Figure 3.3.1-2. Mars is unquestionably the most scientifically interesting destination in the inner solar system. Mars has a planetary history similar to that of the Earth. It had a period of volcanic activity At one time, water ran freely on its surface. Its atmosphere evolved over time, much as ours did, and there is the distinct potential that life could have begun to evolve on Mars. Learning about Mars would teach us a great deal about Earth. Furthermore, the scientific community that studies Mars generally agrees that its exploration could be significantly enhanced by direct participation of astronaut explorers. The committee finds that Mars is the ultimate destination for human exploration of the inner solar system. 3.3.2 Scenario Descriptions. Two scenarios have been developed to examine the human exploration of Mars. In the first, the surface of Mars would be the initial and only destination, and all resources would be focused on reaching it as soon as possible. In the second, systems would be designed for Mars missions, but would be first verified on several test flights to the moon. The latter would require some hardware modification, but would test the systems at a planetary body near the Earth before committing to a multi-year mission to Mars. In the end, the committee decided to use the variant with a brief test flight program of equipment and procedures on the moon as the reference Mars first option. The Mars first scenario represents a comprehensive human exploration strategy and requires a focused technology development program as well as an integrated test plan to reduce risk while gaining confidence and experience with the Mars exploration systems. Exploration of Mars would be performed in extended stays on the surface, with each mission going to a different landing site on Mars. Human exploration would be complemented by robotic exploration of Mars. Synergies would be exploited, but would not fundamentally drive the program. This scenario was analyzed based on the existing 2007 NASA Human Exploration of Mars Design Reference Architecture 5.0, NASA SP-2009-566, and NASA SP 2009-566-ADD. This architecture is shown in Figure 3.3.2-1. It is assumed the use of 8 or more Ares 5 launchers plus an Ares 1 crew launch for each Mars opportunity. Both nuclear thermal rockets and chemical LOX/LH2 in-space propulsion systems were examined. Under this scenario, 26 months before the launch of the crew, a mission is launched carrying the ascent vehicle to the Martian surface, and a second mission injects a crew descent and habitation vehicle into Mars orbit. The crew then makes a faster trip and reaches rendezvous in Mars orbit with the descent vehicle, lands on the surface of Mars, spends 540 days on the surface, and then returns to Mars orbit in the ascent vehicle. There the crew rendezvous with the crew vehicle and returns home to Earth. On both the trip to and from Mars, the crew is exposed for 180 to 200 days to the weightlessness and full solar and galactic cosmic radiation of free space, i.e., away from any planet. The total round trip to Mars and back lasts about 900 days. The moon would be used as a site for integrated testing of the Mars systems. The systems landed on the moon, landers, habitat, rovers, and other surface systems would be those designed for the Mars missions, or as similar as possible while suitable for the lunar surface, as shown in Figure 3.3.2-2. Not all systems necessary for Mars can be tested on the Moon. Example, entry systems and in situ atmospheric resource utilization. However, most of the Mars systems can be tested on the Moon, making the Moon not only a conceptual testbed, but also an actual testbed for Mars systems. 3.3.3 Milestones, Destinations, and Capabilities. A notional development plan and flight roadmap for the Mars first scenario is presented in Figure 3.3.3-1. The strategy shows the progressive expansion and extension human capabilities, starting with a demonstration of an extended duration habitat at the ISS, expanding to unpiloted missions to near-Earth objects to demonstrate the performance of heavy lift and in-space transportation systems. At the same time, subscale robotic missions at Mars would demonstrate key Mars exploration technologies needed to land large payloads at a precise location. The lunar dress rehearsal would take place as the Mars hardware is completed and prepared for integrated systems testing. The transportation system, cargo, and crew would be launched toward the Moon over a 10-month period. Once the crew and cargo are in place on the surface, operations will take place over a 2-year period, with crew rotation occurring every 6 months. While going to the Moon would primarily be for the purpose of testing Mars systems, astronauts would explore the lunar surface as well. When all systems have been tested, cargo only and then piloted missions to Mars would occur on successive opportunities, about 27 months apart. 3.3.4 Assessment. While Mars is the ultimate destination for the near-term human exploration of space, it is not an easy place to visit with existing technology and experience. No human has ever traveled more than 3 days from Earth, and none beyond 386 miles away for almost 40 years. No American has been in space much more than 180 days at a time, or exposed to the full radiation of free space for more than about a week. Mars requires a trip in space of almost 900 days. We do not have the flight demonstrated technology to confidently approach and land large spacecraft on the Mars surface. Mars is distant enough from the Sun that it is a weak energy source, and space-based surface nuclear power is probably needed. Under current plans, as many as 12 Ares 5 vehicles would be needed to launch each biannual set of missions. It seems likely that some form of advanced propulsion may also be needed to make travel feasible. A focused technology program almost a decade long would be required before system design could begin. The preliminary estimates of cost of Mars missions are far higher than for other scenarios, all in an era when budgets are becoming highly constrained. If astronauts were to travel to Mars under these circumstances, it would require most of the human spaceflight budget for nearly 2 decades or more and produce few intermediate results. When we finally reached Mars, we might be hard-pressed to maintain the financial resources needed for repeated missions after the first landings, recreating the pattern of Apollo. For these reasons, the committee found that Mars is the ultimate destination for human exploration of the inner solar system, but is not a viable first destination beyond low Earth orbit. Findings on human missions to Mars. Mars as the ultimate destination. Mars is the ultimate destination for human exploration of the inner solar system. It is the planet most similar to Earth and the one on which permanent extension of human civilization, aided by significant in situ resources, is most feasible. Its planetary history is close enough to that of the Earth to be of enormous scientific value, and the exploration of Mars could be significantly enhanced by direct participation of human explorers. Mars as the first destination. Mars first. Mars is not a viable first destination beyond low Earth orbit at this time. With existing technology and even a substantially increased budget, the attainment of even symbolic missions would demand decades of investment and carry considerable safety risks to humans. It is important to develop better technology and gain more experience in both free space and surface exploration prior to committing to a specific plan for human exploration of the surface of Mars. 3.4 Moon First. 3.4.1 Overview. If Mars is not the first destination beyond low Earth orbit, the Moon is an obvious alternative. See Figure 3.4.1-1. Going there would enable the development of the operational skills and technology for landing on, launching from, and working on a planetary surface, as well as providing a basis for understanding human adaptation to another planet that would one day allow us to go to Mars. Systems would be designed for the Moon, but would be as extensible as practical for use on Mars. At a minimum, they would demonstrate technologies and operational concepts that would be incorporated into eventual Mars systems. There are potential resources on the Moon that one day could be launched from the Moon to fuel depots at the Earth-Moon Lagrange points, which could then be used by exploration missions beyond the Earth-Moon system. The scientific exploration of the Moon is not, in and of itself, a rationale for human exploration. But our scientific knowledge of the Moon is incomplete. Our previous missions to the Moon, both human and robotic, encompassed a geographically limited number of sites for a limited time, with little surface range. Much remains to be learned. 3.4.2 Scenario Description. In exploring the Moon, there are two main strategies. Both begin with a handful of approximately week-long sorties to various sites to scout, explore regions of different geography, and validate the lunar landing and ascent systems. The lunar base strategy would begin with the building of a base, probably at the lunar South Pole, where the sun is visible much of the time, as it is at the Earth's South Pole in the austral summer. Over many missions, a small colony of habitats would be assembled, much like the base at the South Pole of the Earth, and explorers would begin to live there for up to 180 days. Larger rovers would begin to explore hundreds of miles from the base. Activities would include science exploration and prospecting for resources of hydrogen-rich deposits that could be used as fuel. Exploring with a few short-duration sorties of just hundreds of miles from the base would actually only allow exploration of a very small fraction of the surface of the moon in any depth. The alternate strategy for the moon is to continue a series of increasingly longer sorties to different sites, spending weeks and then months at each one. The primary feature of this lunar global exploration strategy is that surface operations are flexible and adaptable, so that as discoveries on the lunar surface are made, future missions can be planned that adjust stay times from 14 to 180 days and mobility range capabilities in response to those discoveries. There is even the potential that mobile elements could be relocated from one site to another between human visits. The lunar exploration options were informed by the Constellation Program plans. These plans trace to the 2005 Exploration Systems Architecture Study, ESAS, that was established to define an architecture that would comply with guidance from the 2004 Vision for Space Exploration and the 2003 Columbia Accident Investigation Board, CAIB, report. Since ESAS, the Human Spaceflight Program, continued technical trades, culminating in the 2008 Lunar Capabilities Concept Review, an architecture-level review that brought together the performance, cost, risk, and schedule of the transportation architecture and verified that representative lunar surface mission goals could be accomplished. The Constellation Program's 1.5 launch Earth Orbit Rendezvous Lunar Orbit Rendezvous Transportation architecture is shown in Figure 3.4.2-1. The flight elements are launched on two separate vehicles. The Ayres 1 for launch of the Orion spacecraft and crew to low Earth orbit, and the larger Ayres 5 for launch of the Altair lunar lander and the Earth departure stage, EDS. The Orion docks with the Altair EDS in low Earth orbit, and the EDS performs the translunar injection burn to send the crew to the moon. After a 4-day coast to the moon, the Altair descent module engine performs the lunar orbit insertion maneuver. The crew transfers to the Altair and lands on the surface of the moon. Following the surface day, the Altair transports the crew back into orbit for rendezvous with the Orion, which returns to Earth. The committee developed the following transportation options to support the lunar scenarios. Constellation 1.5 launch architecture: 1 Ayres 1 with Orion, plus 1 Ayres 5 with the Altair lander. This combination is integrated option 3 in Chapter 6. Ayres 5 Light dual architecture: 2 Ayres 5 lights with 1 Orion and 1 with the Altair lander. This combination is integrated option 4A in Chapter 6. A more direct shuttle-derived launcher, which requires 3 launches for a crew mission, plus 1 commercial launch of crew to low Earth orbit. This combination is integrated option 4B in Chapter 6. 3.4.3 Milestones, Destinations, and Capabilities. The milestones and destinations of the lunar base and lunar global alternatives differ slightly. Both begin with a set of sorties to various locations on the lunar surface. that enable up to 4 crew members to explore a single site anywhere on the moon for up to 7 days. This type of mission is accomplished independently of pre-positioned lunar surface infrastructure, such as habitats or power systems. The lunar sorties allow for exploration of high-interest science sites, scouting of future lunar outpost locations, or other technology development objectives. The lunar sortie mission may include surface mobility assets and science packages, which the crew can operate on daily extravehicular activities, spacewalks. The lunar base alternative proceeds then to the construction of a lunar outpost. An example of such a scenario is shown in Figure 3.4.3-1. It develops an extensive surface roving capabilities, semi-permanent occupancy by a crew of 4, and resource extraction and utilization capability. In later years, it permits the development of additional infrastructure, allowing for science exploration with additional sorties and longer-range roving, and developing operational concepts and experience for Mars exploration. In contrast, the Lunar Global Alternative proceeds from 7-day sorties to longer duration visits to 2 to 4 sites of particular interest, as shown in Figure 3.4.3-2. The first long-duration site would have about a 56-day visit, spending the lunar night on the surface for the first time, and exploring with unpressurized rovers. Subsequent sites would be visited for longer durations, and with more capable exploration infrastructure. They would eventually reach the same 180-day stay as with the lunar base. After some number of extended sorties, lunar exploration could be ended, continued in extended sortie mode, or transitioned to a base approach. 3.4.4 Assessment. The moon is a viable first destination for human exploration beyond low Earth orbit. Lunar exploration would allow the development of the capability to land on and explore a planetary surface while still remaining only about 3 days away from Earth. There are scientific objectives that could be met while visiting the moon, including studying the evolution of the moon and using the surface of the moon as a record for studying the evolution of the solar system. The moon could compete with other locations as a site for observatories and reduced gravity surface science. It is worth noting, however, that prior to the announcement of the vision for space exploration in 2004, only one site on the moon, the South Pole Aitken Basin, was on the high priority locations for robotic exploration of the inner solar system. There is useful science to be performed on the moon, but science is not the driver of human lunar exploration. The exploration of the moon should be focused to the greatest extent possible on developing the technologies and concepts that will be important in future exploration of Mars, surface descent, landing and ascent, habitation and surface exploration, and resource utilization. The committee explored 2 strategies for exploring the moon. The lunar base and lunar global strategies each have strengths and weaknesses. The lunar base allows more efficient utilization of the material brought to the surface and more accumulated crew time on the surface, important to Mars preparation. The lunar global approach visits more sites in depth and more closely simulates the exploration strategy likely to be used on Mars. The committee finds that the lunar base and the lunar global exploration strategies have similar costs, and both provide value in exploring the moon and preparing for the exploration of Mars. If explored with either of these moon first strategies, the moon would help develop some of the technologies and operations concepts needed for Mars exploration, and it would develop some of the transportation infrastructure. However, the moon does not serve as a perfect analog for Mars. While some of the technology and concepts would be applicable to Mars, most of the major system components, landers, habitats, rovers, etc., if designed and optimized for the moon, would have to be redesigned and revalidated for Mars. Other components of the Mars exploration system, atmospheric entry and in situ resource use, for example, have no analog on the moon. A long duration exploration of the moon is a step towards Mars, but not a giant step, and not the only possible step. Finding the moon as a first destination, moon first. The moon is a viable first destination for exploration beyond low Earth orbit. It initially focuses next steps on entering and departing deep gravity wells and developing human operations on the surface of a celestial body, which should be developed in a manner that leads to the eventual exploration of Mars. The moon is nearby, allowing relatively rapid return to Earth in the event of emergencies, and communication transit times are minimal. It also has interesting scientific and resource issues that can be pursued through human exploration. End of section 6. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Section 7 of Seeking a Human Spaceflight Program Worthy of a Great Nation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Seeking a Human Spaceflight Program Worthy of a Great Nation, by the Review of U.S. Human Spaceflight Plans Committee. Chapter 3, Goals and Future Destinations for Exploration, Part 2. 3.5, The Flexible Path to Mars. 3.5.1, Overview. In addition to Mars first and Moon first, there is a third possibility for initial exploration beyond low Earth orbit, visiting a series of locations and objects in the inner solar system, which the committee calls the flexible path. See Figure 3.5.1-1. The goal is to take steps toward Mars, learning to live and work in free space and near planets, under the conditions humans will meet on the way to Mars. We must learn to operate in free space for hundreds of days, beyond the protective radiation belts of the Earth, before we can confidently commit to exploring Mars. Human exploration along the flexible path would also support science, create new industrial opportunities, and engage the public through progressively more challenging milestone accomplishments. On this path, sites would be visited that humans have never reached before. Astronauts would learn to service spacecraft beyond low Earth orbit, much as crews successfully serviced the Hubble Space Telescope in low Earth orbit. Humans could visit small bodies in space, such as near-Earth objects, asteroids, and spent comets that cross the Earth's path, some of which could someday collide with Earth. Figure 3.5.1-2, and the scientifically interesting moons of Mars. Return samples and understand their structure and composition. When humans would come close to the moon or Mars, they could deploy probes and coordinate with or control robotic assets on the surface. They could even bring home samples from Mars that were launched from the surface by robotic spacecraft. In this way, we could achieve the scientific first of a Mars sample return. These destinations require the smallest energy expenditure beyond low Earth orbit, but are of increasing distance and duration from Earth. The missions could include a full dress rehearsal for a Mars mission, consisting of traveling to Mars orbit and returning hundreds of days later. The essential concept is that humans would first visit points in space and rendezvous with small bodies and orbit larger ones, without initially descending into the deep gravity wells of Mars or the moon. The flexible path has a road toward Mars, with intermediate destinations. At several points along the way, the off-ramp from the flexible path to a moon exploration program could be taken. Alternately, if new discoveries drew us to Mars, the lunar stop could be bypassed, leading directly to a Mars landing. 3.5.2 Scenario Description. The flexible path constitutes a steadily advancing, measured, and publicly notable human exploration of space beyond Earth orbit that would build our capability to explore, enable scientific and economic return, and engage the public. The focus of the flexible path is to gain ever-increasing operational experience in space, growing in duration from a few weeks to several years in length, and moving from close proximity to the Earth to as far away as Mars. Humans need to build the capacity to explore other planets and to operate far from the Earth. On the flexible path, critical scientific and technological components of human spaceflight would be addressed through incrementally more aggressive exploration missions, determining the human physiological and operational impacts of and the countermeasures to long-term radiation environment, including galactic cosmic rays, and extended exposure to zero gravity is necessary for a sustained human exploration capability. The missions would build preparedness to explore by performing increasingly more complex in-space operations and by testing new elements. The flexible path targets planetary scientific return focused on multiple locations in the inner solar system. The goal focuses human exploration on producing exciting new science at each step of the way. The emphasis would be on obtaining multi-kilogram samples from a variety of solar system bodies through telerobotic exploration in concert with the human missions. In the case of the moon and Mars, humans would remain in orbit. They would deploy probes, teleoperate surface robotic vehicles, and potentially rendezvous with sample returns from the surface. In the case of smaller objects, humans would explore the surfaces directly and return samples. Robotic missions would play a visible and complementary role to human exploration, through precursor missions and scientific missions that deliver instruments. A sustained exploration program by the United States requires continuous public engagement, inspiration, and benefit. The flexible path missions are designed in part to cultivate and maintain public support and interest in human spaceflight by taking on useful, demonstrably new, high-profile missions. They start with unprecedented space missions offering dramatic perspectives of humankind's home planet as a member of the inner solar system, including near-Earth objects, the Moon, and Mars. A set of missions along the flexible path might include early visits to lunar orbit, stops at the Earth's Lagrange points, near-Earth objects, and visits in the vicinity of Mars. A more detailed sequence might include orbiting the Moon to learn how to operate robots on a planet from orbit, days in duration, visiting the Earth's Moon and Earth's Sun Lagrange points, special points at the edge of Earth's influence, which are likely sites for science spacecraft servicing and potentially important for interplanetary travel. Earth-Moon language points are about 85% of the way to the Moon from the Earth. Earth-Sun Lagrange points are about 4 times as far from the Earth as the Moon, weeks to months in mission duration. Visiting several near-Earth objects, asteroids, or burnt-out comets whose path cross the Earth, to return samples and practice operation near a small body and potentially practice in situ resource extraction, months in mission duration. A flyby of Mars demonstrating distant operation and coordination with robotic probes on the planetary surface and during rendezvous, years in mission duration. A trip to Mars orbit, rendezvousing with and returning samples from Mars moons, Deimos and Phobos, and potentially from Mars surface, years in mission duration. A more detailed explanation of the activities at each destination is shown in Figure 3.5.2-1. Key assumptions for the flexible path scenarios include the notion that visible and relevant exploration missions can be completed with a single crew launch and a single in-space propulsion stage. As additional deep space capabilities, such as in-space habitats, airlocks, and propulsion stages, become operational, the scope of the mission increases. Flexible path missions assume the development of certain enabling technologies. First among these is a cryogenic in-space propulsion stage able to have a near-zero boil-off of the propellant over almost 200 days. Equipped with a high-performance in-space restartable engine. Additional enabling technologies are in-space cryogenic fluid transfer, improved regenerative life support systems, technologies for deep space crew system operational autonomy, and telerobotic systems to be operated by the crew in deep space. The flexible path branch that proceeds to the lunar surface involves a lander smaller than the Altair lander. For the costed option, it is assumed that NASA would provide the ascent stage, but a commercially acquired descent stage is envisioned that could be developed based on the same in-space restartable engine discussed above. Several complementary robotic missions are coupled and require some technical development. In particular, the Mars sample return mission would use the heavy lift in space propulsion stage to send multiple sampler missions in a precursor Mars entry, descent, and landing EDL aeroshell to validate technologies for eventual human landings on Mars. For the mission assessed in this analysis, an Orion capsule was assumed to be capable of carrying up to 4 crew members and operating in space for over a year. However, for missions longer than a month, an additional in-space habitat sustains the crew. All of the Earth entry, descent, and landings were to fall within the normal design requirements for the Orion. The 3 transportation architectures, see Chapter 5, considered for flexible path missions are Ares 5 Light. An Ares 5 Light launches with crew aboard the Orion capsule. This combination is Orion 5A in Chapter 6. An EELV Heritage Super Heavy launcher, which requires 2 launches for earlier missions and 3 launches for later missions. A commercial service transports the crew to orbit, where they transfer to the Orion. This combination is option 5B in Chapter 6. A shuttle-derived launcher, which also requires 2 launches for earlier missions, 3 launches for later missions, and commercial transport of the crew to low Earth orbit. This combination is option 5C in Chapter 6. 3.5.3 Milestones, Destinations, and Capabilities. The milestones and capabilities for the flexible path are best visualized in Figure 3.5.3-1, which shows the flexibility in the strategy. While the flexible path missions can be conducted in almost any sequence, many of the missions built upon the experience gained from prior ones. All assume a first flight to lunar orbit, and then to the Lagrange points, and then to near-Earth objects. The various alternatives are then more apparent. The subsequent flow would be to continue into the exploration of Mars, from first as a flyby, then to Mars orbit, and finally a Mars landing. Off-ramps to the moon could occur at several spots. Mars is the ultimate destination. A possible sequence that places missions in an order that successfully expands capabilities and reduces risk is shown in Figure 3.5.3-2. This sequence follows the path to near-Earth objects and then performs a Mars flyby. The main path takes the off-ramp to lunar exploration. This alternative with the lunar off-ramp appears in Chapter 6 among the costed options. Another alternative continues Mars exploration with a mission to Mars moons. At this point, the next obvious step is to develop the systems and technologies to land humans on Mars. 3.5.4 Assessment. The flexible path is a viable strategy for the first human exploration of space beyond low Earth orbit. Humans could learn how to live and work in space, gaining confidence and experience traveling progressively farther from the Earth on longer voyages. This would prepare for future exploration of Mars by allowing us to understand the long-term physical and emotional stress of human travel far from the Earth. It would also validate in-space propulsion and habitat concepts that would be used in going to Mars. The missions would go to places humans have never been to, escaping from the Earth-Moon system, visiting near-Earth objects, flying by Mars, thereby continuously engaging public interest. Explorers would initially avoid traveling to the bottom of the relatively deep gravity wells of the surface of the Moon and Mars, but would learn to work with robotic probes on the planetary surface. This would allow us to develop new capabilities and technologies for exploring space, but ones that have Earth-focused applications as well. It would also allow us to defer the costs of more expensive landing and surface systems. From the perspective of science, it would demonstrate the ability to service observations in space beyond low Earth orbit, as well as return samples from near-Earth objects and potentially from Mars. The flexibility would enable us to choose different destinations or to proceed with the explorations of the surface of the Moon or Mars. This allows us to react to discoveries that robots or explorers make, such as indications of life on Mars, or eventualities that are thrust upon us, such as a threat from a near-Earth object. It would lead to a better understanding of near-Earth objects, though evaluations of their utility as sites for mining of in situ resources and analysis of their structure should we ever need to deflect one away from the Earth. Exploration along the flexible path would not likely complete our preparations for the exploration of Mars. At some point, we would likely need to gain more experience landing and working on an extraterrestrial planetary surface. This could be done on the Moon with specialized lunar systems, or with systems designed for Mars, as discussed above in the Mars first option. Alternatively, we could practice autonomous landings of large systems on Mars in coordination with science programs. Finding destinations on the flexible path to Mars. The destinations on the flexible path, lunar orbit, Lagrange points, near-Earth objects, Mars flybys, Mars orbits, and Mars moons, with potential operation of robotic missions on the lunar and Martian surfaces, comprise a viable and interesting first set of destinations for exploration beyond low Earth orbit. They are progressively more distant, focusing our next steps on allowing the development and understanding of human operations in free space for the increasing longer durations necessary to explore Mars. Important scientific space operational and Earth protection benefits would be obtained on this path. 3.6 Summary of strategies for exploration beyond low Earth orbit. This chapter addresses the question, what is the most practical strategy for exploration beyond low Earth orbit? Mars first, Moon first, or the flexible path to Mars? The committee found that although Mars is the ultimate destination for human exploration in the inner solar system, it is not a viable first destination. We do not now have the technology or experience to explore Mars safely and sustainably. Both the Moon first and flexible path are viable strategies. Exploring the Moon would prepare us for exploration of Mars by allowing us to learn to live and work on a remote surface, yet one that is only 3 days from Earth. The flexible path would prepare us for exploration of Mars by developing confidence that we can live and work in free space and allowing us to learn to explore planets and bodies in a new way, potentially in coordination with robotic probes. The Moon First and Flexible Path destinations are not mutually exclusive. Before traveling to Mars, we will probably both extend our presence in free space and work on the lunar surface. For example, if we had explorers on the Moon for a decade, but never more than 3 days from Earth, would we easily commit to a mission that took our astronauts away for 3 years? This seems unlikely. Likewise, if we had worked in space for a decade, would we commit to landing on a planet 180 days away without practice? This seems equally unlikely. Before we explore Mars, we will likely do some of both the flexible path and lunar exploration. The primary decision is one of sequence. This will be largely guided by budgetary, programmatic, and program sustainability considerations. These will be discussed in Chapter 6. Whatever destinations are selected, it would be desirable to have a spectrum of program choices that offers periodic milestone accomplishments visible and appreciated by the public. Before leaving the topic of strategies for exploration, it is important to reflect back on the goals for human spaceflight. The strategies have certainly focused on preparing for a venture to Mars and therefore the potential expansion of human civilization into the solar system. Many opportunities could be identified in either pathway for deep involvement of international partners, as will be suggested in Chapter 8. Science returns, technology and economic development, and exploration preparation will follow from either strategy. The primary question is, will the public be engaged? Gone is the era when Americans remembered the names of astronauts or even the date of the next space launch. We cannot take for granted that space excites young people. Rather, we must make sure that we build a program that will excite them. In its plan for exploration, NASA must find new ways to engage the public, particularly young people, in a venture of participatory exploration, one that will be exciting to them. This should not be an afterthought. It must be an integral part of the program. Finding pathways to Mars. Mars is the ultimate destination for human exploration of the inner solar system, but it is not the best first destination. Both visiting the moon first and following the flexible path are viable exploration strategies. The two are not necessarily mutually exclusive. Before traveling to Mars, we might be well served to both extend our presence in free space and gain experience working on the lunar surface. End of section 7. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC.
Section 8 of Seeking a Human Spaceflight Program Worthy of a Great Nation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patrick Mchaffie, Merritt Island. Seeking a Human Spaceflight Program Worthy of a Great Nation by the Review of U.S. Human Spaceflight Plans Committee. Chapter 4.0 Current Human Spaceflight Programs, Part 1. The current U.S. human spaceflight programs are the Operational Space Shuttle Program and the U.S. portion of the International Space Station, ISS. The next human spaceflight effort, the Constellation Program, is in development. 4.1. The Space Shuttle. The committee has addressed 5 questions that, if answered, would form the basis of a plan for U.S. human spaceflight. First among those questions is, what should be the future of the space shuttle? The current plan is to retire the shuttle at the end of FY 2010. 6 flights are remaining on the manifest, with the final flight scheduled for September 2010. Once the shuttle is retired, there will be a gap in America's capability to independently launch people into space. That gap will extend until the next U.S. human-rated launch system becomes available. In analyzing the future of the shuttle, the committee considered whether the current flight schedule is realistic. It also weighed the risks and possible benefits of various shuttle extension options. This section provides a brief background on the space shuttle, a discussion of important issues, and a description of the scenarios considered for inclusion in the integrated options presented in this report. 4.1.1 Background. The Space Shuttle, introduced in 1981, is fundamentally different from all previous U.S. launch systems. It lifts astronauts to orbit in a spaceplane, not a capsule, and it lands on a runway, not with a splash in the ocean. The spaceplane has a cargo bay to carry satellites and experiments with it into space and back to Earth, and it can be flown again and again. The shuttle has been the workhorse of the U.S. human spaceflight program since its first launch. In its 28 years of operations, it has flown 128 times, 126 of those successfully. 2 tragic accidents mar its record. Space shuttle missions have evolved considerably in focus, capability, and complexity over that period. They have progressed from early flight tests to operations, which included satellite deployments, tests of a robotic arm, and early scientific experiments. Immediately after the Space Shuttle Challenger accident in 1986, the launch of satellites shifted from the shuttle to expendable launch vehicles, and shuttle missions evolved into more sophisticated science and operational missions, including Space Lab flights, repair and servicing of the Hubble Space Telescope, and the Shuttle Radar Topography mission. In the late 1990s, the focus of shuttle missions transitioned to the assembly, logistics support, and maintenance of the International Space Station. The Space Shuttle Columbia accident in early 2003 interrupted that work, grounding the shuttle for nearly 2.5 years while NASA addressed the technical, procedural, and organizational problems identified during the accident investigation. When the shuttle returned to flight, its missions concentrated almost entirely on completing assembly of the space station. The President's 2004 vision for space exploration directed NASA to, quote, focus use of the space shuttle to complete assembly of the International Space Station and retire the space shuttle as soon as assembly of the International Space Station is completed, planned for the end of this decade, end quote. Subsequently, several shuttle flights planned to support the International Space Station assembly and utilization were canceled, and NASA was directed to complete the remaining shuttle flights by the end of 2010. At the time, the Constellation program's replacement for the shuttle was projected to be ready in 2012, leaving a 2-year gap in the nation's ability to launch humans into low Earth orbit. As of the end of FY 2009, the shuttle has flown successfully 15 times since returning to flight in 2005. Missions are now far more intricate and complex than earlier shuttle flights, and they illustrate significant growth in the ability to operate in space. While early missions were routinely 4 to 7 days and rarely included a spacewalk, missions today are often 2 weeks long and have included as many as 5 complex and well-orchestrated spacewalks. As of September 2009, 6 flights remain in the shuttle manifest, with the last flight scheduled for September 2010. There is currently modest funding in the FY 2011 budget to cover shuttle retirement costs, but none for flight operations. 4.1.2 Issues. In considering the future of the Space Shuttle, the committee paid particular attention to safety, schedule, workforce, and the program's fixed costs. Schedule. To assess the viability of the current shuttle schedule, the committee compared the actual post-Columbia flight rate, July 2005 through STS-128, the last flight in FY 2009, with the projected flight rate for the remainder of the current manifest. In the post-Columbia period, through the end of FY 2009, there was an average of 100 days between flights. In contrast, the current manifest shows an average of only 64 days between the remaining 6 flights. While it is not impossible to achieve this latter flight rate, the projected rate is not consistent with recent or prior experience. Further, Space Shuttle managers have indicated that there is little or no margin in the remaining schedule. Experience suggests that it is very likely the currently manifested flights will extend into the second quarter of FY 2011. The committee also took note that the Columbia Accident Investigation Board, CAIB, cited schedule and budget pressure as a contributing factor in the Columbia accident. The board observed, quote, "Little by little, NASA was accepting more and more risk in order to stay on schedule," end quote. It recommended that NASA, quote, "adopt and maintain a shuttle flight schedule that is consistent with available resources," end quote, and added that, quote, "although schedule deadlines are an important management tool, those deadlines must be regularly evaluated to ensure that any additional risk incurred to meet the schedule is recognized, understood, and acceptable," end quote. NASA and the committee are well aware that schedule pressure can have a subconscious influence on decision-making, and has asked for and received relief from the requirement to fly out the manifest by the end of FY 2010. The administration has directed that NASA complete the remaining manifest safely, even if that requires extending into FY 2011. The looming problem, however, is that there is currently no funding in the FY 2011 budget to support this likely occurrence. Workforce. The most visible ramification of the impending gap in U.S. human space flight is the lengthy loss of ability for the U.S. to launch humans into space independently. A less well-publicized ramification is the potential loss of the knowledge and skill base that makes America's human spaceflight program possible. The Space Shuttle is currently operated by a skilled workforce of over 12,500 individuals whose experience and expertise in systems engineering, systems integration, inspection, ground operations and assembly, test and checkout, and mission planning and operations have been developed and honed over decades. Once the shuttle is retired, NASA and its contractors will be forced to shed or reassign much of that workforce due to the length of the gap in human spaceflight activity. Of these 12,500 workers, 1,500 are civil servants who, under current practices, will likely retain their jobs, even though there is no program to which they can easily transition. The jobs in the contractor structure will likely be lost. When the human spaceflight program resumes in the second half of the next decade, a great deal of the knowledge, experience, and critical skills necessary for successful program execution is likely to have atrophied or have been lost altogether. Over the past 45 years, the U.S. has enjoyed a relatively continuous program of human spaceflight. This continuity enabled engineers, flight operations personnel, and technicians to learn skills and train successors in an apprentice model, and to capture and transfer knowledge from one program to the next. The longest previous gap occurred between the Apollo-Soyuz mission in 1975 and the first shuttle flight in 1981. But even as late as 1977, the shuttle was projected to fly in 1979. As a result, only a year or two after Apollo-Soyuz flew, much of the workforce was actively engaged in ground processing, systems engineering, integrated testing, flight crew training, and mission planning for shuttle. The committee is concerned about the retention of critical knowledge and skills and the availability of that unique portion of the workforce necessary to conduct the next set of human spaceflight missions, which, as of now, cannot be expected until late in the next decade. Safety. The committee's charter did not call for it to review the safety record or assess the reliability of the shuttle. The committee did, however, consider shuttle safety and reliability in its deliberations. One of the recommendations of the Columbia Accident Investigation Board, CAIB, spoke directly to this issue. Quote, "Prior to operating the shuttle beyond 2010, develop and conduct a vehicle recertification at the material, component, subsystem, and system levels. Recertification requirements should be included in the Service Life Extension Program." End quote. As part of the shuttle return to flight program after the Columbia accident and in the years since, NASA has recertified much of the shuttle system. NASA's Space Shuttle program managers believe the program is meeting the intent of the CAIB's recommendation and would be ready to fly the shuttle beyond 2010 should the need arise. This committee suggests that an independent review of the shuttle recertification process be undertaken if a decision is made to add flights to the current manifest. How reliable and how safe is the shuttle, particularly when compared to other existing or proposed launch vehicles? As noted previously in this report, flying in space is inherently risky, so it is not appropriate to call any launch vehicle safe. Several factors contribute to a launch vehicle's risk. The design itself, the extent to which the limitations of that design are understood, the processes and people involved in preparing, launching, and operating the vehicle, and random component or system failures. Studies of risk associated with different launch vehicles, both human-rated and non-human-rated, reveal that many accidents are a result of poor processes, process lapses, human error, or design flaws. Very few result from so-called random component failures. The often used probabilistic risk assessment, PRA, is a measure of a launch vehicle's susceptibility to these component or system failures. It provides a useful way to compare the relative risks of mature launch vehicles in which the design is well understood and processes are in place. It is not as useful a guide as to whether a new launch vehicle will fail during operations, especially during its early flights. The shuttle is one of the few launch vehicles that have flown a sufficient number of times to be considered mature. It has suffered 2 accidents in its 128 flights, so its demonstrated success rate is 98.4%. Considerable effort has also been expended to develop a probabilistic risk assessment for the shuttle. That PRA shows a reliability of 98.7%, with the greatest contributor to risk coming from the threat of micrometeorite or debris damage while in orbit. Other launch vehicles in development have better PRAs, indicating that once they reach maturity, they will carry less risk than the shuttle. In comparing shuttle reliability to that of other launch vehicles, however, the most important factor is actual flight experience. The shuttle completed its first 24 missions successfully before the Challenger accident. After returning to flight, it flew successfully 87 times before the Columbia accident, and has flown successfully 15 times since. This is not to say that future vehicles will not be more reliable. They likely will be, but the shuttle has reached a level of maturity that those launch vehicles will not reach for many years. Those vehicles still have their infant mortality phase ahead of them. The committee cannot resist citing one of Augustine's laws, quote, "Never fly on an airplane with a tail number less than 10, end quote. That encapsulates the value of flight experience. The current program ensures that we will have no failures of U.S. government human-rated crewed launch systems from 2011 through at least 2017, because there likely will be no flights of those launch vehicles during that period. The committee considered whether the risk associated with extending shuttle operations is appropriate. In doing so, it considered whether it is acceptable to complete the current manifest and, if so, whether the risk is acceptable for some number of additional flights, assuming the current level of attention to mission assurance processes and procedures is maintained. The committee believes the risk of flying out the current shuttle manifest is consistent with past experience if conducted on a schedule and budget that do not impose undue pressure and constraints. The committee also believes the risk of some extension beyond the current manifest may be acceptable, assuming the certification process discussed above is successfully completed and the current emphasis on mission assurance is continued. Fixed costs. The annual shuttle budget is approximately $3 billion per year, depending on the number of flights. The retirement of the shuttle is expected to free funds for the Constellation program, and the common perception is that with the shuttle no longer flying, there will be an additional $3 billion per year available for design, development, testing, and deployment of the new exploration program. The situation is more complicated, however, and the actual benefit to the Constellation program is considerably less than $3 billion per year. The principal reason is that the shuttle program today carries much of the costs of the facilities and infrastructure associated with the human spaceflight program as a whole. But those facilities will continue to exist after the shuttle is retired, so their costs must still be absorbed if the facilities are to be preserved. These fixed costs are significant, about $1.5 billion per year, and include, for example, nearly 90% of the costs of running the Kennedy Space Center, the engine test facilities at the Stennis Space Center in Mississippi, a mission control center in Houston, and the Michoud assembly facility in Louisiana. Unless such facilities are mothballed or disposed of, these costs will simply transfer to a different NASA program. In fact, most will have to be absorbed by the Constellation program. During its fact-finding phase, the committee discovered that approximately $400 million per year of these fixed costs are not yet reflected in the Constellation budget after shuttle retirement. But the costs do have to be allocated somewhere in the NASA budget, and will certainly affect the overall funding available for exploration. Some of the shuttle funding pays for NASA civil servants who, absent major layoffs, will simply transition to other spaceflight programs. Constellation will thus gain both human resources and the costs associated with them. In the case of facilities, Constellation will soon be paying for their maintenance. In summary, the savings resulting from shuttle retirement are not as great as they may appear. Conversely, the marginal costs of flying the shuttle are less than implied by the existing bookkeeping. The next human spaceflight program will assume most of the fixed costs. The net funds available for Constellation design, development, test, and evaluation, DDT and E, or facilities conversion as a result of shuttle retirement total about $1.6 billion per year, absent structural changes to NASA. 4.1.3 Shuttle Options. The committee selected 3 possible shuttle scenarios to consider for inclusion in the integrated options presented later in this report. Flying out the shuttle manifest at a prudent rate, adding 1 flight to provide short-term support for the ISS, and closing the gap by extending shuttle to 2015 at a minimum flight rate. Scenario 1. Prudent shuttle flyout. As noted, the current shuttle schedule has little or no margin remaining. Scenario 1 is a likely reflection of reality. It restores margin to the schedule at a flight rate in line with recent experience and allocates funds in FY 2011 to support shuttle operations into that fiscal year. Based on historical data, the committee believes it is likely that the remaining 6 flights on the manifest will stretch into the second quarter of 2011, and it is prudent to plan for that occurrence and explicitly include the associated costs in the FY 2011 budget. Scenario 2. Short-term support for the ISS. Space Shuttle retirement will have an impact on the ISS, described more fully in a subsequent section. Scenario 2 would add one additional shuttle flight to provide some additional support for the ISS and ease the transition to commercial and international cargo flights. It could enhance early utilization of the ISS, offer an opportunity for providing more spare parts, and enable scientific experiments to be brought back to Earth. This additional shuttle flight would not replace any of the planned international or commercial resupply flights. One obvious question is, why add just one flight? Due to the planned retirement, the shuttle's external tank production line has been closed recently, and it is not cost-effective to reopen it for a small number of new tanks. However, there is one spare external tank remaining in inventory. This scenario thus envisions using that tank and conducting one additional shuttle flight in late FY 2011 or early FY 2012. This scenario requires that funds be put in the FY 2011 and possibly FY 2012 budget for the one additional shuttle flight. This minimal extension does not mitigate the workforce transition issues. It does extend U.S. human spaceflight capability, but only by a few months, and it does offer some additional short-term logistical support to the ISS. Scenario 3. Extend shuttle to 2015 at minimum flight rate. This scenario would extend the shuttle at a minimum safe flight rate, nominally 2 flights per year, into FY 2015. Once the shuttle is retired, the U.S. itself will no longer have the ability to launch astronauts into space, and will have to rely on the Russian Soyuz vehicle. That gap will persist until a new vehicle becomes available to transport crew to a low Earth orbit. Under the current program, the resulting gap is expected to be 7 years or more. This scenario, if combined with a new crew launch capability that will be available by the middle of the 2010s, significantly reduces that gap and retains U.S. ability to deliver astronauts to the ISS. The impending gap also directly affects the ISS, which was designed and built assuming that the shuttle was available to carry cargo and crew to it and to bring cargo and crew back to Earth. During the gap, the U.S. will pay for U.S. and international partner astronauts to be carried to and from the ISS by the Russian Soyuz. Cargo, including supplies, spares, equipment, and other hardware, will be carried to the ISS by a complement of international and U.S. commercial cargo vehicles. None of these can carry nearly as much as the shuttle, and only one is projected to be able to bring anything back to Earth. This could limit the full utilization of the ISS. Further, only 2 of these vehicles have flown, each one only once. Delays could place ISS utilization further at risk, particularly in the early part of the coming decade. This scenario does not envision replacing any of the planned international or commercial cargo vehicles with shuttle flights, but rather enhancing U.S. and international partner capability to robustly utilize the ISS. All commercial and international cargo flights would remain as planned. The committee has concluded that the only way to eliminate or significantly reduce the gap in human spaceflight launch capability is by extending the shuttle program. If that is an important consideration, then this scenario is one to examine. The scenario also minimizes workforce transition problems, and it retains the skills that currently enable the U.S. to enjoy a robust human spaceflight program. Because this scenario extends the shuttle's life well beyond 2010, if adopted, it should include a thorough review of NASA's safety certification program by an independent committee to ensure that NASA has met the intent behind recommendation R9.2-1 of the Columbia Accident Investigation Board. Scenario 3 would require additional funding for shuttle extension. Assuming that many of the current fixed costs must be carried somewhere in the NASA budget, the relevant cost of this option is the marginal cost of flying the shuttle. There are two factors to consider in estimating this cost. First, if the shuttle extension is coupled with a strategy to develop a more directly shuttle-derived heavy-lift vehicle, as opposed to the Ares family, there would be synergy that takes maximum advantage of existing infrastructure, design, and production capabilities. Second, since the shuttle would be available to carry crew to and from the ISS, there would be some savings because the U.S. would not need to purchase Russian Soyuz flights, the present plan. Most of the integrated options presented in Chapter 6 would retire the shuttle after a prudent flyout by the current manifest, indicating that the committee found the interim reliance on international crew services acceptable. However, one option does provide for an extension of the shuttle at a minimum safe flight rate to preserve U.S. capability to launch astronauts into space. As Chapter 5 will show, the committee finds that in the long run, it is important for the U.S. to maintain independent crew access to low Earth orbit. Findings regarding the Space Shuttle. Short-term Space Shuttle planning. The remaining shuttle manifest should be flown in a safe and prudent manner. This manifest will likely extend operations into the second quarter of FY 2011. It is important to budget for this likelihood. The human spaceflight gap. Under current conditions, the gap in U.S. ability to launch astronauts into space is most likely to stretch to at least 7 years. The committee did not identify any credible approach employing new capabilities that could shorten the gap to less than 6 years. The only way to close the gap significantly is to extend the life of the shuttle program. Shuttle extension provisions. If the shuttle life is extended beyond 2011, an independent committee should assess NASA's shuttle recertification to assure compliance with the Columbia Accident Investigation Board recommendation R9.2-1. The investment necessary to extend the shuttle makes the most sense in the context of adopting a shuttle-derived heavy-lift capability in place of the Ares family and extending the life of the ISS. Fixed costs. Because a substantial fraction of the costs of human spaceflight infrastructure is currently allocated to the shuttle program, the savings resulting from shuttle retirement are not as great as they may appear. If current operating constraints on NASA are maintained, these costs will simply be transferred to whatever becomes the continuing exploration program. End of Section 8. Recording by Patrick Mchaffie, Merritt Island. Section 9 of Seeking a Human Spaceflight Program Worthy of a Great Nation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patrick Mchaffie, Merritt Island. Seeking a Human Spaceflight Program Worthy of a Great Nation by the Review of U.S. Human Spaceflight Plans Committee. Chapter 4.0 Current Human Spaceflight Programs, Part 2. 4.2 The International Space Station. The second question the committee addressed to form the basis of a plan for U.S. human spaceflight was, what should be the future of the International Space Station? NASA's current plan is to decommission the International Space Station at the end of FY 2015. The committee believes there is no reasonable path to continue operation of the ISS once U.S. participation ends. Thus, deorbiting the facility in early 2016 will be required for ground safety reasons. In deliberating the ISS's future, the committee considered the realism of the current plan, the advantages and disadvantages of that plan, and the advantages and disadvantages of various scenarios that would extend the life of the ISS. This section provides a brief background on the ISS, a discussion of important issues, and a description of the scenarios considered for inclusion in the integrated options presented later in the report. 4.2.1 Background. President Ronald Reagan called for the construction of a space station Freedom in 1984 as an expression of America's continuing leadership in human spaceflight. With the end of the Cold War, however, the U.S. approach to building the space station changed. Space Station Freedom became the International Space Station in 1993, when President Clinton encouraged the partnership to invite Russia to join the international group building the station. The ISS is among the more complex technological endeavors ever undertaken. Some would argue the most, involving 5 space agencies representing 16 nations. Soon to be completed, this new outpost will include contributions from the United States, Canada, Japan, Russia, Brazil, Belgium, Denmark, France, Germany, Italy, the Netherlands, Norway, Spain, Sweden, Switzerland, and the United Kingdom. Within the U.S., the ISS effort involves more than 100,000 people in 37 states, including a presence at some 500 contractor facilities. Reorienting the program to facilitate Russian participation was considered a major signal of America's willingness to work with a former adversary. The agreement called for the Space Shuttle and Russian Soyuz to fly crew to the station, and for the shuttle and the Russian Progress to resupply the station. In 1998, Russia's Zarya module was the first to be deployed, and the ISS has been continuously inhabited since 2000. As many as 13 people have occupied the station and the docked shuttles at one time. Russian launches sustained the ISS after the Columbia accident in 2003 until the shuttle returned to flight in 2005. Now, in 2009, after nearly 10 years of continuous human habitation with a reduced crew, the ISS supports its full 6-person crew. 6 more shuttle missions remain until the ISS construction is completed. Aside from the space station itself, perhaps the most valuable outcome of the ISS program is the development of strong and tested working relationships among the ISS partners. The partnership resolved numerous technical challenges, withstood changes in governments, policies, and budgets, and it survived the Columbia tragedy. The imminent completion of the ISS demonstrates that many nations can learn to work together toward a difficult common goal. The effort also expresses a U.S. leadership style adapted to the multipolar world that emerged after the Cold War. ISS completion also marks a transition for the conduct of NASA's human spaceflight program, not only because the ISS partners will turn from building the station to using it, but also because the space shuttle is nearing the end of its planned operational life. How will the station be staffed in the gap between shuttle decommissioning and the availability of new U.S. launch vehicles? Has NASA made the best arrangements for full utilization of the ISS? For these reasons alone, it is time to re-examine how the United States will use the ISS. There are other considerations as well. The U.S. made a significant sacrifice in order to complete the ISS and fulfill its obligations to its partners. The science and engineering development program that might have been conducted on the station was curtailed. Perhaps the absence of a significant community of U.S. science users made it easier for NASA to propose discontinuing station operations in 2015. But is it wise to cease operations after only 5 years of full utilization when the station has been 25 years in planning and assembly? Would extension of ISS operations from 5 to at least 10 years enable more new ideas based on today's science and technology to be introduced through flight on the ISS? When the ISS was first designed, there was little thought about using it to prepare for exploration beyond low Earth orbit. Can ISS utilization advance exploration goals beyond low Earth orbit? 4.2.2 Issues. In considering the future of the ISS, the committee examined issues related to the U.S. human spaceflight gap, cargo and crew resupply, and the commercial launch industry, end of ISS life, ISS safety, and international relations. Several of the issues are intertwined, and several arise as a result of the impending retirement of the space shuttle. The gap. The space station was conceived, designed, and built with the shuttle in mind. Its operational strategy, utilization capacity, and philosophy of maintenance and spares were all developed assuming the availability of the shuttle. How will U.S. crew be transported to the ISS after shuttle retirement? The U.S. will depend on Russian launches until a new U.S. spacecraft and human-capable launch vehicle become operational. For several years, the U.S. will pay Russia to transport our astronauts to the ISS. Further, under existing international agreements, the U.S. is responsible for transporting astronauts from Canada, Japan, and the European Space Agency to the ISS, so the U.S. will presumably also be paying Russia for their transport. This period is now expected to extend for 7 years. How will the U.S. transport cargo to and from the ISS? The U.S. plans to stop using Russian Progress vehicles for cargo transport in 2011. Although this launch vehicle would continue to fulfill Russian needs, the program of record relies on a combination of international and commercial capabilities currently under development. These include European ATV and Japanese HTV, each of which has flown to the ISS once, and 2 new commercial capsules, which, along with their rockets, Dragon and Cygnus, are still in development. The potential issues for the space station include: 1. None of these cargo carriers has nearly the cargo capacity of the shuttle. 2. Only the Dragon is planned to have capability to bring cargo, e.g., experiments, failed parts, etc., back to Earth. 3. 2 of these systems have flown once successfully, and the other 2 are untested. ISS resupply will thus depend on a mix of as yet relatively less mature or unproven systems after the shuttle is retired. When the diversity of options gives reason to believe that ISS servicing and resupply can be accomplished, there is little assurance that the new vehicles and capsules will be operational on their planned schedules. Even today, to supply the ISS with more than the basic essentials for a crew of 6 using the shuttle is proving to be a challenge. The committee notes that while the post-Space Shuttle cargo plan may sustain basic ISS operations, it could put the ISS on a somewhat fragile footing in terms of utilization. There is little surge capacity for unforeseen maintenance or logistics needs, and since utilization has been shown to be the first to suffer when funding pressures rise, the projected capacity may prove insufficient to support meaningful ISS utilization. End of life considerations. How and when should the ISS be deorbited? What should be returned to Earth before ISS deorbit? Will the down mass capabilities at the time of deorbit allow significant retrieval of valuable equipment, experiments, and facilities? How far in advance of a planned deorbit should consultations among the international partners take place? These are a few of the issues that must be considered before a deorbit can be implemented. Because of its unprecedented size and mass, about 3,000 MT on orbit, deorbiting the ISS is not a simple task. There are currently no existing or planned vehicles that could deorbit the entire ISS in a predictable manner. Thus, either a new deorbit module would have to be produced and launched to the ISS, or the station would have to be disassembled and the major portions deorbited individually. The committee requested an independent assessment of the difficulty of this task and an estimation of the potential cost. The projected costs are $2 billion or more, depending on the method of deorbiting required. The committee also considered the possibility that the ISS could be operated with minimum U.S. participation rather than be deorbited. Preliminary considerations suggest that it would be nearly impossible for the remaining international partners to operate the ISS because of the extreme stress on their smaller budgets, and because U.S. export control requirements would limit the direct support the U.S. could provide to foreign space agencies. Another alternative would be to mothball the ISS in space for later use. In order to assure any future utility, it appears preferable to keep the ISS staffed at a minimum level, similar to that adopted in the early phases of construction. Probabilistic risk assessments find a factor of 5 increase in probability of loss of the ISS with no crew on board. The need to keep the station occupied would be substantial. There is also a risk that an unoccupied ISS could enter the Earth's atmosphere in an uncontrolled manner, resulting in liability issues and international difficulties for the U.S. In summary, it does not appear that either mothballing the ISS or ending U.S. participation is a viable option, and keeping the station occupied is very expensive. The extension of the ISS operations brings its own technical issues. Currently, if a significant part fails on the ISS, this part is returned to Earth and refurbished. Once the shuttle retires, that will no longer be possible. New parts will have to be procured and lifted to the ISS. To prepare for shuttle retirement, NASA has begun carrying spare parts up to the ISS. This provisioning is intended to supply the ISS through 2015. If the ISS is extended, additional spares must be procured and the suppliers retained. Further, there are a few parts too large for any of the planned cargo vehicles to lift. In addition, some components of the ISS, for example, the U.S. laboratory, will reach the end of their certified life in 2015 or shortly thereafter. It is clear to the committee that if the ISS is to be extended, planning for that should begin immediately. ISS utilization and the user community. For the past decade, efforts on the ISS have been directed toward assembly and early operation. Budgetary pressures during construction left little money for utilization. This is still the case. Today, less than 15% of NASA's ISS budget is allocated for utilization. As the facility grows, its capacity may not be fully used. Further, the current plan funds ISS utilization at approximately the same level through 2015. At the same time, however, the 2005 NASA Authorization Act designated the U.S. segment of the ISS as a national laboratory and directed NASA to develop a plan to, quote, increase the utilization of the ISS by other federal entities and the private sector, end quote. It would be difficult, if not impossible, to realize the potential envisioned in the congressional language at the current level of utilization. How well the ISS is exploited depends to a considerable degree on whether its management focuses on utilization. With relatively few U.S. users, it may not have seemed worth restructuring utilization management of a program that was slated for termination after only 5 years of full operation. In the context of ISS renewal, however, a new management approach that facilitates the use of the ISS by a broad range of scientific, technological, and commercial users is warranted. The committee believes that an organization is needed to mediate between NASA operations managers and the broad stakeholder community. This could facilitate access to ISS assets by a disparate user community with widely varying levels of sophistication about spaceflight activities, and could help organize the multiple demands of the users into more unified requirements. Without a mediated dialogue between operations managers and users, it will be difficult to realize operational efficiencies. There are numerous examples of existing organizations that should be examined as possible models. 4.2.3 Scenarios for the Future of the ISS. The committee examined 3 scenarios for the future of the International Space Station. The first is essentially the program of record, that is, terminate U.S. participation in the ISS at the end of 2015. The second, steady as you go, renews U.S. participation at the current level to 2020 and assumes that launch vehicle development will proceed at a pace determined by whatever the remaining budget permits. The third enhances U.S. utilization and possibly international participation through at least 2020. Scenario 1. End U.S. participation in the ISS at the end of 2015. The current program of record terminates U.S. participation in the ISS at the end of 2015, and it calls for decommissioning and deorbiting the ISS by early 2016. This approach is reflected in NASA's current budget projections. Though with insufficient funds for deorbiting, NASA's 2008 authorization bill, however, directed the agency to take no steps that preclude extending ISS operations until 2020, and NASA has complied. This scenario constitutes the current program plan. Under this scenario, 15 years of continuous human habitation in space would end in 2015 and be replaced by intermittent sorties, first to low Earth orbit and then eventually to the Moon. The ISS is about to be completed, and its success will depend on how well it is used. This scenario enables only 5 years of ISS utilization at something less than full capability. While scientific and technological experiments already on the drawing board may be flown on the ISS in the next 5 years, it is less likely that new ventures will have enough time to do so. The U.S. starts at a disadvantage in this regard relative to its international partners, since its life science and microgravity science programs are stalled because of budgetary pressures. Congress designated the ISS as a national laboratory in 2005 to facilitate the development of broad capabilities in science and technology by other government agencies and non-government users, a promising program that is literally just getting off the ground. It is not likely that research will be contemplated or proposed for a facility that may be deorbited before full value of that research can be realized. There are also significant international consequences associated with this scenario. By terminating the ISS, the U.S. would voluntarily relinquish its unique area of unchallenged leadership in space. Other nations have been building satellites and launch vehicles and are now constructing human-rated launch vehicles and capsules. But no other nation can match the 20-year U.S. lead in space engineering, construction, and operations. Just as important, by pursuing this option, the U.S. would dismantle a successful multilateral framework for international collaboration, a framework that could be extended in the future for other space projects. By limiting the time that the international partners could realize the return on their investments, the U.S. would be open to the accusation that it is an inconsiderate, if not unreliable, partner. It is unlikely that another international collaboration as broad and deep could be developed soon to replace the current one. New potential partners would be likely to seek less ambitious bilateral relationships. The committee's informal consultations with various foreign partner agencies emphasized how important the participation of their astronauts and experiments on the ISS have been to their space activities and to securing public support for their entire space programs. Finally, there is broader domestic and international public opinion that will not unreasonably question whether it is sensible to terminate, after 5 years of full use, a project that took 25 years to build. Our ISS international partners issued a joint statement at a July 2008 Heads of Agency meeting calling for continuation of ISS operations beyond 2015. Russia has declared publicly that it intends to continue operations after 2015, independent of the U.S., if necessary. NASA believes that this is not technically feasible, but the comment is illustrative of the international reaction to the current ISS plan. The commitment to use commercial vehicles for the ISS resupply is one of the more innovative aspects of the current program. The prospect of an ISS resupply market is already stimulating risk-taking industries to develop new launch vehicles and capsules. However, termination of ISS would abruptly end that market in 2015 after fewer than 5 years of commercial resupply operations. This may not provide enough opportunity for the new industries to grow to maturity, and in some cases would likely threaten the survival of their efforts in this area. The committee estimates that the Ares-1 vehicle planned to transport humans to low Earth orbit will not be available until 2 years after the ISS ceases to operate under the current plan. In this case, there would be several years with no U.S. human spaceflight activity at all. Thus, an achievement gap would exist in addition to the launch capability gap. Scenario 2. Continue ISS operations at the present level to 2020. Extending ISS operations by 5 years ameliorates many of the difficulties cited above with the current program, Scenario 1. The U.S. would have a longer time to develop uses of the station, that is, to rebuild its ISS science program, to develop the ISS National Laboratory, and to provide opportunities to new users. Renewal of the ISS would assure the existing commercial cargo contractors of a more secure market and might also encourage other financial risk takers to invest. The international partners would have more time to achieve a return on their investments, and the U.S. and its partners would have the opportunity for continuing human activities in space for 5 more years. The current level of effort, however, does not allow the ISS to achieve its full potential as a national laboratory or as a technology test bed. The majority of the funding is devoted to sustaining basic operations and providing transportation, including commercial resupply and crew transport on Soyuz. With utilization only a modest part of the ISS budget, many equipment and experiment racks will remain unfilled, which is the case today. Extension beyond 2015 does bring new technical issues. These issues include procuring and providing spares and recertifying the components of the ISS. One hidden benefit of work on life extension may be that it provides practical experience with issues that will arise later in missions of exploration beyond low Earth orbit. As described above, planning for life extension to 2020 would have to begin immediately. Scenario 3. Enrich the ISS program and extend through 2020. Since ISS utilization accounts for a relatively small portion of the planned budget, a significant enrichment of ISS utilization could be achieved with a relatively modest increase in funding. This is the basis for the committee's nominal scenario, which is described below. Like Scenario 2, without added funding, this scenario would adversely affect the Constellation program in that it consumes funds that are otherwise planned to be added to that effort. A much stronger emphasis on utilization will help ameliorate one of the most intractable problems associated with the International Space Station. Because NASA does not have a compelling vision for how it will use the ISS, many American citizens do not have a clear idea of what it is for. Further, the absence of funds to support utilization of the station causes potential users to be skeptical of its overall value. Even if the extension option is adopted, it is not clear whether it will be successful in addressing these concerns. Up to now, the U.S. has focused almost exclusively on building the ISS. Budgetary pressures during construction meant that inadequate attention was paid to how the U.S. would use the facility after it was completed. As one example, the funds originally to be used for research and technology development were reduced. The scientific research community that had hoped to use the ISS has largely been dispersed and will have to be reassembled. However, there remains the potential to enhance scientific use of the ISS. The National Research Council Space Studies Board has recently initiated a decadal survey of life and microgravity science that will identify key scientific issues and strategies for addressing them. This is the first decadal survey in this area, and it will bring the most modern scientific understanding to bear on what questions may be answered in the decade through 2020. An extended, enriched ISS program will enable more of the scientific opportunities identified by the survey to be captured. As the nation's newest national laboratory, the ISS has the potential to further strengthen relationships among NASA, other federal entities, and private sector leaders in the pursuit of national priorities for the advancement of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. The ISS National Laboratory should also open new paths for the exploration and economic development of space. The life science research community of the National Institute of Health and NASA's space station research facilitators recently met for the first time to allow researchers to explore the logistics of flying their experiments on the ISS. Enriching the ISS program would send a strong signal to these potential users. There is another important use of the ISS that was not considered when the space station was begun in 1984 or redesigned in 1992 to support exploration. The committee believes that the space station can be a valuable testbed for the life support, environmental, and advanced propulsion technologies, among others that will be needed to send humans on missions farther into space. It also has the potential to help develop operational techniques important to exploration. Such an emphasis has the advantage of keeping the technology development and operational side of NASA involved in ISS utilization. Among the most compelling considerations supporting this scenario are the opportunities it affords for international partnership. The negotiations to extend the ISS partnership beyond 2016, which under the latter two scenarios should begin soon, offer the U.S. a new opportunity for geopolitical leadership. The ISS partnership can be enriched in a variety of ways. Its goals may be enlarged, its membership may be enlarged, or both. By adding aspects of exploration beyond low Earth orbit to the goals of the ISS partnership, the partners would engage at an early stage with the U.S. in the next grand challenge of space exploration. The ISS agreement itself might serve as the basis for the broader types of agreement that will be appropriate to deep space exploration. Since the ISS was redesigned in 1992, several nations have developed important new capabilities for robotic and, more recently, human spaceflight. Opening the ISS partnership to new members could engage such emerging space powers with the present international space community, thereby facilitating the exchange of plans, the sharing of financial and intellectual resources, and the same kind of strong working relationships that brought the ISS into being and that sustained it. The committee's informal consultations with current ISS partner agencies revealed no fundamental reluctance to adding new partners. However, all recommended that the integration of potential new partners proceed after careful discussion and in small steps that could be taken over time. Findings on the International Space Station, ISS. Extending the International Space Station. The return on investment to both the United States and our international partners would be significantly enhanced by an extension of ISS life. Not to extend its operation would significantly impair U.S. ability to develop and lead future international spaceflight partnerships. ISS termination. If the ISS is to be deorbited in early 2016, negotiations with international partners and operational planning must begin now. Additional funds must be added to the budget to accomplish this complex technical task. ISS utilization. If the life of the ISS is extended, a more robust program of science, human research, and technology development would significantly increase the return on investment from the station and better prepare for human exploration beyond low Earth orbit. Additional funds would need to be provided for this purpose. cargo to and from the ISS. When the shuttle is retired, ISS will rely on a mix of commercial and international cargo transports for provisions, resupply, maintenance, and utilization. Some of these delivery systems are as yet unproven and could experience delays. While this would not place the ISS itself in jeopardy in the near term, it could put its utilization at risk. Commercial cargo carriers. NASA's planned transition of much of the ISS cargo resupply to the commercial sector is a positive development. Financial incentives should be added to those suppliers to meet their scheduled milestones, as the ISS will be vulnerable until the relevant vehicles have demonstrated their operational capabilities and flight rates. Management structure for ISS utilization. The benefits of continued operation of the ISS will depend heavily on the extent to which its management focuses on utilization. One possible approach would be to establish an independent organization that mediates between NASA operations managers and the broad stakeholder community of scientific, technological, and commercial users. International partnership in ISS. NASA's international partners value the ISS relationship and U.S. leadership in that relationship. They further view it as a platform for international cooperation in exploration. End of Section 9. Recording by Patrick Mchaffie, Merritt Island. Section 10 of Seeking a Human Spaceflight Program Worthy of a Great Nation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patrick Mchaffie, Merritt Island. Seeking a Human Spaceflight Program Worthy of a Great Nation by the Review of U.S. Human Spaceflight Plans Committee. Chapter 4.0 Current Human Spaceflight Programs, Part 3. 4.3 The Constellation Program. In addition to the Shuttle and the ISS, the scope of NASA activities the committee was directed to examine includes all of the activities within the Exploration Systems Mission Directorate, ESMD. These include the Constellation Program, the name given by NASA to the flight development program for the next phase of human space exploration. As the committee assessed the current status and possible future of the Constellation Program, it reviewed the technical, budgetary, and schedule challenges that the program faces today. In developing integrated options for the nation's human spaceflight program, the committee established as the baseline what it considers to be an implementable version of the Constellation Program. This baseline case is outlined in more detail in Chapter 6. The 2004 Vision for Space Exploration established new and ambitious goals for the nation's human spaceflight program. The Constellation Program is NASA's response to that vision. The Exploration Systems Architecture Study, ESAS, defined the broad architecture for the program in 2005. The principal program elements include the Ares-1 launch vehicle, capable of launching astronauts to low Earth orbit, the Ares-5 heavy-lift cargo launch vehicle to send astronauts and equipment towards the Moon or other destinations beyond low Earth orbit, the Orion capsule to carry astronauts to low Earth orbit and beyond, the Altair lunar lander for descent to the surface of the Moon and ascent back to lunar orbit for the crew, and surface systems that astronauts will need to explore the lunar surface. Development of the first two of the elements needed, the Ares 1 and Orion, is well underway, while development of the Ares 5 has not been initiated. Certain components of the Ares 1 can be expected to be common with the Ares 5. A detailed review by the committee of the two launch vehicles, the Ares 1 and Ares 5, will be presented in Chapter 5. The Altair lander and the lunar surface systems are still in very early phases of design and were discussed in part of the Moon First strategy in Chapter 3. 4.3.1 Orion. The remaining principal element, Orion, consists of a spacecraft generally in the shape of the Apollo capsule, a service module, and a launch abort system. Orion is designed to operate in space for up to 6 months and carry 6 astronauts, but is currently being configured for ISS support as a 4-person vehicle. An upgraded Block 2 version is anticipated for travel to the Moon and beyond. Orion performance is constrained by re-entry and landing considerations and is also subject to limitations imposed by Ares 1. It has undergone multiple redesign cycles in response to changing requirements. The committee examined the design and operations of Orion in some detail. Many concepts are possible for crew exploration vehicles, and NASA clearly needs a new spacecraft for travel beyond low Earth orbit. Evidence reviewed by the committee indicates that the current Orion design will be acceptable for a wide variety of tasks in the human exploration of space. The committee's greatest concern regarding Orion is its recurring cost. The capsule is 5 meters in diameter, considerably larger and more massive than previous capsules, for example, the Apollo capsule, and there is some indication that a smaller and lighter 4-person Orion could reduce operations costs. For example, such a configuration might allow landing on land rather than in the ocean, and it might enable simplifications in the currently large and complex launch abort system. In addition, this would also increase launch margin, which could reduce the cost and schedule risk to the Constellation program. However, a redesign of this magnitude would likely result in well over a year of additional development time and an increase of perhaps $1 billion in cost. In any case, in order to provide for a sustainable program, every effort should be made to reduce the recurring costs of Orion. Safety is, of course, a primary concern in any human-rated system, and Orion and its companion Ares 1 launcher are designed in accordance with NASA's latest human rating requirements. The design includes an abort capability throughout ascent, as well as requirements to make loss of crew a factor of 10 less likely than at any previous time in human spaceflight. The ability of Ares 1 to meet these requirements will not be known until it is an established flight record, but it is clearly being designed to a high standard of safety and reliability. A more detailed discussion of human rating is contained in section 5.3.4. As part of an independent review, an assessment of the Orion crew vehicle stand-alone development plan was conducted. The assessment focused on critical path elements. It was observed that the Orion development schedule is back-end loaded, such that designing test articles, conducting tests, and producing flight hardware run in parallel, thus creating an extremely high schedule risk. For example, the program of record shows only 3 months between completion of system qualifications, June 2014, and the planned Orion 1 launch date, September 2014. A large number of technical risks also add to schedule uncertainty. When compared to historical programs, the most likely delay to the Orion availability approaches 18 months. Additional critical paths exist through ground and flight test. 4.3.2 Constellation Development. Since Constellation's inception, the program has faced a mismatch between funding and program content. Even when the program was first announced, its timely execution depended on funds becoming available from the retirement of the Space Shuttle in 2010 and the decommissioning of the ISS in early 2016. Since those early days, the program's long-term budget outlook has been steadily reduced below the level expected by NASA. As shown, the Exploration Systems Architecture Study of 2005 assumed the availability of a steady-state human spaceflight budget for exploration of about $10 billion per year. In the subsequent FY 2009 and FY 2010 budgets, the long-term projections for funding have decreased. The FY 2010 President's Budget submittal suggests a steady-state funding of about $7 billion per year. The shorter-term budget situation has had mixed impact on Constellation. The formal first post-ESAS budget was the FY 2007 budget, in which the funds available to Ares 1 and Orion were significantly lower than those anticipated during the time of ESAS. Subsequently, in the FY 2008 FY 2010 budgets, the funds anticipated in the out years in the FY 2007 budget were made available to Ares 1 and Orion. In part, this has been achieved by scope changes in other NASA programs. The budget outlook for the Constellation program would be even bleaker under some alternate human spaceflight plans. Without additional funding, if the shuttle manifest exists into 2011 and/or the life of the ISS is extended, there will be even less funding available for Ares 1 and Orion. Further, as the shuttle and ISS programs are terminated, a significant percentage of NASA's fixed costs will transition to Constellation. The committee has found that not all of these costs have been accounted for in the Constellation budget plan. Most major vehicle development programs face technical challenges as a normal part of the development process, and Constellation is no exception. For example, as the Ares 1 design has matured, the rocket has grown in weight and various technical issues have emerged. Among these is the high level of vibrations induced by thrust oscillation in the first stage motor. While significant, these can be considered to be engineering problems, and the committee expects that they will be solved, just as the developers of Apollo successfully faced challenges such as a capsule fire and an unknown and potentially hazardous landing environment. But finding the solutions to Constellation's technical problems will likely have further impact on the program's cost and schedule. Differences between the original Constellation program planning budget and the actual implementation budget, coupled with technical problems that have been encountered on the Ares 1 and Orion programs, have produced the most significant overall impacts to the execution of the Constellation program. This has resulted, for example, in slipping work on the Ares 5 and lunar systems well into the future and setting Orion's near-term occupancy at 4 astronauts. The original 2005 schedule showed Ares 1 and Orion available to support the ISS in 2012, only 2 years after scheduled shuttle retirement. The current schedule maintained by the Constellation program now shows that date as 2015, but with a relatively low schedule confidence factor and little schedule slack on the critical path. The committee commissioned the Aerospace Corporation to perform an independent assessment of the technical, budgetary, and schedule risk on the Constellation program. The study methodology employed for the assessment of cost and schedule is substantially the same as described for the integrated options of Chapter 6. All resulting cost and schedule impacts prepared for the committee are formulated at the 65% confidence level, consistent with the direction NASA has given the Constellation program. The results of the analysis indicate to the committee that, under the FY 2010 budget profile, there is likely an additional delay of at least 2 years, with first launch in 2017 and perhaps as much as 4 years of delay, with first launch in 2019. This suggests that Ares 1 and Orion will not reach ISS before the station's currently planned termination. Assuming a shuttle retirement sometime in FY 2011, the length of the gap in which the U.S. will have no independent capability to transport astronauts into orbit will be about 7 years. The Constellation program has identified measures such as ongoing content reduction, deployment of stimulus funds to address high-risk schedule areas, and program management actions to mitigate major risks that suggest that the first launch of Ares 1 and Orion could occur in 2017 if those measures are successful. The Ares 5, still in conceptual design, promises to be an extremely capable rocket, able to lift 160 metric tons of cargo into low Earth orbit. But its design, too, has experienced growth and program delays due to the impact of the development of other elements of Constellation. Under the FY 2010 funding profile, the committee estimates that Ares 5 will not be available until the late 2020s. Under the FY 2010 budget, the lunar landing and surface systems will also be delayed by over a decade, indicating that human lunar return could not occur until well into the 2030s. 4.3.3 Importance of Technology Development. As currently structured, the only broad-based space technology program of NASA is contained within the Exploration Systems Mission Directorate and is closely tied to the near and midterm needs of Constellation. 2 recent reports of the National Research Council have examined and made recommendations to NASA on the structure of its future space technology program. The need for technology development is apparent, and the pursuit of a well-crafted technology program would be very beneficial to the longer-term human spaceflight program. Failure to adequately fund such efforts in the past has reduced the options available today. Further, substantial cost and schedule savings can be achieved by having the needed technologies in place prior to initiating engineering development activities. Almost invariably, To conduct such efforts in parallel is extremely costly. Based on these considerations, the committee finds that a robust technology development program funded in support of future human spaceflight activities would not only introduce new opportunities for mission architecture, but also enable reduction in the cost of human spaceflight. This will be discussed in Chapter 7. Findings on Orion and Ares 1. Orion. The Orion is intended to be a capable crew exploration vehicle, and the current Orion design will be acceptable for a wide variety of tasks in the human exploration of space. The current development is under considerable stress associated with schedule and weight margins. The primary long-term concern of the committee is the recurring cost of the system. Ares 1. Ares 1 is intended to be a high reliability launcher. When combined with the Orion and its launch escape system, it is expected to serve as a crew transporter with very high ascent safety. The Ares 1 is currently dealing with technical problems of a character not remarkable in the design of a complex system, problems that should be resolvable with commensurate cost and schedule impacts. Its ultimate utility is diminished by schedule delays which cause a mismatch with the programs it is intended to serve. Other findings on the Constellation Program launch vehicles are in Chapter 5. End of Section 10. Recording by Patrick Mchaffie, Merritt Island.
Section 11 of Seeking a Human Spaceflight Program Worthy of a Great Nation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Seeking a Human Spaceflight Program Worthy of a Great Nation by the Review of U.S. Human Spaceflight Plans Committee. Chapter 5.0 Launch to Low Earth Orbit and Beyond, Part 1. Launch to low Earth orbit is the most energy-intensive and dynamic step in human space exploration. No other single propulsive maneuver, including descent to and ascent from the surfaces of the Moon or Mars, demands higher thrust or more energy, or has the high aerodynamic pressure forces than a launch from Earth. Launch is a critical area for spaceflight, and 2 of the 5 key questions that guide the future plans for U.S. human spaceflight focus on launch to low Earth orbit, the delivery of heavy masses to low Earth orbit and beyond, and the delivery of crew to low Earth orbit. 5.1 Evaluation Methodology for Launch Vehicles. Launch vehicles and associated ground infrastructure are key elements of the architectures that support human spaceflight missions. Launch vehicles are generally designed anew or adapted from existing vehicles to support a specified mission or range of missions. The mission definition drives the size, performance, production rates, reliability, and safety requirements. This is particularly true for clean sheet, that is, new designs. For the adaptation of existing launch vehicles to new missions, greater compromise between the launch vehicle and the mission is often needed in order to execute the adaptation and thus realize the benefits sought. Primary among these benefits is proven safety, cost, reliability, and performance. The Aerospace Corporation performed for the committee an evaluation of potential launch vehicles. The metrics used in evaluating the various launch vehicle candidates, as shown in the upper left-hand corner of Figure 5.1-1, contain the usual cost, performance, and schedule parameters, but also include items such as safety, operability, maturity, human rating, workforce implications, impacts on the U.S. industrial base, the development of commercial space, the consequences to national security space, and the impact on exploration and science missions. Some metrics could be evaluated quantitatively, such as cost and schedule, while others required qualitative assessment, such as the impact on as yet undefined national security space missions. At a summary level, the assessment process centered around two evaluations. The first was to assess and modify, where appropriate, the claim for a system as submitted by the provider of that system. The second step was to represent the uncertainty associated with the assessment of each metric for each launch system. This process made it possible to capture cases where claims might be judged to be less than their stated values, but with a fair degree of certainty, as well as cases where a claim was judged well within historical bounds, but significant uncertainty remained about the estimate. It also permitted at least a first-order comparison of existing vehicles with proposed vehicles, including defining the uncertainty in that comparison. A sample summary of these evaluations is shown in the upper right-hand corner of Figure 5.1-1. In analyzing individual launch vehicles, the study approach examined approximately 70 lower-level metrics that contributed to the 13 top-level metrics. A summary was created for all relevant launch systems for each mission category as to their ranking relative to the other launch systems capable of supporting that particular mission. 5.2. Heavy lift to low Earth orbit and beyond. The insertion of heavy payloads from Earth orbit towards their destination is essential for exploration beyond low Earth orbit, and such systems significantly benefit from heavy lift to low Earth orbit. The plan of the Constellation program for the exploration of the Moon envisions launching about 600 metric tons per year to low Earth orbit, while exploration along the flexible path may require somewhat less launch mass each year. NASA scenarios for the exploration of Mars will have comparable annual requirements. In the 3 years of lunar surface exploration during Apollo, which had a less capable lunar surface infrastructure than is currently planned, NASA launched over 250 metric tons per year. As a point of comparison, the International Space Station, assembled over the last decade by the shuttle, has a mass of about 350 metric tons. Thus, in the era of exploration beyond low Earth orbit, we will launch to low Earth orbit a mass comparable to that of the entire International Space Station every year. The key decision for heavy lift to low Earth orbit is on what should the next heavy lift launch vehicle be based. The committee examined 5 candidates for heavy lift, with their estimated launch mass to low Earth orbit shown in the rightmost 5 bars of Figure 5.2-1. In the end, to simplify the considerations, the committee treated the 5 launchers in the 4 classes summarized in Figure 5.2-2, the currently planned Ares 1 and Ares 5 architecture, the Ares 5 Lite, used in a dual mode for lunar missions, a shuttle-derived vehicle, and a Super Heavy launcher derived from Evolved Expendable Launch Vehicle (EELV) heritage. The shuttle-derived class was used to represent both inline and side-mount vehicles, each of which will be discussed in detail below. 5.2.1. The need for heavy lift. First, the committee examined the question, do we need a heavy lift capability? While it is obvious that the ability to inject massive spacecraft away from low Earth orbit is vital for exploration, there is some question as to the smallest practical size of the launcher that will be used to carry cargo to low Earth orbit. The committee reviewed the issue of whether exploration beyond low Earth orbit will require a super heavy lift launch vehicle that is larger than the current heavy EELVs, whose mass to low Earth orbit is in the 20 to 25 metric ton range, and concluded that it will. However, the rationale for this decision is subtler than usually thought and hinges on three factors: the size and mass capability of the launcher and of the entire U.S. launch capacity, in-space refueling capability, and the launch reliability expected for a given mission. No one knows for certain the mass or dimensions of the largest piece of hardware that will be required for future exploration missions. It will likely be larger than 25 metric tons in mass, and may be larger than the approximately 5-meter diameter fairing of the largest current launchers. The largest single element in the current NASA plans that will be launched to low Earth orbit is the Earth Departure Stage, EDS. Not counting its approximately 60 metric tons of payload, the EDS arrives in low Earth orbit on a standard lunar mission with a mass of about 119 metric tons, of which about 94 metric tons is fuel and only 25 metric tons is dry mass. In the absence of in-space refueling, the U.S. human spaceflight program will require a heavy-lift launcher of significantly greater than 25 metric tons capability to launch the EDS and its fuel. However, the picture changes significantly if in-space refueling is used. All of the heavy-lift vehicles listed in Figure 5.2-2 use an EDS to lift the specified payload mass to low Earth orbit. In the conventional scheme, the EDS burns some of its fuel on the way to orbit, and it arrives in low Earth orbit partially full. The remainder of its fuel is expended in injecting the payload towards its destination beyond low Earth orbit. The alternative is to refuel the EDS in low Earth orbit from either a dedicated tanker or a fuel depot. This allows more mass to be injected from the Earth with a given EDS. Studies commissioned by the committee found that in-space refueling could increase by at least 2 to 3 times the injection capability from low Earth orbit of a launcher system, and in some cases more. Thus, an in-space refueling capability would make larger super heavy lift vehicles even more capable, and would enable smaller ones to inject from low Earth orbit a mass comparable to what larger launchers can do without in-space refueling. See Figure 5.2.1-1. In fact, the larger elements launched to low Earth orbit tend to be propulsion stages, and these are usually about 80% fuel by mass. If there were the capability to fuel propulsion stages in space, the single largest mass launched would be considerably less than in the absence of in-space refueling. The mass that must be launched to low Earth orbit in the current NASA plan, without the fuel on board, is in the range of 25 to 40 metric tons, setting a notional lower limit on the size of the super heavy lift launch vehicle if refueling is available. As an additional benefit of in-space refueling, the potential government-guaranteed market for fuel in low Earth orbit would create a stimulus to the commercial launch industry beyond the current International Space Station commercial cargo services market. The committee examined the current concepts for in-space refueling. There are essentially 2. In the simpler one, a single tanker performs a rendezvous and, docking with the EDS on orbit, transfers fuel and separates, much like an airborne tanker refuels an aircraft. In a more evolved concept, many tankers rendezvous and transfer fuel to an in-space depot. See Figure 5.2.1-2, Artist's concept of a fuel depot servicing the Earth departure stage. Then at a later time, the EDS docks with the depot, fuels, and departs Earth orbit. The committee found both of these concepts feasible with current technology, but in need of significant further engineering development and in-space demonstration before they could be included in a baseline design. This would require engineering effort, and at some development investment, long-term life cycle savings may be obtained. The concept of in-space refueling introduces the idea of critical launches and less critical launches in any given mission. Using the lunar mission with crew as a reference, the critical launches would carry the Orion, Altair, and EDS to low Earth orbit. Depending on launch vehicle capacity, this could be accomplished on one flight, as it was in Apollo, 2 or even 3 launches. Less critical missions would be the ones that bring fuel to low Earth orbit. The committee commissioned a detailed analysis of the reliability of missions that would require multiple launches of critical and less critical payloads. It found that achieving reasonable probability of mission success requires either 90-plus days of on-orbit life for the EDS or a depot, and that at most 3 critical launches should be employed. Since it is very constraining to balance mission components to always partition equally between launches, this strongly favors a minimum heavy lift capacity of roughly 50 metric tons that allows the flexibility to lift 2 dry exploration elements on a single launch. Another way to view the requirements of heavy lift is to consider the recurring cost to NASA of using a significant fraction of the yearly existing and planned U.S. launch capability after the shuttle retires. At reasonable production rates of the existing EELV heavy launch vehicles, mid-size EELVs, new commercial vehicles, and the Ares 1, much, if not all, of the excess capability that exists in the U.S. production system would be used launching 400 to 500 metric tons to low Earth orbit, and it would be an expensive way to accomplish this. The committee finds that exploration would benefit from the development of a heavy lift capability to enable voyages beyond low Earth orbit. This might be supplemented by the development of an in-space refueling capability. In-space refueling has great potential benefits, but needs development and demonstration before being incorporated into a baseline design. Using a launch system with more than 3 critical launches begins to cause unacceptably low mission launch reliability. Therefore, a prudent strategy would be to use launch vehicles that allow the completion of a lunar mission with no more than 3 launches without refueling. This would imply a launch mass to low Earth orbit of at least 65 to 70 metric tons based on current NASA lunar plans. Vehicles in the range up to about 100 metric tons will require in-space refueling for more demanding missions. Vehicle above this launch capability will be enhanced by in-space refueling but will not require it. When in-space refueling is developed, any of these launches will become more capable. The development of such a heavy lift vehicle would have other benefits. It would allow large scientific observatories to be launched, potentially enabling them to have optics larger than the current 5-meter fairing sizes will allow. More capable deep space science missions could be mounted, allowing faster or more extensive exploration of the outer solar system. Heavy lift may also provide benefit in national security space applications. 5.2.2 The choices for heavy lift. The committee examined the 4 choices for heavy lift outlined in Figure 5.2-1 and Figure 5.2-2, all of which pose different heritage, capability, maturity, and organizational ramifications. They will be discussed with reference to the use on a typical lunar mission and a flexible path mission. Ares 5. The Ares 5 is used with a human-rated Ares 1 for lunar missions, the so-called 1.5 launch architecture. The Ares 1 launches the Orion, which docks in low Earth orbit with the Altair lander and EDS launched on the Ares 5. The Orion and Altair departs towards the Moon, propelled by the EDS. See Figure 3.4.2-1. The Ares 1 rocket is currently under development by the Constellation program and has a great deal of commonality with the Ares 5. This version of the Ares 5, in contrast with the Ares 5 Lite discussed below, is the most capable of the launch vehicle alternatives under study, with a payload to low Earth orbit of about 160 metric tons. See Figure 5.2.2-1. When used in conjunction with the Ares 1, the combined payload to low Earth orbit is about 185 metric tons. With an appropriately designed lunar lander, one Ares 1 and one Ares 5 land about 2 metric tons of cargo on the lunar surface of a human mission, and about 14 metric tons reaches the lunar surface on a cargo-only mission with a single Ares 5 launch. Both the Ares 1 and Ares 5 use solid rocket boosters, SRBs, a 5-segment SRB in the Ares 1 and a 5.5-segment SRB in the Ares 5. The Ares 5 first stage uses 6 engines from the RS-68 family. The engines are mounted on the bottom of a 10-meter diameter tank. The second, or Earth departure stage, is based on the J2X engine, which the Ares 5 shares in common with the Ares 1. The advanced RS-68 rocket engine of the core is a modification of the RS-68 engines used on the existing Delta IV launch vehicles. Certain changes to the RS-68 for use in the Ares family are anticipated. These include upgrades to reduce hydrogen flow at startup and for extended operation in the more aggressive Ares 5 thermal environment. The J2X rocket engine is a modification of the J2 engines used on the Saturn V program. The use of the Ares 1 as a means of crew transport to low Earth orbit will be discussed in Section 5.3. Ares 5 Lite. The Ares 5 Lite is a slightly lower performance variant of the Ares 5, with a low Earth orbit payload of about 140 metric tons, but with the same essential configuration as the Ares 5. However, in this option, it would be human-rated, as it is used for crew launch with the Orion. It uses 5-segment SRBs, already under development for the Ares 1, and 5 core engines, a derivative of the RS-68, the engine used on the Delta IV Heavy EELV. It would use a slight variant of the same EDS as the Ares 5, with the same J2X engine. For lunar missions, the Ares 5 Lite is used in the dual mode. The Orion and Altair are launched on separate Ares 5 flights, and they dock either in Earth or Moon orbit, depending on the mission mode eventually chosen. With a combined payload to low Earth orbit for the dual launches of about 280 metric tons, this architecture would enjoy considerable payload margin that could provide significant enhancement in mission robustness for lunar missions. With an appropriately designed lunar lander, this system lands about 7 metric tons of cargo on the lunar surface on a crewed mission. With a single Ares 5 Lite launch, the same lander can deliver about 14 metric tons on a cargo-only mission. When used on flexible path missions, a single Ares 5 Lite and EDS, in combination with the Orion and an in-space habitat, are able to support a visit to the Lagrange points without refueling. In order to reach near-Earth objects and beyond, in-space refueling, or alternatively multiple Ares 5 Lite launches, is necessary. Shuttle-derived launchers. The committee examined the shuttle-derived family, consisting of inline and side-mount vehicles substantially derived from the shuttle. These are all characterized by 4-segment solid rocket boosters, Space Shuttle main engines or their RS-25E expendable derivatives, and 8.3-meter diameter external tanks as used on the Space Shuttle. This class actually comprises a family of possible vehicles. Shuttle-derived side-mount launcher. On one end of the spectrum is the side-mount launcher that is most directly derived from the shuttle. See Figure 5.2.2-2. It replaces the shuttle orbiter with an expendable side-mounted payload carrier that contains both a clamshell-type payload shroud and a propulsion system consisting of 3 Space Shuttle main engines, SSME. It uses the exact same tank and SRB configuration as the shuttle. It would likely carry an EDS with a J2X engine internal to the payload bay. This would be the smallest development effort possible within the family. Depending on details of design, a side-mount launcher with an EDS can lift 90 to slightly more than 100 metric tons to low Earth orbit. Shuttle-derived inline launcher. At the other end of the spectrum is an inline vehicle such as the Jupiter 241, with 4 SSMEs mounted at the bottom of a redesigned tank thrust structure with an EDS atop the tank. See Figure 5.2.2-3. Once the existing stock of SSME engines is depleted, this configuration will use an expendable version of the SSME, the RS-25E. The upper stage uses liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen as propellants, with a single J2X rocket engine. The committee evaluated the smaller Jupiter 130 that does not have an EDS, but used the more capable Jupiter 241 as the basis of comparison, which has a launch capacity in the range of 100 to 110 metric tons to low Earth orbit. In a lunar exploration scenario, it is assumed that 3 shuttle-derived launchers of a nominal 110 metric ton capability would be used for a crewed mission. A single launcher would be used for lunar cargo missions. When used in conjunction with a lunar lander designed for this size vehicle, this system lands about 5 metric tons of cargo on a crew mission. A single launch cargo mission lands less than 5 metric tons of cargo on the lunar surface. However, a single launch cargo mission enhanced by the use of in-space refueling increases the cargo mass landed on the lunar surface to more than 20 metric tons. For flexible path missions, 2 shuttle-derived launchers, combined with in-space refueling of an EDS, are required to propel the Orion and in-space habitat to the Lagrange points, near-Earth objects, and beyond. While the committee did not examine the technical trade between the side-mount and inline variants in detail, it observes that the side-mount variant is considered an inherently less safe arrangement if crew is to be carried, and is more limited in its growth potential. EELV Heritage Super Heavy. The EELV Heritage Super Heavy launchers represent a potential family of vehicles derived from the current Evolved Expendable Launch Vehicles heritage. They are distinguished technically from the NASA Heritage vehicle by their use of liquid booster rather than solid rocket boosters, and secondarily by a hydrocarbon RP-1 fueled rocket in the first stage core. See Figure 5.2.2-4. The upgraded EELV systems would have a core vehicle that would by itself have a launch capability to low Earth orbit in the range of 30 to 35 metric tons. Using a super heavy variant that would have a core and 2 boosters of the same basic design, and when used in conjunction with an upgraded common hydrogen-oxygen upper stage, it is likely to have a maximum payload to low Earth orbit in the range of 75 metric tons. This exceeds the nominal minimum for a heavy lifter useful for exploration as defined above. A representative of this category of launchers is the Atlas V Phase II Heavy. The EELV Super Heavy uses 2 RD-180 rocket engines on each of the core and 2 boosters. The RD-180 engine has a long history of successful launches in Russia and in the U.S. on the Atlas V family of launch vehicles. The upper stage uses liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen as propellant, with 4 RL-10 rocket engines. The RL-10 family of engines has a long history of successful launches on programs including the Titan, Atlas, and Delta families of vehicles. The Atlas Phase 2 is a proposed follow-on of the EELV program, with larger 5-meter diameter stages manufactured using the existing 5-meter production facilities that currently produce the Delta IV core stages. When used in conjunction with flexible path missions, the EELV Heritage Launcher and EDS send the Orion and in-space habitat towards the Lagrange points, near-Earth objects, and beyond, with 2 launches plus in-space refueling. Developmental considerations. Any of these launcher options will entail a substantial development project. The committee observes that throughout the history of launcher development, and particularly for the shuttle, the aim has frequently been to design for ultimate performance, often at the cost of reliability and operational efficiency. In particular, NASA's design culture has repeatedly focused on maximizing performance at minimum development cost, generally resulting in high operational and life cycle costs. While performance is important in launchers, good performance margins and associated robustness are also desirable and can lead to lower life cycle costs. A shift in NASA design culture toward design for minimum life cycle cost, accompanied by robustness and adequate margins, will allow NASA programs to be more sustainable. There is one additional consideration regarding heavy lift capability. In all missions beyond low Earth orbit, there will be a need for 1 or 2 additional propulsive maneuvers far from Earth. For example, in visiting the Moon, a burn is necessary to enter lunar orbit and another to leave. When visiting a near-Earth object, a burn is necessary to decelerate to rendezvous with the object, and then a second to return to Earth. Exploration will require a long-duration in-space restartable stage. This would become a building block of exploration propulsion systems, potentially including the lunar descent stage. Findings on launch to low Earth orbit and beyond. The need for heavy lift. A heavy lift launch capability to low Earth orbit, combined with the ability to inject heavy payloads away from the Earth, is beneficial to exploration and will also be useful to the national security, space, and scientific communities. The committee reviewed the Ares family of launchers, shuttle-derived vehicles, and launchers derived from the EELV family. Each approach has advantages and disadvantages, trading capability, life cycle costs, operational complexity, and the way of doing business within the program and NASA. In-space refueling. The ability to add fuel to an Earth departure stage, either from in-space docking with a tanker or from a depot, is of significant potential benefit to the in-space transportation system beyond low Earth orbit. The technology for in-space refueling is available, but a further development and demonstration program is required. Therefore, a prudent approach is to develop a heavy-lift launch system with sufficient capabilities for early missions, which would later be enhanced by in-space refueling when it becomes available. Sustainability of operations of U.S. launch systems. NASA's design culture emphasizes maximizing performance at minimum development cost, repeatedly resulting in high operational and life cycle costs. A shift in NASA design culture toward design for minimum discounted life cycle cost, accompanied by robustness and adequate margins, will allow NASA programs to be more sustainable. In-space propulsion. For almost all foreseeable missions beyond low Earth orbit, there is a need for 1 or 2 propulsive maneuvers, often after weeks or months in space. Efficient engines and stages with high reliability restart capability will need to be developed. End of Section 11. Recording by Maria Kasper. Section 12 of Seeking a Human Spaceflight Program Worthy of a Great Nation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Seeking a Human Spaceflight Program Worthy of a Great Nation by the Review of U.S. Human Spaceflight Plans Committee. Chapter 5.0 Launch to Low Earth Orbit and Beyond, Part 2. 5.3 Crew Launch to Low Earth Orbit. Among the most safety-critical aspects of human spaceflight is the delivery and return of crew to and from low Earth orbit. The fourth key question examined by the committee is, how should U.S. crew be transported to low Earth orbit? There are two choices for transporting U.S. crews to and from low Earth orbit that emerged from the work of the committee: a government-provided and operated system and a commercially provided crew delivery service. This discussion assumes that the Orion vehicle will be the primary U.S. capsule for crew transportation beyond low Earth orbit and re-entry into Earth's atmosphere upon return from these voyages. 5.3.1 Ares 1 plus Orion, government-provided crew to low Earth orbit. The current NASA plan for crew transport to low Earth orbit, comprising the Ares 1 launch vehicle and the Orion crew capsule, was selected in 2005 as part of the ESAS study, based in part on the anticipated availability and projected crew safety considerations of the Ares 1 and Orion. At the time of ESAS, estimates showed that Ares 1 and Orion would be available for crew transport service to the International Space Station by 2012. The date projected by the Constellation program is now 2015. As the plan evolved after 2005, the Ares 1 developed increasing commonality with the Ares 5, providing architectural synergy and reducing development costs of the family. Ares 1. The Ares 1 launch vehicle currently consists of a single 5-segment solid rocket booster as the first stage and a liquid-fueled upper stage. See Figure 5.3.1-1. The 5-segment SRB is a modification to the existing Space Shuttle SRBs. The upper stage uses liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen as propellants, with a single J2X rocket engine. The J2X rocket engine is a modification of the J2 engine used on the Saturn V program. In its selection of a crew launch system, ESAS correctly placed a very high premium on crew safety, and the Ares 1 was selected because of its potential delivering at least 10 times the level of crew safety as the current shuttle. The launch vehicle configuration is one that best allows for crew escape in the event of a launch failure. The capsule is mounted at the top of the stack and has an independent launch escape system. The track record of demonstrated high reliability of the SRB suggests a low likelihood of first-stage failure on ascent. Under the budget profile NASA leadership anticipated in 2005, estimates showed that the Ares 1 could be developed by the early to mid part of the decade, and the Ares 5 could be developed by the late 2010s. It was thought that the Ares 1 would have a lower operating cost when visiting the International Space Station than other alternatives, and would produce a lower operating cost of the entire system when joint operations of the Ares 1 and Ares 5 were begun. Additionally, the development approach of engaging many NASA employees in the design and testing of the Ares 1 would allow the NASA workforce, which has not developed a new rocket for over 20 years, to gain experience on the relatively simpler Ares 1 rocket before beginning the development of the more complex Ares 5. 5.3.2 Alternatives to government-provided crew access to low Earth orbit. The committee considered several alternatives to Ares 1 and Orion, including a longer-term reliance on international, currently Russian, crew transport services, the human rating of an existing EELV for launching the Orion, the development of commercial crew transport services, the use of a heavy lift vehicle to launch the Orion. While the committee found interim reliance on international crew transport services acceptable, it also found that an important part of sustained U.S. leadership in space is the operation of our own domestic crew launch capability. This closed out the first alternative. The committee next examined a NASA-commissioned study by the Aerospace Corporation on the feasibility and cost of human rating an EELV, the Delta IV Heavy, for use as the launcher for Orion. Delta IV HLV. The Delta IV Heavy launch vehicle consists of two liquid-fueled strap-on boosters, a liquid-fueled first stage and a liquid-fueled upper stage. The two strap-ons and the core stage are very similar and use liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen as propellants, and a single RS-68 family rocket engine on each of the three stages. The independent study found that launch of Orion to low Earth orbit did not require an upper stage, as the spacecraft could provide the necessary impulse. The Delta IV HLV is a variant of one of the EELVs that has launched successfully many times. While launch of the Orion on the Delta IV HLV was found to be technically feasible, it requires some modification of the current launcher, and was comparable in cost and schedule to simply continuing with the development of the Ares 1. When the committee factored in the carrying cost of the NASA infrastructure that would be maintained if any NASA heritage heavy launcher would eventually be developed, Ares 5 in any variant or a more directly shuttle-derived heavy launcher, any cost savings that might have occurred due to using an EELV to launch the Orion were lost. Using the EELV for launch of Orion would only make sense if it were coupled with the development of an EELV heritage super heavy vehicle for cargo launch. Except in this case, this analysis closed out the second option. 5.3.3 Commercial services to transport crew to low Earth orbit. Having eliminated the long-term international supply option and the EELV option for all but the EELV heritage super heavy choice for heavy lift, the remaining possible choices besides Ares 1 were to utilize commercial crew services or use the heavy lift vehicle as a crew launcher. As the nation moves from the complex reusable shuttle back to a simpler, smaller capsule, it is an appropriate time to consider turning this transport function over to the commercial sector. There is broad policy support for this approach, from both congressional legislation and presidential policy, see Figure 3, and one of the four main charges given to the committee by the Office of Science and Technology Policy in its statement of task was to stimulate commercial spaceflight capability. This section considers the technical feasibility of a commercial service, safety issues, financial implications, programmatic risks, and acquisition strategy. Technical feasibility of commercial transport services for crew. The committee examined the technical feasibility of utilizing a commercial service to transport crew to low Earth orbit. First, it is a statement of fact that all of the U.S. crew launch systems built to date have been built by industry for NASA. The system under contemplation is not much more complex than a modern Gemini, which was built by U.S. industry over 40 years ago. It would consist of a 3- or 4-person crew taxi launched on a rocket with a launch escape system. It would have an on-orbit life independent of the International Space Station of only weeks, but potentially be storable at the International Space Station for months. Such a vehicle would re-enter the Earth's atmosphere from the speed of orbital flight rather than the significantly higher speed for which Orion is designed. Its smaller size makes possible the option of landing on land, potentially reducing operations cost when compared to a sea landing. Recently, several aerospace companies began developing new rockets and on-orbit vehicles as part of the Commercial Cargo Delivery Program. Several other U.S. companies are contemplating orbital passenger flight. There is little doubt that the U.S. aerospace industry, from historical builders of human spacecraft to the new entrants, has the technical capability to build and operate a crew taxi to low Earth orbit. NASA's role in safety and mission assurance. The committee treated the safety of crew vehicles as the sine qua non of the human spaceflight program, and would not suggest that a commercial service be provided for transportation of NASA crew if NASA could not be convinced that it was substantially safe. The critical question is, can a simple capsule with a launch escape system operating on a high-reliability liquid booster be made safer than the shuttle and comparatively as safe as Ares 1 plus Orion? An important part of this analysis rests on the reliability of the launcher. Thus, commercial crew launchers based on high-reliability vehicles that already have significant flight heritage or will develop flight experience soon would be more obvious candidates as a crew launcher. Ares 1 has a heritage that traces to the use of the SRBs on the shuttle, but other potential crew launchers can also trace their lineage to significant flight heritage. Given the history of human spaceflight, putting commercial crew transport to space in the critical path of any scenario represents a major shift in policy. As will be discussed in Section 5.4.2, the committee reviewed convincing evidence of the value of independent oversight in the mission assurance of launchers, and would envision a strong NASA oversight role in assuring commercial vehicle safety. The challenge of developing a safe and reliable commercial capability for crew transport will require devoting government funds to buy down a significant amount of the existing uncertainty. Whatever the particulars of this risk removal process, it will take an appreciable period of time and require the application of thorough, independent mission assurance practices. A critical aspect of this exercise will be confirming the root cause and adequacy of correction of any failures or anomalies encountered in the development test program. Thus, the committee views any commercial program of crew transport to the International Space Station as involving a strong, independent mission assurance role for NASA. The committee identified elements of a plan that would lead to the creation of a commercial service for crew transport, building on NASA incentives and guarantees. This included an assessment of the financial aspects and benefits of commercial crew services, the programmatic risks of relying on commercial crew services, and potential mitigation strategies, and an approach to engaging the commercial community in this program. Financial aspects of the commercial crew services. The committee engaged in a two-step process for assessing the potential financial benefit of commercial services for crew transport. This involved both estimating the cost to develop and operate the system, and then determining what fraction of this cost NASA would likely have to provide as an incentive to industry to enter into this venture. During its fact-finding process, the committee received proprietary information from 5 different companies interested in the provision of commercial crew transportation services to low Earth orbit. These included large and small companies, some of which have previously developed crew systems for NASA. The committee also received input from prospective customers stating that there is a market for commercial crew transportation to low Earth orbit for non-NASA purposes if the price is low enough and safety robust enough, and from prospective providers stating that it is technically possible to provide a commercially viable price on a marginal cost basis given a developed system. None of the input suggested that at the price obtainable for a capsule plus expendable launch vehicle system, the market was sufficient to provide a return on the investment of the initial capsule development. In other words, if a capsule is developed that meets commercial needs, there will be customers to share operating costs with NASA. But unless NASA creates significant incentives for the development of the capsule, the service is unlikely to be developed on a purely commercial basis. The committee then estimated the cost to NASA of creating an incentive for industry to develop the commercial transport capability for crew. This would probably be a significant fraction, but not the entirety of the cost of such a development. Given a properly structured procurement, estimates the committee received from potential providers for the price of reaching initial demonstration flight of a crew taxi capsule ranged from $300 million to $1.5 billion. For estimating purposes, the committee assumed that 3 contracts were initiated and 1 competitor subsequently dropped out, suggesting an expected cost to NASA of between $2 billion and $2.5 billion. In addition, the committee believes that if a commercial crew program is pursued, NASA should make available to bidders a suitable version of an existing booster with a demonstrated track record of successful flight, adding to the program cost. The best preliminary estimate of the committee was about a $3 billion program for the fraction of the design, development, test, and evaluation effort that would be borne by NASA. After multiplying by the historical growth factors and other multipliers associated with 65% confidence estimating, as will be discussed in Section 6.3, the cost carried in the committee's final estimate of the cost of the program to NASA is about $5 billion. Comparing the scope of providing a commercial crew capability to the cost of historical programs offers a sanity check. In the existing COTS-AC contracts, 2 commercial suppliers have received or invested about $400 to $500 million for the development of a new launch vehicle and unmanned spacecraft. Gemini is the closest historical program in scope to the envisioned commercial crew taxi. In about 4 years in the early to mid-1960s, NASA and industry human-rated the Titan II, which required 39 months, and designed and tested a capsule. In GDP inflator-corrected 2009 dollars, the design, development, test, and evaluation cost of this program was about $2.5 to $3 billion, depending on the accounting for test flights. These 2 comparatives tend to support the estimate that the program can be viable with a $5 billion stimulus from NASA. The committee considered several other factors that would support this estimate of the incentive cost to NASA. If this is to be a commercial venture, at least some commercial capital must be at risk. Alternate sources of capital, including private and corporate investment, would be expected. Next, the committee considered the cost associated with the development of a relatively simpler launcher and capsule designed only as a low Earth orbit crew taxi in comparison with those associated with the far more capable Ares 1 and Orion. Additionally, the committee heard many argue that economic efficiencies could be found by striking a better balance between the legitimate need for a NASA quality assurance and safety process on one hand, and allowing industry to execute design and development efficiently on the other. Significantly, the committee considered the fact that some development costs and a larger fraction of operating costs of a commercial crew service to low Earth orbit could be amortized over other markets and customers. This is more obvious for the launcher, which potentially could also be used for the existing markets of International Space Station cargo to low Earth orbit, science and national security space satellite missions, and commercial satellite launches. In the future, the commercial booster used for crew might also launch fuel to low Earth orbit for in-space refueling, and it might carry additional non-NASA crew flights. The non-NASA markets and customers for the capsule are less easily quantified. It is possible that other governments would procure crew launched to International Space Station from a U.S. commercial provider, and that private travel to low Earth orbit could be more common by the latter part of the decade. Note that if there were only one non-NASA flight of this system per year, it would reduce the NASA share of the fixed recurring cost by 33%. It was estimated by the committee that under the less constrained budget, to be discussed in Chapter 6, the commercial crew launch service could be in place by 2016. Estimates from providers ranged from 3 years to 5 years from the present. Assuming a year for program realignment, this would produce a start in early fiscal year 2011. Using the upper end of the estimated range, a capability in 2016 could be estimated with reasonable confidence. Programmatic risks of commercial crew to low Earth orbit and potential mitigations. The committee recognizes that the development of commercial services to transport crew come with significant programmatic risks. Among these are that the development of this capability will distract current potential providers from the near-term goal of successfully developing commercial cargo capability. Second, the commercial community may fail to deliver a crew capability in mid-program, and the task would revert to NASA. This could be caused by either a technical failure or a business failure, a failure to obtain financing, changes in markets or key suppliers, realignment of business priorities, or another non-technical reason. Either type of failure would require NASA intervention, and the possibility that NASA would either have to operate the system or fall back to an alternative. While there are many potential benefits of commercial services that transport crew to low Earth orbit, there are simply too many risks at the present time not to have a viable fallback option for risk mitigation. The committee contemplated several alternatives, including continuing to rely on international providers, likely available but not consistent with the long-term need for U.S. access as part of its leadership in space, and continuing the Ares 1 program in parallel, prohibitive in terms of cost. The committee also considered the possibility of putting the Ares 1 program on warm hold, ready for a possible restart, while continuing the development of the 5-segment SRB and the J2X, which are common to the Ares 5. In the end, the committee thought that the most cost-effective fallback option that would move NASA most rapidly toward exploration is to continue to develop the Orion and move as quickly as possible to the development of a human-rateable heavy lift vehicle. See the discussion in Section 5.3.4 on human rating. The first stage of any of the heavy lift launchers under consideration would be more than capable of launching an Orion to low Earth orbit. In the best case, the heavy lift vehicles themselves would not be available until the beginning of the 2020s, but the first stage, or core, could be accelerated, perhaps by a year or two. In this case, the core heavy human-rated launcher would arrive only a few years later than an Ares 1 under the less constrained budget scenarios. The details of the preferred fallback option are best left to NASA, but the question is clear. Assume that emphasis will be placed on building the heavy lifter as quickly as possible, and assume that commercial services for crew transportation to low Earth orbit will be started in development and may fail to materialize. What variant of the heavy launcher can be identified that could be developed quickly and at small marginal cost in the future, if needed, to transport Orion and crew to low Earth orbit? A desirable feature is that the preparation for the development of this variant would have the minimum impact on the construction of the heavy lift vehicle itself. Engaging the commercial community in crew transport services. The potential providers of capsules emphasized that the nature of the acquisition of these services is critical. To be commercially viable, low operating cost is essential, and to obtain that cost, the requirements for the capsule need to be as few as is essential and stable. Several providers gave anecdotal examples where NASA programs suffered from significant requirement creep and emphasized the need for a more commercial-type procurement, where any changes to work scope would be matters for mutual negotiation rather than one-sided impositions by NASA. The committee envisions a new competition for this service, in which both large and small companies are invited to participate. Several potential providers should be funded through some initial development milestones measuring tangible progress and incrementally incentivized. It is crucial to the success of the program that multiple providers be carried through to operational service. It is the pressure of competition that provides the drive for low operating cost. Assurances of a market would need to be offered by the government. By creating a third market for commercial launch services, cargo to International Space Station, fuel to low Earth orbit, and crew to low Earth orbit, it is possible that the efficiencies associated with increased production runs and more frequent operations will appear. 5.3.4 Human Rating of Launchers. The history of human rating U.S. launch vehicles can be traced to the Atlas and ICBM Titan usage in the Mercury and Gemini programs. The purpose of human rating was and is to assure that safety levels are appropriate for human flight. Crew safety was addressed in these earlier programs primarily by adding a crew escape system. The reliability of these launch vehicles was addressed by eliminating known design weaknesses, adding redundancies, providing fault detection systems to initiate crew escape, and tightening requirements for manufacturing, assembly, systems test, and checkout at launch sites. The process of human rating launch vehicles is central to the viability of commercial service for crew transport, as well as the option of using the heavy launcher as a backup. The committee found a progressive new approach to human rating at NASA, reflected in the current human rating guidelines, NASA Procedural Requirement 8705.2b. These guidelines, applicable to newly developed NASA vehicles, provide for intelligent application of similar and dissimilar redundancy when called for, and appropriate approaches to single-string design when unavoidable. In addition, there is a general set of guidelines, NPR 8715.3, that currently would be applied to NASA personnel operating in non-NASA vehicles. In view of the complexity and cost of retroactively human rating a vehicle, comparable to a significant fraction of the original cost to develop the vehicle, the committee suggests that all new NASA-developed vehicles, including heavy-lift launchers, be designed so that they are human-ratable. That is, they could reasonably be human-rated at some point in the future. This is a compromise between human-rating them at inception and not human-rating them at all. It preserves the option to human-rate in the future at lower cost. NASA would benefit from this approach so that it could use its heavy-lift launcher as a backup crew vehicle with Orion should the commercial providers fail to deliver for any combination of business and/or technical reasons. Additionally, the criticality of cargo launched on the heavy-lift vehicle would suggest that NASA institute quality control and requirements comparable to human rating guidelines in any event. Findings on crew launch to low Earth orbit. Note: a finding on the Ares 1 is presented in Chapter 4. End note. The need for independent U.S. human access to space. In the long run, it is important for the U.S. to maintain independent access to low Earth orbit for its crews. In the future, this might be provided by government, commercial providers, or a combination of the two. Commercial launch of crew to low Earth orbit. Commercial services to deliver crew to low Earth orbit are within reach. While this presents some risk, it would provide an earlier capability at lower initial and life cycle costs than government could achieve. A new competition with adequate incentives should be open to all U.S. aerospace companies. This would allow NASA to focus on more challenging roles, including human exploration beyond low Earth orbit, based on the continued development of the current or modified Orion spacecraft. Human rating of launch vehicles. NASA has recently adopted a new, more outcome-based standard for human rating space systems, and has in its policy a more flexible approach for human rating existing or new third-party systems. NASA would be well served by applying these policies to field a set of safe yet efficient capabilities, including the provision that all newly developed government-funded launch vehicles be readily human ratable. In this way, if plans change in the future, for example, if the commercial capability of crew transport to low Earth orbit fails to materialize, NASA would have a backup means of launching crew on heavy-lift vehicles. Safety. Human space exploration is an inherently risky endeavor. NASA should continue to make every reasonable effort to reduce the risks of spaceflight. Design for safety should be the prime, but not only, criterion in the development of systems and operations. 5.4. Additional issues in launcher selection. 5.4.1. Launch vehicle performance and costing. In evaluating the systems described in this chapter, the committee noted that each has avid proponents, and as such, the claimed cost, schedule, and performance parameters include varying degrees of aggressiveness. Some of these estimates are close to or within the spread of historical programs, while others are well outside historical bounds. The latter could, of course, be attributed to fresh new approaches that make the historical databases inapplicable, or they could be attributable to unwarranted optimism. The analysis techniques employed in the assessment sought to differentiate between the two. The only large potential decrease to the cost of space transportation, absent greatly increased traffic, resides in the adoption of a new paradigm for commercially purchasing highly reliable space transportation services. This approach benefits from commercial best practices embraced by experienced providers of launch systems and new systems and processes offered by young firms. The price of shifting to commercial practices is to decrease the NASA workforce and sacrifice the expertise that has been built up at NASA over the years, as the agency has directed and overseen the development of launch systems. This new strategy may eventually restore the total number of space launch workforce in terms of expertise and number of workers, but near-term reductions would be expected. The health and viability of the large solid rocket motor industrial base rests in part on the choice of future crew transport and heavy-lift cargo launch system designs. Those that are all liquid obviously present the most negative impact on the SRM industrial base, and those that either launch crew with an SRM or support heavy lift with SRMs provide the most benefit to the SRM industrial base. If the choice is to pursue all liquid launch systems for both crew and cargo, there is no perceived future need for large segmented SRMs in support of civil space activities. 5.4.2 Reliability. Reliability of launchers is important to the safety of crew and the success of missions or exploration. The U.S. history of heavy lift launcher reliability is shown in Figure 5.4.2-1. The historical record can be separated into two classes, those intended for human spaceflight and those intended for cargo use. Saturn and the Shuttle are in the former class, while the other existing vehicles considered here are in the cargo class. The most reliable U.S. heavy-lift launch vehicle built to date is the Shuttle, whose launch reliability, demonstrated by flight history and computed using the Bayesian estimation process, based on a 50% confidence level common for this type of analysis, is 98.7%. The Saturn vehicles also exhibited high reliability over their limited flight history. The less reliable Titan HLV only launched cargo, and the Delta IV-H is limited to only 3 flights to date. During this examination of future space exploration launch systems, the vehicles considered included those derived from Shuttle, Saturn, and Delta IV Heavy Heritage engines and motors, including Ares 1 and 5 and Shuttle derivatives, those derived from the EELV program families of launchers, Atlas V and Delta IV, and new vehicles with limited heritage, Falcon and Taurus II. Historically, vehicles with heritage derived from prior demonstrated systems have shown greater reliability in early usage than newly developed systems. The process of converting an established cargo launcher into a human-rated launcher results in improved reliability, as was demonstrated in the early U.S. human spaceflight programs where modified ICBMs were employed as launch systems. History has shown that the early flight period is of much higher risk than would be expected later in flight history. Figure 5.4.2-2 displays flight reliability for programs managed by the U.S. government, those managed by foreign governments, and those managed by commercial providers. It should be noted that all of the U.S. vehicles have in large part been engineered and manufactured in industry, and that the so-called commercial vehicles were originally developed and produced under government Air Force contracts. Importantly, the latter began as ICBMs, and unlike the government launch vehicles category, are not human-rated. Space launch vehicles have a history of malfunctions caused by human pre-flight technical error rather than so-called random part failure or in-use operator error. This is clearly demonstrated in Figure 5.4.2-3, which shows the root cause of flight malfunctions derived from all U.S. heavy-lift launches to date. Included in the data are the results of process and design errors associated with the Shuttle Thermal Protection System and SRB joint gas anomalies that were observed, but were not viewed as hazardous prior to the failures of Challenger and Columbia, respectively. Although some thermal protection system anomalies continue to occur, SRB joint gas leaks, which had been a recurring problem with the large segmented solid motors, have been significantly less prevalent after the design changes following the Challenger failure. Summary. There are many issues that must be carefully considered leading to the final decisions on the launch system for both heavy cargo and crew. These include, but are not limited to, the cost, schedule, and performance of the launch system, the likelihood that an increase in volume of production and operation, including by other customers, will decrease costs in the future, the impact on the present and future industrial base, the initial and ultimate reliability of the launcher, and the extent to which the heritage of the launcher influences the early operational reliability, the benefit of independent assurance in increasing the demonstrated reliability, the root cause of failures of launchers, and the extent to which these can be modeled and controlled by sound practices in design and processing. End of Section 12. Recording by Maria Kasper.
Section 13 of Seeking a Human Spaceflight Program Worthy of a Great Nation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Seeking a Human Spaceflight Program Worthy of a Great Nation by the Review of the U.S. Human Spaceflight Plans Committee. Chapter 6, Program Options and Evaluation, Part 1. This chapter presents a synthesized set of options for the future of U.S. human spaceflight. Section 6.1 presents the evaluation criteria the committee developed. The 5 key questions that framed the examination are briefly restated in Section 6.2, and the choices for each are summarized. These have been presented individually in Chapters 3, 4, and 5. In Section 6.2, pointers denote places where the individual choices will be discussed in the context of the integrated options. These analyses form the basis of sections 6.3 through 6.6. These integrated options tie together choices from the 5 key decisions to allow cost and schedule to be assessed, and an overall evaluation of progress to be made. 6.1 Evaluation Criteria. In order to conduct an independent review of ongoing U.S. human spaceflight plans and alternatives, the committee recognized that it would be important to define a process that would equitably evaluate the wide range of options to be identified. Consistent with the systems engineering approach, it was important to clearly define the set of criteria against which all options would be assessed, and to define an evaluation process that would enable a fair and consistent assessment of each option. Since many of the evaluation criteria are not quantitative, the committee did not intend that the evaluation would generate a single numerical score. Rather, it would provide a basis for comparison across options, highlighting the opportunities and challenges associated with each. Assigning weights to individual figures of merit is within the purview of the ultimate decision makers. In order to identify integrated options that are safe, innovative, useful, affordable, and sustainable, the committee developed a number of evaluation criteria by which the relative merits of various human spaceflight missions and objectives could be compared. The committee was chartered by the Office of Science and Technology Policy in the Executive Office of the President. The committee's statement of task, see Appendix C, provided important guidance. The committee considered metrics suggested by its members, as well as those based on previous reviews and studies, such as the 1991 Synthesis Group, as well as those derived from policy and historical documents, including the Space Act of 1958 and the 2004 Vision for Space Exploration. There were numerous challenges in evaluating the complex set of integrated options considered for human spaceflight because they vary widely with respect to 3 principal dimensions. Benefits to shareholders. The community of stakeholders is diverse, and the potential benefits are equally wide-ranging. Stakeholders include the U.S. government, the American public, the scientific and education communities, the industrial base and commercial business interests, and human civilization as a whole. Each option offers benefits to some subset of stakeholders, nations, and humankind. These benefits include the capability for exploration, the opportunity for technology innovation, the opportunity to increase scientific knowledge, the opportunity to expand U.S. prosperity and economic competitiveness, the opportunity to enhance global partnerships, and the potential to increase the engagement of the public in human spaceflight. Risk. Each benefit has associated risks. There is uncertainty about the level of benefit that will actually be achieved, since attaining some of the goals may take decades. These risks are not independent of each other. NASA can mitigate some, but others are driven by external forces. Good program management can ameliorate schedule and programmatic risk, given sufficient schedule margin and financial reserves. Safety and mission risk can be managed by changing the mission profile or reducing program content. Programmatic sustainability is a key concern, since any change to the human spaceflight program is likely to affect existing contractual agreements and will require long-term commitments beyond the term of any one presidential administration. There is also risk to the nation's workforce and capabilities in critical skills. Currently, NASA's workforce represents expertise and experience that have enabled its outstanding achievements in space. The industry workforce is fragile because once the need for a capability stops, marketplace pressures will diminish it, and reconstituting it may be very difficult and extremely costly. Budget realities. The desire to identify options that will fit within the existing budget is a significant constraint. Ultimately, only the President and Congress can determine what is affordable in the context of other major national financial demands. Human spaceflight is not a short-term commitment, and it requires budget stability for decades in order to achieve its goals. Year-to-year funding will affect NASA's ability to successfully implement strategic decisions that can reduce total life cycle cost. The committee recognizes that operating costs have a sustained and significant impact on the budget, and they may limit the ability to start new efforts critical to achieving human spaceflight goals. For the purpose of this assessment, the committee chose to represent the full cost of the programs and did not assume any financial contributions by international partners. These dimensions were expanded into 12 criteria by which integrated options could be compared. The committee clearly recognized that for each option there is some degree of uncertainty as to the magnitude of the influence and interdependence across the three dimensions. The committee selected the following criteria as the basis for evaluation. Exploration preparation. 1. Exploration preparation. Since the nature of exploration is, by definition, uncertain and subject to the surprise of discovery, it is important to establish a robust program that provides the opportunity to demonstrate technology, systems, and operations that will be important in future exploration. Specifically, a program that can be adapted to explore destinations that facilitate missions to Mars. 2. Technology innovation. Integrated options should enable technology maturation and foster the development of new modes of exploration, in addition to creating new technologies and new engineering knowledge that will enhance exploration. Technology development should also provide the opportunity to demonstrate national leadership in innovation. Technologies that are of use to stakeholders beyond NASA can be critical to the nation as a whole and should be sought during the exploration effort. 3. Science knowledge. Integrated options should address research areas critical to the scientific community as defined by the National Academy's Decadal Survey priorities. They should include an implementation plan that supports accomplishment of the prescribed research as a key product of the mission. The committee recognizes that for some decadal survey priorities, the requirement for the human spaceflight program is simply to do no harm. However, science can be enhanced by human exploration, particularly of complex environments, and by providing the ability to service scientific facilities in space. 4. Expanding and protecting human civilization. Integrated options should lead to the possibility of a sustained and off-planet human presence. They should also support research for physiological effects associated with radiation and zero or low G, as well as physiological stress associated with long-duration remote exploration. Finally, an option is more highly rated if it will aid in the protection of human civilization against a near-Earth object impact. 5. Economic expansion. Integrated options should encourage and stimulate a growing profitable industrial base. They should provide an opportunity for a sustained commercial engagement, and they should help increase U.S. development and production capabilities. Those capabilities would, in turn, increase the nation's international competitiveness, as well as ultimately lower the cost of space transportation and operation. 6. Global partnerships. Integrated options should provide the opportunity to strengthen and expand international partnerships in the human spaceflight program. These would include existing international partners, but should not preclude expansion to new partners and would allow partners to make contributions that could be on the critical path to mission success. Participation by other countries would be advantageous not only from the perspective of encouraging global cooperation, but also in terms of creating opportunities for synergistic research, risk reduction, cost sharing, and technology interchange. 7. Public engagement. Integrated options should inspire current and future generations, educate the public about the opportunities and societal benefits gained from space missions, and motivate young people to pursue an education in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, followed by careers that capitalize on this education. Options that provide the opportunity for regular visible accomplishments can galvanize broad public interest in exploration. 8. Schedule and programmatic risk. Integrated options should be formulated to deliver a stated exploration capability on schedule. The technical design should be robust, and technologies required should be reasonably mature, with sufficient schedule and technical margins to support risk mitigation. 9. Mission safety challenges. The committee did not carry forward any integrated option that failed to provide for reasonable crew safety and overall mission success. Therefore, to discriminate among options, the committee assessed the relative risk and complexity of mission scenarios and the likely impact on crew safety and mission reliability. Human exploration beyond low Earth orbit will be riskier than current human spaceflight activities, since such exploration requires doing things that have not been done before, and the options for recovery will be limited. Missions that involve beyond lunar landings, beyond near Earth orbit flybys, or complex orbital operations will have mission profiles with a significantly increased safety challenge. 10. Workforce impact. The committee evaluated the impact on the workforce in two ways. 1. The impact on national critical skills, and 2. The impact on the total NASA and industrial workforce. Each option was assessed for its potential impact on the critical skills across the nation and the ability to retain or develop the needed critical skills and expertise needed both in industry and at NASA. The impact on the total workforce is an assessment of the potential for reduction of employment as a function of the dollar investment in human spaceflight. 11. Programmatic sustainability. Integrated options should have a broad base of support for ongoing future funding. They should have a manageable impact on pre-existing contracts and enable a smooth transition from current human spaceflight operations. Support and advocacy for the option could come from other governmental agencies, space-related organizations, industry, and Congress. 12. Life cycle cost. The FY 2010 budget for NASA's future human exploration programs, including operation costs through 2020, is roughly $99 billion. The committee was tasked to provide at least two options within this budget profile, and if appropriate, provide options that are somewhat less constrained. Clearly, a program that meets the current budget with high value in other categories would be the ideal in complying with the committee's charter. The committee deliberated at length in public meetings about the advantages and disadvantages of each option with respect to these 12 criteria. Wherever possible, quantitative analytical assessments were utilized to inform the ratings. In the end, however, it was usually necessary to interpret the available information through the considered judgments of the 10 members of the committee, based on their experience in space matters. The results were captured using a score of -2, least benefit, -1, 0, 1, or 2, most benefit, for each attribute of each integrated option. 6.2. Key decisions and integrated options. 6.2.1. Key decisions. The future of U.S. human spaceflight in the upcoming decades can be formulated in terms of 5 key questions and the associated choices for answering each one. The questions outlined in Chapter 1 and discussed further with potential answers in Chapters 3, 4, and 5 are: 1. What should be the future of the Space Shuttle? Prudent fly out of remaining flights, currently part of NASA's policy, but FY 2011 funding is not part of the President's budget. Extend shuttle through 2015 at minimum flight rate, only likely in conjunction with extending the ISS and developing a directly shuttle-derived heavy lift vehicle. This question will be examined in Section 6.4, in which some integrated options extend the shuttle life and others do not. 2. What should be the future of the International Space Station, ISS? Terminate U.S. participation in the ISS by the end of 2015. Continue U.S. participation through at least 2030, probably at an enhanced level of U.S. utilization. This decision will be discussed in Section 6.4, in which some integrated options extend the utilization of the ISS by the U.S. and others do not. 3. On what should the next heavy lift launch vehicle be based? Ares 1 plus Ares 5. Ares 5 Light dual launch with no refueling required for lunar missions, but enhanced with, potentially commercial, refueling for more demanding missions. Directly shuttle-derived vehicle enhanced with potentially commercial refueling. Involved Expendable Launch Vehicle, EELV, Heritage Super Heavy Vehicle enhanced with potentially commercial refueling. This discussion is contained in 2 sections of the chapter. Section 6.4 includes a comparison of the Ares 1 plus Ares 5 architecture with the Ares 5 Light dual launch architecture. Later, the Ares family and other options are contrasted in Section 6.5. How should crews be carried to low Earth orbit? U.S. government-provided systems, commercially provided systems with backup by U.S. government system. Section 6.4 contains integrated options that include both choices. 5. What is the most practical strategy for exploration beyond low Earth orbit? Moon first on the way to Mars with lunar surface exploration focused on developing capability for Mars. Flexible path to Mars via the inner solar system objects and locations with no immediate plan for surface exploration, then followed by exploration of the lunar and/or Martian surface. Section 6.4 contains integrated options that have the moon first as their strategy, while Section 6.5 presents those that explore along the flexible path. The cross-case analysis of these options will be presented in Section 6.6. The committee addressed one other underlying question: what meaningful exploration program beyond low Earth orbit could be executed within the budget constraints represented in the FY 2010 budget. This will be the topic of Section 6.3. The committee considers the framing and answering of these questions individually and consistently to be its principal evaluation of the potential U.S. human spaceflight plans. The integrated options were prepared in order to understand the interactions of the decisions, particularly with regard to cost and schedule. By formulating the integrated options, the committee did not mean to constrain the possible final decision, but only to inform it. Other reasonable and consistent combinations of the choices are obviously possible, each with its own cost and schedule implications, and these could also be considered as alternatives. The integrated options evaluated are intended to represent the families of options, yet without presenting an unmanageable number of alternatives. The committee, in keeping with its charter, expresses no preference among these families, but does discuss the various advantages and disadvantages with respect to the evaluation criteria without weighing those attributes. 6.2.2 Integrated Options. The committee has defined 5 principal integrated options for human spaceflight. These have been selected from the more than 3,000 possible alternatives. Even after defining the choices for the 5 key decisions, 62 different options are possible. Not all of these combinations are worth considering. For example, it makes little sense to extend the shuttle life if the heavy lift will be based on EELV heritage. The 5 integrated options considered by the committee are: 1 baseline case, founded on the current constellation program, plus 4 alternate options, summarized for reference in Figure 6.2.2-1. The first 2 integrated options represent attempts by the committee to develop alternatives that are compatible with the FY 2010 budget profile. Each follows an approach that is principally aimed at lunar exploration. Option 1 uses the content of the program of record, while Option 2 extends the ISS, uses commercial crew delivery, skips development of the Ares 1, and uses Ares 5 Lite as the sole NASA launcher. See Figure 6.2.2-2. The baseline, Option 3, and the remaining 2 options are all fit to the same, less constrained budget profile. Options 3 and 4 are also lunar-oriented strategies. Option 3 is an implementable version of the program of record, with nearly exactly the content of the Constellation program, but with 2 minor changes in funding that the committee found necessary to extend the shuttle into FY 2011 and to deorbit the ISS in 2016. Option 4 again extends the ISS, light, and commercial crew. Option 5 is the one based on the flexible path. Integrated options 4 and 5 are explored in several variants that principally examine the sensitivity to the heavy launch systems. A more visual representation showing a possible design logic among these options is shown in Figure 6.2-3. 6.2.3 Methodology for analyzing the integrated options. The committee used a synthesized cost-schedule-value methodology to assess the integrated options. In the first step, the committee created the integrated options that have been presented in Figure 6.2.2-1. These options were intended to link together representative combinations of the outcomes. The committee included the baseline case of the program of record in the mix. The other integrated options were chosen to allow some of the key trades, destination, launch vehicles, etc., to be contrasted. The committee used 2 candidate budget profiles for examining the integrated options. In the first, the guidance of the FY 2010 budget was enforced. This is called the constrained case, or simply FY 2010 budget case, as shown in Figure 6.2.3-1. It became apparent to the committee that options were needed that were not constrained to the FY 2010 budget. For planning and evaluation purposes, the committee created a second budget profile that rose from the FY 2010 budget number to a sum of $3 billion higher in 2014, and then rose at an expected inflation rate of 2.4% thereafter. Figure 6.2.3-1. Thus, By combining the 5 key decisions and the 2 budgetary scenarios, the committee produced the 5 integrated options with variants that are listed in Figure 6.2.2-1. To assess the benefits and risks of these integrated options, the committee next applied the evaluation criteria that had been selected, Section 6.1. In order to assess cost and schedule implications, the committee then examined the integrated options using the affordability analysis tool. The committee created a set of assumptions and ground rules for this analysis. These included budget profiles for the constrained and less constrained budgets and input manifests for each option. The costs used by the committee are intended to show the full cost of a program and do not take into account any potential contribution by international partners. Much of the cost data input into the analysis originated from the Constellation program. In these cases where the program cost estimates already contain a credit for an international contribution, this credit was removed by the committee in order to show the full cost. In other cases, the committee itself or other sources help to define the input. For example, the EELV Super Heavy launcher costs were based on Aerospace Corporation examination of the EELV development plans. The organizational transition costs in Option 5B were provided by NASA headquarters. The in-space habitat in Options 5 was the result of an assessment of comparables performed by Aerospace. The committee provided estimates for the commercial crew to low Earth orbit costs, as discussed in Section 5.3.3. The Aerospace team conducted the affordability analysis using the progress described in Figure 6.2.3-2. This analysis outputs key dates and element costs at the 65% confidence level. It also estimates the uncertainty on dates and costs. Output manifests are derived based on the 65th percentile confidence level and are illustrative of the pace of missions and elements utilized. The affordability analysis corrects the input cost in several ways. First, it estimates a range of expected growth on the cost for each program element from system design review, SDR, start of Phase B, to completion, based on historical data of NASA programs. At the average, this introduces a 51% growth from the estimate held at SDR in the cost for development, DDT and E costs. For elements that have not reached their SDR, such as the Ares 5 or commercial crew service, this full correction was applied. For elements that have passed their SDR, credit was given for subsequent development and maturity of the design. For example, the mean cost of the Orion in the analysis due to this factor is only 25% higher than would be reported by the program of record at the mean. Other, more mature programs, such as the Ares 1, received credit by a similar process. In operations, a 26% growth factor was applied to unproven systems, and no growth factor at the mean was applied to existing systems such as the shuttle or the ISS, or to defined budget items such as the technology program. NASA headquarters asked the program of record to report cost and schedule at the 65% level, and the committee attempted to report in a consistent manner. Note that on average, the difference between the mean of expected costs and the 65% confidence costs adds about 10% to all program costs calculated. Finally, the affordability analysis combines the development schedule of all the elements of the program. This process accounts for the additional cost of one element if another element it depends upon slips in the schedule. This integration of elements typically adds about an additional 10% to the total program costs, higher in more constrained budgets and lower in less constrained budgets. The committee then examined the outputs of the affordability analysis, and it made interpretations to extract from them the primary information of interest, recognizing the inherent uncertainty in the analysis. The reporting by the committee attempts to focus on its interpretation of the key milestones and associated uncertainties, and the pace of events after the initial milestone. End of section 13. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Section number 14 of Seeking a Human Spaceflight Program Worthy of a Great Nation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Seeking a Human Spaceflight Program Worthy of a Great Nation by the Review of U.S. Spaceflight Plans Committee. 6.2.4 Reference Cases of the Entirely Unconstrained Program of Record. Unconstrained Program of Record. As an example of the affordability methodology applied to an actual integrated scenario, the reference case of an implementable version of the current Constellation program of record, unconstrained by any budget whatsoever, was analyzed. This implementation version contains only two slight variations from the actual program instituted by the committee: the provision for the shuttle to be flown out in 2011 and additional funds for the deorbit of the ISS in 2016. After withdrawal of U.S. participation at the end of 2015. Note that the ISS is not extended to 2020 in this particular reference case. As assessed by the committee, this case delivers Ares 1 Orion in late 2016, achieves human lunar return by the early 2020s, and a human-tended lunar outpost a few years later. These are very close to the dates held internally by the Constellation program. However, the committee's analysis indicates that in order to achieve the milestones on that schedule, the implementable program of record requires, in real year dollars, stated at 65% confidence, about $145 billion over the period from 2010 to 2020, which is about $45 billion over the guidance of the President's FY 2010 budget through 2020, and about $17 billion more than what is provided in the less constrained budget. The expenditures reach $14 billion per year in FY 2016, about $2 billion above the less constrained budget, and $5 billion over the FY 2010 budget for that year. The expenditures reach over $16 billion per year at their peak in FY 2019, $3 billion above the less constrained budget, and $7 billion over the FY 2010 budget for that year. Thus, the program of record, as assessed by the Constellation Program and the unconstrained implementable version of the program of record, as assessed by the committee, deliver Ares 1 and Orion in the mid to late 2010s, and they both have human lunar return in the early 2020s. Neither provides for an extension of the ISS or a space technology program of significance. The committee's finding is that the totally unconstrained implementable version of the program of record would significantly exceed even the less constrained budget. Unconstrained program of record with the ISS extension. This case would be identical to the above version of the program of record, but with the extension of the ISS to 2020. Since the budget for this case is unconstrained, no milestones slip, but more funds must be added to the NASA budget to operate the ISS in the years between 2016 and 2020. In this reference case, the Ares 1 Orion again are delivered in late 2016. Human lunar return is accomplished by the early 2020s, and human-tended lunar outpost is developed a few years later, again close to the dates held internally by the Constellation Program. The ISS is extended to 2020, but in order to achieve these milestones, this variant of the program of record requires, at a 65% confidence level and in real year dollars, about $159 billion over the period from 2010 to 2020, which is about $59 billion over the guidance of the President's FY 2010 budget through 2020, and about $31 billion more than provided in the less constrained budget. The expenditures reach $15 billion per year in FY 2016, about $3 billion above the less constrained budget, and $6 billion over the FY 2010 budget for that year. The expenditures reach about $19 billion per year at their peak in FY 2019, $6 billion above the less constrained budget, and $10 billion over the FY 2010 budget for that year. Furthermore, the technology budget is a small fraction of $1 billion each year. Although these two reference options represent the greatest continuity from the existing program of record, the committee did not include them in the integrated options because they greatly exceed the FY 2010 budget profile and because the committee does not consider them to be programmatically competitive with the integrated options discussed below. 6.3 Integrated options constrained to the FY 2010 budget. 6.3.1 Evaluation of integrated options 1 and 2. The committee was asked to provide two options that fit within the FY 2010 budget profile. That funding profile is shown in Figure 6.2.3-1. It is essentially flat or decreasing through 2014, then increases at 1.4% each year thereafter, which is slower than 2.4% inflation rate used by the committee. Option 1. Program of record as assessed by the committee, constrained to the FY 2010 budget. This option is the Constellation Program of record with only 3 changes. providing funds for the shuttle into FY 2011, including sufficient funds to deorbit the ISS in 2016, and constraining the expenditures to the FY 2010 budget. Under this option, the shuttle retires in FY 2011, and until its retirement in 2015, international crew carriers are used to rotate U.S. crews to the ISS. When constrained to the FY 2010 budget profile, Ares 1 and Orion are not available until the latter years of the 2010s, after the ISS has been deorbited, as shown in Figure 6.3.1-1. Starting in the late 2010s, piloted flights in the Ares 1 and Orion could begin at a pace of several flights per year, but with no specific destination defined. The heavy lift Ares 5 is not available until the late 2020s, allowing only orbital flights to the Moon. In addition, there are insufficient funds to develop the lunar lander and lunar surface system until well into the 2030s, if ever. See Figure 6.2.2-2. In short, this program operates within current FY 2010 budget constraints, but offers little or no apparent value. Option 2. The ISS and lunar exploration, constrained to FY 2010 budget. This option extends the ISS to 2020 and begins a program of lunar exploration using Ares 5 Lite in the dual launch mode. The option assumes shuttle fly out in FY 2011, and it includes a technology development program, a program to develop commercial crew services to low Earth orbit, and funds for enhanced utilization of the ISS. As shown in Figure 6.3.1-1, the shuttle retires in FY 2011, and international providers rotate crew to the ISS until U.S. commercial crew services become available in the mid to late 2010s. Those providers are used to rotate the ISS crew until the space station's retirement in 2020. This option does not deliver heavy lift capability with the Ares 5 Lite plus Orion until the late 2020s and does not have funds to develop the systems needed to land on or explore the Moon. See Figure 6.2.2-2. The committee applied its evaluation criteria to assess integrated options 1 and 2 as shown in Figure 6.3.1-2. The analysis shows that option 2, the ISS and lunar exploration, outperforms or equals option 1 in all criteria. It has an equal but low exploration preparation rating and performs equally on science, knowledge, public engagement, schedule performance, mission safety challenge, and workforce impact criteria. Option 2 is more highly rated under several criteria. The technology investment provides a higher rating in technology. The extension of the ISS improves its ratings in human civilization because of the added microgravity human physiology experience gained above the ISS, and in global partnerships because of the continued engagement of the international partners. Use of the commercial crew produces higher scores for economic development and an improved score due to lower life cycle costs. The resulting stronger advocacy increases the rating for sustainability. 6.3.2 Examination of alternate budget guidance. The first two integrated options allows examination of the underlying question: What meaningful exploration program beyond low Earth orbit could be executed within the budget constraints represented in the FY 2010 budget? The committee concludes that two executable alternatives comply with FY 2010 funding guidance. Option 2 is scored on the evaluation criteria more highly than Option 1, which provides for neither the ISS extension nor technology development, but neither alternative provides for a viable exploration program. In the process of developing these options, the committee conducted a sensitivity analysis to determine whether any reasonable exploration program, example with different heavy lift vehicles or a different exploration destination, would fit within the FY 2010 budget guidance. The committee could find none. In addition, the committee tried to develop a variant of the flexible path that fit within the FY 2010 budget, and such a variant looked no more promising than Option 2, with the first missions beyond low Earth orbit in the late 2020s. This analysis led the committee to its finding that human exploration beyond low Earth orbit is not viable under the FY 2010 budget guideline. It would be possible to continue the ISS and a program of human activity in low Earth orbit within this budget guidance and to develop the technology for future exploration, but the budget limitation would delay meaningful exploration well into the 2020s or beyond. 6.4 Moon First Integrated Options fit to the less constrained budget. 6.4.1 Evaluation of Integrated Options 3 and 4. Option 3 and 4 and its variants pursue the Moon First exploration strategy, but are not constrained to the FY 2010 budget profile. Rather, they are fit to the less constrained planning budget that the committee developed. The budget profile shown in Figure 6.2.3-1 increases to $3 billion above the FY 2010 guidance between FY 2011 and FY 2014, and then grows with inflation at an expected inflation rate of 2.4% per year. While it was formulating integrated options, the committee quickly realized that viable options could not be found within the constrained budget. It then examined potential increases in the budget that would enable a sustainable and executable human spaceflight program. By examining several different potential expenditure profiles, the committee arrived at the above investment level that would provide for the extension of the ISS, allowing progress towards exploration beyond low Earth orbit, and make an investment in technology. It provided a useful standard by way which various options could be compared in a meaningful way. Option 3, Baseline Case, Implementable Program of Record. This is an executable version of the program of record. See Figure 6.2.2-2. It consists of the content and sequence of that program: deorbiting the ISS in 2016, developing Orion, Ares 1, and Ares 5, and beginning exploration of the Moon. The committee made only 2 additions it felt essential: budgeting for the flyout of the shuttle in 2011 and including additional funds for the ISS deorbit. The committee then applied the less constrained budget profile. The committee's assessment of the schedule outcome for this option is shown in Figure 6.4.1-1. Under that schedule, the shuttle retires in FY 2011, and International Cruise Services ferry U.S. crews to the ISS until its retirement in 2015. The option delivers the Ares 1 Orion in the mid to late 2010s and flights to low Earth orbit, but with no specific destination as yet definable. The Ares 5 becomes available and human lunar return occurs in the mid-2020s, with a pace of about 2 flights per year. A lunar base begins to function about 3 years later. Although not included by the committee as an integrated option, a variant of option 3 is possible that extends the ISS to 2020, adds the technology program, and maintains all of the other content of option 3. Some would agree that this variant is actually the reference program on which NASA is embarked, but it should be emphasized that so far no funds have specifically been allocated for continuing the ISS after 2015. Constellation program in its planning assumed that funds that had been previously used for the operation of the ISS would become available to the constellation by 2016. Additionally, no funds were explicitly in the NASA plans for a robust, broad-based technology development program. The impact of extending the ISS to 2020 is to require the additional expenditure of about $14 billion between 2015 and 2020. The additional expenditure plus the technology program, combined with developing the Ares 1 and Orion within the less constrained budget, causes significant slips to subsequent milestones. Orion Ares 1 do not become available until the late 2010s, serving the last few years of the ISS. The development of heavy lift and its use in human lunar return slips to the late 2020s, so that the Ares and Orion are left to either not fly at all for the better part of a decade or fly in that interval in Earth orbit without the ISS as a destination. The committee observed that the other options would be rated more highly by the evaluation process, so the committee did not pursue this variant of option 3. Option 4, Moon First. This option preserves the moon as the first destination for human exploration beyond low Earth orbit. It also extends the ISS to 2020, funds technology advancement, uses commercial vehicles to carry crew to the low Earth orbit, and funds the space shuttle into FY 2011. There are 2 significantly different variants to this option. See Figure 6.2.2-2. Variant 4A is the Ares 5 light variant. As shown in Figure 6.4.1-1, this option retires the shuttle in FY 2011 and relies on international launch support for crew delivery until the U.S. commercial crew services become available in the mid to late 2010s. The commercial crew provider ferries crew to the ISS until its retirement in 2020, after which there is a gap in human flight activity until the Ares 5 light in the dual launch mode is available for lunar exploration in the mid-2020s. The beginnings of a lunar base follow about 3 or 4 years later. Variant 4B, the shuttle extension variant. This variant includes the only foreseeable way to close the gap in U.S. human launch capability. As shown in Figure 6.4.1-1, this variant extends the shuttle to 2015 at a minimum safe flight rate. Shortly after the shuttle is retired, commercial service picks up the ferrying of crew to the ISS until its retirement in 2020. This variant also takes advantage of synergy with the shuttle by developing the more directly shuttle-derived heavy lift vehicle. However, even with the less constrained budget, the more directly shuttle-derived heavy launcher is not available until the middle of the 2020s, 10 years after the shuttle retires. Therefore, the problem of continuality of systems and workforce skills are diminished in the early years, but reappear later. The more directly shuttle-derived system has a higher recurring cost, so the flight rate within the less constrained budget drops below 2 crew flights per year to the moon, and a lunar base slips beyond 2030. Again, the committee applied its valuation process to these integrated options and variants that fit within the less constrained budget and follow a moon-first strategy. The options can be compared in 2 steps. Figure 6.4.1-2 shows the comparison between option 3, the baseline, and options 4A, the Ares 5 Light dual launch variant of the Moon first architecture. This shows that option 4A matches or surpasses option 3 in all metrics considered. The sources of these differences are the use of the more capable Ares 5 Light dual launcher, coupled with the extension of the ISS, providing for more exploration preparation. The technology investment causes a higher score on the technology evaluation. The extension of the ISS improves the ratings on human civilization, more information on human long-term adaptation to space, and global partnerships. The availability of commercial crew launch gives an edge in life cycle costs and in economic expansion. Thus, the committee finds that even with the Ares 5 family launchers and the Moon as a destination, there are ways potentially to extract more value from the program than to follow the baseline. In a second comparison, figure 6.4.1-3 shows a relative valuation of the 2 variants of option 4, the Moon first. Here the scores indicate some counts on which the Ares 5 Light variant 4A scores better than the shuttle-derived variant 4B. The use of the more capable Ares 5 Light dual launcher gives a higher score in exploration preparation. The use of the more economical Ares 5 Light gives a better evaluation in life cycle costs. The more capable Ares 5 Light dual launch allows simplification of launch and on-orbit operations, reducing mission safety risk. In contrast, the more directly shuttle-derived launcher in option B scores better in sustainability and workforce skills, both traceable to the continuation of the shuttle system and workforce. This decision trades a more capable vehicle for more short-term benefit from advocacy and smaller workforce impact with the shuttle-derived systems. End of section 14. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Section 15 of Seeking a Human Spaceflight Program Worthy of a Great Nation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Seeking a Human Spaceflight Program Worthy of a Great Nation by the Review of U.S. Human Spaceflight Plans Committee. Chapter 6, Program Options and Evaluation, Part 3. 6.4.2, Examination of the Key Decision on the ISS Extension. Comparison of integrated options 3 and 4A allows examination of key decisions concerning the future of the International Space Station. Should we stop U.S. participation in the ISS at the end of 2015 or continue U.S. participation through at least 2020, probably at an enhanced level of U.S. utilization? The background for this question was presented in Section 4.2. Extending the ISS would yield several benefits. Chief among these is the support for global partnerships. By ending participation in 2015, the U.S. would voluntarily relinquish its leading role in this phase of international space exploration. By extending the ISS, we would further develop the international partnerships upon which the ISS is based, encouraging these ties to evolve into long-lasting relationships for space exploration. The return on investment on the part of the U.S. would be enhanced by 10 years of well-funded utilization in the 2010s and by the operation of a national laboratory. The ISS extension issue couples with exploration preparation. If properly used, the ISS could be a more effective testbed for development of the technologies and systems for exploration. Extending the ISS also leads to improved evaluation in human civilization. The extra years on the ISS would allow a better understanding of the adaptation of humans to microgravity, and the extensions would produce more data for extremely long stays, important in planning for exploration. The choice of ending U.S. participation in the ISS in 2015 really provides only one benefit, that of freeing up the roughly 2.5 to 3 billion per year needed to run the ISS, which can then be invested in the more rapid development of the exploration systems. The committee's integrated option analysis shows that if coupled to the choice of commercial crew launch system to low Earth orbit and the Ares 5 light heavy lift choice, this expenditure on the ISS would delay the exploration of the moon until the mid-2020s, only a few years after the most aggressive unconstrained profile would accomplish it. See Section 6.2.4. By applying the evaluation criteria it developed, the committee finds extension of the ISS to 2020 to have greater value than the choice of ending U.S. participation in 2015. 6.4.3 Examination of the key decision on Ares 5 versus Ares 5 Lite dual launch. Unlike the other four key decisions, each of which has been reduced in this chapter to two main choices, the decision on heavy lift is more complex, as indicated in Figure 5.2-1. The decision can be represented by three successive choices. Figure 6.4.3-1. At the highest level, the nation faces a choice of basing the heavy lift capability on the NASA heritage systems, Apollo and Shuttle, or on the EELV heritage systems. Within the NASA heritage systems are those more directly based on the Shuttle and those that belong to the Ares family. Within the Ares family, there is the choice of Ares 1 plus Ares 5 system currently planned, or the Ares 5 Lite used in the dual mode for lunar missions as the only vehicle developed. The issues behind this set of decisions were discussed in Section 5.2. In this section, the third choice will be examined. Because of the structure of the integrated options, the best head-to-head comparison of the other decisions is in the flexible path options in section 6.5. The committee considered the comparison of the Ares 5 light, which for lunar missions would be used in dual mode, with the current architecture of Ares 1 plus Ares 5. Setting aside the issues of crew launch on the Ares 1, which will be discussed in section 6.4.4, the principal distinguishing feature of the two alternatives is the extra heavy cargo launch capability that would be provided by the Ares 5 light dual launch during the lunar exploration. A secondary distinction is the relatively greater capacity of the Ares 5 compared with the relatively lower performance demands placed on the Ares 5 light. The main criteria involved in this comparison are exploration preparation, schedule, and program risks. The current baseline Ares 5 has more launch capability than the Saturn V, but current NASA studies show that when used in combination with Ares 1, it does not have enough launch capability to robustly deliver the currently planned landing and service systems to the moon. In order to deliver the greatest potential of the vehicle, many of the options to increase its performance have already been applied, including using 5.5 segment solid rocket boosters, SRBs, and 6 RS-68 family engines, both of which require further development. There is a concern expressed by some within NASA and by the committee that with performance already at the upper edge of what any Ares 5 family vehicle is likely to deliver, coupled with the potential weight growth of the payloads, the development will potentially face delays and added costs associated with weight reduction campaigns. In contrast, the Ares 5 Lite backs off on proposed performance by using a 5-segment SRB already in development and 5 RS-68 family engines. Thus, the development risk of the Ares 5 Lite is somewhat reduced. The essential difference between the two options is the use of 2 heavy lifters that for a lunar mission will give substantial margin and likely save development schedule and cost. The use of the 2 launch vehicles now decouples the operation of the Orion and Altair. The Ares 5 Lite dual launch allows a more robust Orion to be built, one that is capable of missions on its own. For example, launch with an Earth Departure Stage, EDS, to a near-Earth object, NEO, which will be discussed in section 6.5. Programmatically, the choice of the Ares 5, together with Ares 1, unquestionably has less impact on current workflow or contracts. However, the Ares 5 Lite preserves some of the investment already made for Ares 1 and would possibly allow some of the contract structure to stay in place. It would use the same 5-segment SRB as the Ares 1 and the same J2X engine for the Earth departure stage. It would deliver a heavy launch vehicle 3 to 5 years earlier than if the Ares 1 were built first, assuming the ISS is extended in both cases. Finally, construction of the Ares 5 Lite focuses NASA on the more challenging task of building the vehicle most needed for exploration, the heavy lift booster. The analysis performed for the committee indicated that the Ares 5 Lite dual launch scenario and the Ares 1 plus Ares 5 scenario would have comparable operating costs. In a normal year of lunar exploration, for example, in the mid-2020s, there would be 4 missions to the moon, 2 with crew and 2 with cargo. In the Ares 1 and Ares 5 architecture, this would require 2 Ares 1 launch vehicles and 4 Ares 5. In the Ares 5 light architecture, this same set of missions would require 6 Ares 5 lights. Considering NASA's high fixed recurring costs, the difference in total cost between 4 and 6 launches a year of the same system would be a small fraction of the annual cost. In the Ares 1 and Ares 5 architecture, NASA would have 2 of the 6 launches by a less expensive vehicle, but would have to operate 2 launch systems with 2 processing flows at the Kennedy Space Center, offsetting potential savings. While the Ares 5 would nominally not have to be human-rated, the criticality of the payloads it would carry and the NASA development culture would likely and appropriately drive it to a nearly human-rated status. Ares 1 may have higher single-launch ascent safety than Ares 5. Both would be high reliability rockets with the same capsule and launch escape system. The first stage of the Ares 1 is considerably simpler. However, because of the higher dynamic pressure in the flight profile of the Ares 1 and its solid rocket motor, a capsule on the Ares 1 would have a more challenging separation from the booster than a capsule of the Ares 5. Ares 1 is not planned to launch at a rate higher than 2 per year, raising questions about the sustainability of safe operations. In contrast, up to 6 Ares 5 lights are planned to launch each year, about the average rate of shuttle launches throughout the program's years of operation, contributing to a potentially higher demonstrated reliability. There is widespread confusion about the findings of the Columbia Accident Investigation Board, CAIB, on the issue of mixing crew and cargo. The CAIB report said, when cargo can be carried to the space station or other destinations by an expandable launch vehicle, it should be, page 211 of the CAIB report. That suggests that humans should not be put at risk to carry cargo as they are in the shuttle. The implication is not that humans should be launched along with cargo, if that makes sense, which was the case with Apollo. One of the 2 vehicle choices, the committee finds the Ares 5 light in the dual mode contributes to a higher score on the evaluation options than does the Ares 5. The critical difference is the use of the 2 Ares 5 family launchers for lunar missions. Even the Ares 1 were to be built. The committee's findings indicate that the exploration missions would benefit from the using the Ares 5 light in the dual mode as described. 6.4.4 Examination of the key decision on the provision of crew transport to low Earth orbit. The key question pertaining to crew launch to low Earth orbit is whether to carry the crews on systems provided by the U.S. government or on commercially provided systems with eventual operational backup by a U.S. government system. The Exploration Systems Architecture Study, ESAS, of 2005 developed a plan to launch crew to the ISS and to destinations beyond low Earth orbit using the Ares 1. As discussed in the background on this decision in section 5.3, this would be a launch system with very high ascent safety, would have high component commonality with the Ares 5, and would provide NASA organizationally with an opportunity to develop the Ares 1 before undertaking the more complex Ares 5. The alternative is to terminate the development of the Ares 1 and instead proceed with development of a commercial launch service to low Earth orbit for crew. If based on a high reliability rocket and with a capsule and launch escape system, this approach too could have high ascent safety. It would also have the potential for significantly lower development cost and therefore be available about a year sooner. Once operating, it would have the potential for significantly lower recurring costs, allowing the more rapid development of systems for exploration beyond low Earth orbit in a constrained resource environment. The development of commercial cruise service is not without significant programmatic risk, as discussed in Section 5.3. The choice of Ares 1 as the crew launcher was probably a sound choice in 2005. As is often observed, the rocket equation has not changed, so any reason that NASA would come to a different solution for crew transport to low Earth orbit today than in 2005 would be due to changes in assumptions and constraints. The committee in fact concludes that many of the assumptions on which the Ares 1 crew decision was based have changed. In contrast, the committee found that the Orion should continue to be developed as a capable crew exploration vehicle, regardless of the decision on Ares 1. Likewise, it should be emphasized that the committee did not find any unsurmountable technical issues with Ares 1. With time and sufficient funds, NASA could develop, build, and fly the Ares 1 successfully. The question is, should it? First, from the perspective of schedule, the committee observes that because of technological delays and the shortage of funds, Ares 1 will not effectively service the ISS, since the launch vehicle is expected to come online in FY 2017 after retirement of the ISS. Even if the ISS is extended within constrained resources, the Ares 1 and Orion will not be available until near the end of the decade, serving during only the last few years of the ISS. As noted, safety is paramount. It is unquestionable that crews need access to low Earth orbit at significantly lower risk than the shuttle provides. The best architecture to assure such safe access would be the combination of a high reliability rocket and a capsule with launch escape system. While Ares 1 and Orion fit that description, so do other alternatives. The committee was unconvinced that enough is known about the potential failures of any of the prospective high reliability launchers, plus capsule and launch escape systems, to distinguish their safety in a meaningful way. The uncertainty in the safety models is large compared to the differences they predict among competing systems, and it is clear that many of the failure modes observed in practice are not captured in the safety analysis. The budgetary environment today is significantly more constrained than in the assumptions used for the ESAS. Despite the significant architectural commonality of the Ares 1 and Ares 5, the program now estimates that Ares 1 will cost $5 billion to $6 billion to develop, even assuming that all common costs are carried by the Ares 5. Within the existing budget constraints, that will delay the availability of the Ares 5 to the mid-2020s if the ISS is not extended, and another several years if the ISS is extended. When it begins operations, the Ares 1 and Orion would be a very expensive system for crew transport to low Earth orbit. Program estimates are that it would have a recurring cost of nearly $1 billion per flight, even with the fixed infrastructure costs being carried by Ares 5. The issue is that the Orion is a very capable vehicle for exploration, but it has far more capability than needed for a taxi to low Earth orbit. Another understanding that has changed since the ESAS was performed is the traffic model. Figure 6.4.4-1 indicates the number of operational flights of the Ares 1 based on the choices made in two other decisions, and based on projected flight rates and the schedules estimated for the less constrained budgets. There are no Gemini-style missions included in this count that simply orbit and do not service the ISS. In none of the combinations are there more than about 6 Ares 1 flights in the next decade, or a dozen in the next 2 decades. In the years since the ESAS, other conditions have changed as well. The NASA workforce has learned from the development of the Ares 1. With the approaching launch of the Ares 1X flight test vehicle, much of what will be learned may have already occurred. The sunk costs in Ares 1 will be partially recovered in the development of Ares 5 due to the commonality of the SRB J2X engine, etc. Further, a commercial space industry has continued to develop, in part due to the investment of NASA in the Commercial Orbital Transportation Services (COTS) program. Thus, the use of commercial vehicles to transport crews to low Earth orbit is much more of an option today than it might have been in 2005. Moving towards commercial crew services will also contribute to the evaluation on economic expansion. Together with commercial launch services for cargo to the ISS and potentially in-space refueling, the commercial crew options could further stimulate the development of a domestic competitive launch capability. Eventually, it could stimulate a commercial service for human transport to low Earth orbit that would be available to other markets. In summary, the committee found more potential contribution to the evaluation of integrated options due to the development of commercial crew service to low Earth orbit than in the continued development of the Ares 1. Unfortunately, neither option is without problems. The Ares 1 would be safe, but late to serve the ISS and expensive to operate. It would not be operated very often, or many times in total. It would delay by years NASA's start on a heavy lift launcher, although some of the development so far will be applicable to the Ares 5. Terminating Ares 1 would cause programmatic disruption. On the other hand, programmatic commitment at this time to commercial crew service to low Earth orbit has benefits and risks. It has the potential to be safe, sooner, and significantly less expensive. It would allow NASA to share operating costs with other customers, while the domestic development capability is demonstrated. Some of the systems are largely notional. The committee finds that if this alternative is pursued, the backup of a human-rateable heavy launcher should be accelerated, as discussed in Section 5.3. 6.4.5 Examination of the key question on shuttle extension. What should be the future of the space shuttle? A prudent fly out of remaining flights, currently part of NASA policy, but FY 2011 funding for it is not part of the President's budget, or an extension of the shuttle through 2015 at minimum flight rate. A third option discussed in Section 4.1, of extending the shuttle life by one flight is considered to be a variant of the 2011 flyout option, which should be resolved by NASA. The potential advantage of extending the shuttle through 2015 at a low but safe flight rate are to continue to support the ISS with heavy logistics, to smooth the short-term workforce dislocation of shuttle workforce, and to help preserve the critical workforce skills associated with launch operations. Extending the shuttle would also help close the gap by delaying the retirement of the only system the U.S. currently has, or is likely to have in the next 5 years, to deliver humans to low Earth orbit. When viewed in the integrated options, some of these potential advantages are conditional. Extending the shuttle in combination with developing the Ares 1 and Orion would not entirely close the U.S. crew launch gap. If the shuttle is retired in 2011, the Ares 1 plus Orion would become available in 2017, producing a gap of about 7 years. If the shuttle is extended within a fixed budget, the funds that would have paid for the development of the Ares 1 and Orion will be further limited, and that will delay their availability until late in the 2010s, producing a gap of at least several years at that time. Additionally, the infrastructure changes and workforce transition required for Ares 1 would be delayed. The gap is not closed, but shifts to the future. The only way to close the gap in U.S. crew launch is to commission a commercial service for transporting crew to low Earth orbit, which, because it is potentially less expensive to develop, may at some risk be available by 2016, even with extension of the shuttle. Other than this scenario, the committee found no way to close the gap. The inclusion in many integrated options of reliance on international crew launch services is an indication that the committee found this to be an acceptable alternative as an interim measure. Extending the shuttle would provide more up mass and down mass capability to the ISS in this interval, which would be a benefit. The current U.S. space transportation policy, dated January 6, 2005, prohibits the government from taking actions that would put it in competition with commercial providers in space transportation. There is already a contract for NASA to buy commercial cargo launches, and it is not the committee's intent that a possible shuttle extension disrupt plans for those commercial flights. Any additional shuttle flights would supplement the ability of the commercial carriers to service the ISS. The one integrated option that includes a shuttle extension specifically includes the full manifest of commercial cargo flights through 2015. Extension of the shuttle would require that the recertification done by NASA be verified to ensure it is consistent with the CAIB recommendation. Shuttle retirement is the current NASA plan, which is a position supported by the Aerospace Safety Advisory Panel. Extending the shuttle would have a beneficial impact on the near-term workforce issues. Some workforce reductions would be indicated by the reduced flight rate proposed, but there would be several years in which to manage these reductions. In 2015, when the shuttle finally retires, no NASA crew launch system would be available for several more years, and then the problem of maintaining key workforce skills would resurface. If, however, the commercial crew option were to be ready by 2016 or so, some national competence in crew launch would be nearly continuous. Technically, extending the shuttle makes the most sense if a directly shuttle-derived vehicle is chosen to replace the shuttle, which is the case in option 4B. The relative advantages of this option are discussed below in section 6.5.2. Taking all factors into consideration, the decision to extend the shuttle or not is a complex trade. Consideration of near-term access to low Earth orbit, workforce and skills issues supports the extension. These benefits primarily materialize if the shuttle extension is complemented by the development of commercial crew service to low Earth orbit. The potential life cycle costs and lower capability of the associated heavy launch system favor early retirement of the shuttle. End of section 15. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC.